Dark greetings, everyone. Welcome to episode 13 of the Mofference. Everything we tell you is a lie. Every question we ask is a trick. You will find no truth in us.
Oh boy, we are off to a great start.
Yep.
It's so dense.
Fun fact, this is the 13th book in the New Jedi Order
And this is episode 13.
of the Mofference.
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Bring on your denning vans by the thousands, one at a time or all in one rush. We don't give a damn.
You're just full of great quotes today, aren't you? Oh man. So we're going to talk about... We are going to talk about Traitor, Destiny's Way, Vergere's character. Then we're going to look at some stuff that Alex sent me, defending Jason's character. I don't want to call it an arc or development. His character assassination. Derailment, true. Yeah, and maybe we talk a little bit about the Fistful of Dollars, the Fistful of Denning. Who knows? Emo Jason. We're going to talk about it.
That 3 coffins, one for Denning, one for Matt Wilkins, one for... That's a Fistful quote.
Yeah. Okay.
Hang on, let me get... I should get Destiny's Way in Unifying Force, actually.
Oh yeah, the best scenes. When Vergere tortures Jason.
Oh yeah. Oh.
The best scenes, Josh. You kept writing me, there's another scene where she tortures him. Like, it happens like on almost every page.
Mm-hmm. The whole book is just her torturing Jason.
Oh, we should do the emo Jason dance.
Vergere taught him that. Okay, I've got the 3
still
main
got the
ones.
moves.
Right, okay, I'm prepared.
Okay, you're prepared?
I'm prepared.
Prepared to suffer. Oh!
Well, you said we'll talk about all of them, right?
Oh, yeah. Because there's not just Traitor, there's also Destiny's Way and there's Unifying Force.
There's books after Traitor?
There's books after Star by Star, I didn't even know that.
No, there's... No, am I holding a book or... I can't see anything. I think this is invisible.
I can't see it.
I can feel something in my hand, but... Ow!
It's heavy.
Maybe it must be fan fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, my collection just stops at enemy lines. It's weird.
Strange. Mm-hmm. For Denning, it stops at Star by Star.
Yeah.
So weird what's going on.
This is what Troy Denning does to you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. The more I read, the more I like Destiny's Way. Does Sivert not like Destiny's Way?
You're welcome, by the way. Don't remember when I gave that list, but yeah.
Anyway.
Should we just start talking now in general, or should we go into the defending thing?
We'll talk about Traitor. We'll just talk about Traitor a little bit first.
Okay, makes sense.
So yeah, I mean, we both like it, obviously. A lot. I did notice the book is a lot more, on rereading it, the book's a lot more meta than I thought it was. Or that I remembered. There's just so many instances like, oh yeah, Jason thought they were invincible until Chewie died. That shattered the magical spell that protected his family.
Yeah, which is similar to what Han is saying at the end of Vector Prime.
Mm-hmm. There's another bit which I felt like was a personal attack against me because I'm an Anakin fan. Hang on, where was it? Okay. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was something like... Oh, wait, hang on. I think it's here, actually. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Okay, never mind. The point is, the quote was something like, oh, yeah, maybe the dead body he saw of Anakin's was just like a droid or a Yu Zhong trick or a clone. I was like, I feel personally attacked right now, you know. Stover is quite insightful, though. I'll give him that.
Mm-hmm.
Literally what me Anakin fans were saying. It's kind of funny though, actually. Stover loves his jabs. Well, he would have caught.
This
I
one.
thought Destiny's Way was all right.
He took good character work for granted.
Although I know I think Stover did a good job of characterizing Jason, like in terms of he feels like a mixture of NJO Jason and Young Jedi Knight Jason in this one, but like crazy and older. So yeah, good for Stover on that. I think good job. And then So would you want to summarize the story, or
should we just talk about all the aspects why it doesn't make sense? Like, what is the book trying to say? Because this is obviously his Empire Strikes Back, moment where he, like when Luke learns from Yoda. This is pretty much this book is that part of the movie just stretched into entire novel, if you want to.
It's his training of. I don't know, because I feel like it's kind of his Empire / Jedi. Because he does learn because Luke doesn't learn his. He does. You know what I mean? Like Jason has more of an epiphany. Luke doesn't really have any epiphany in Empire Strikes Back. That's more in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
I think like Jason's epiphany was kind of at the end where he was like, "Yeah, I'm a student and stuff." That whole bit. So yeah, this is like Jason's Empire / Jedi. And then it's like and then a Unifying Force is kind of like Unifying Force is kind of like an epilogue, I'd say, to that. So it's Destiny's Way. Yeah.
The Exterminator.
Yep. Stover. Oh yeah. No, a lot of bugs die. So there's some clip beetles. Jason like cuts their heads off and like eats their whatever. And I was thinking, oh, this is why Denning hates it.
Definitely.
And there's another one where Jason's in the nursery. He only destroys the what's it called? What was that thing called in the nursery that kind of held the ship together? God, they have such funny names, these usual one.
You don't mean the Duryam, right?
No, not the Duryam, the other thing. What was it called?
Oh, don't worry, you can ask questions. That's important. Before reading Traitor, should I read Rogue Planet? I would say it's not necessary, but it does help. It could enhance your experience. I wouldn't read it before Traitor, because it only gets talked about in Destiny's Way. So if you want to read it like in between the New Jedi Order books, I would say the place would be after Traitor, but before Destiny's Way. Because then in Destiny's Way, it gets set up, and then the search for Sonama Sekhet, the planet, is the Force Heretic trilogy right after. I don't know about Rouge Planet, but Rogue Planet is okay.
Oh god, these names. What is it called?
Okay, you're just
Shriyam Tiz.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. So he blows that up with a bug, which is used as a thermal detonator for Vong. So yeah, Stover kills a lot of bugs in this, and I think Denning got upset by that, so he decided, yeah. But yeah, first of all, okay, let's debunk some things. Vergere doesn't torture Jason once in this.
Nope.
The worst thing she does is stab him to plant the slave seed in him, which ends up helping him, and she heals the wound straight after. So,
and she had to do it because this is also something immediately set up. They are watched 24/7, and she has to act the way she does. But it's very clear from her actions that she's not torturing Jason, that she's not enjoying doing it.
You know? Even says she regrets it. No,
yeah. Yep. That's the same goes with.
I kind of realized. Oh, sorry.
Does the same go with Outbound Flight? I've seen people say it doesn't introduce us to the Vong. It mentions that there is a threat in the unknown regions, which is the same Zahn already did in his Hand of Thrawn duology. So I wouldn't say it's necessary. It's just a quick reference. Hey, there is something going on.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say it's necessary to read before New Jedi Order.
Yeah, it was like a couple of years ago. But I think, okay, I'm sorry, John Ostrander, but I think he didn't really understand it either. Which is weird, because
I would say he was forced to write it that way. Because remember, Denning retconned it. And people are going to say, but you can... Lumaya said Vergere was a Sith. You can just say, oh, she was alive. No, she was officially confirmed to be one.
Yeah,
Denning wrote Legacy of the Force and Darkness under the impression, no, Vergere is a Sith. She was teaching Jason to become a Sith. That's canon. You can headcanon as much as you fucking want. It's not changing. Vergere was a Sith. And you have now you have to look at New Jedi Order in a whole new light that doesn't make a fucking lick of sense.
Unless you ignore the other stuff.
Yeah.
But no, what was I going to say? Crap. But it doesn't make sense that she'd be allowed into the torch chamber at that time, because she was a familiar to, was it Ilan?
Ilan, yeah.
Yeah. So, and familiars weren't allowed into torch chambers. Alone, at least.
Who knows?
Maybe
wasn't that like that wasn't like a normal ship? Wasn't it like some sort of scout ship or something? Maybe there were reasons we don't know.
Who knows? Maybe Crate was just having an acid trip, and he remembers Darth. He remembers. Oh yeah, but you. Oh no, here's a headcanon retcon. Crate was just like, because you're like, you know, the Vong drugged you and stuff. Crate was like on some crazy acid trip, and he was really hungry, and his favorite meal was KFC, and then he remembered that one Jedi Master who looked like chicken. There, I retconned it.
Oh man. Wait, would he even have known Vergere? What is the timeline again?
He recognized her.
Oh yeah, true. I don't remember that.
Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no.
Did he?
No,
because I'm thinking of the scene when he's in the embrace of pain.
I'm pretty sure he says, "Oh yeah, Master Vergere." She's like, and she thinks it's his dad, Sharad. She's like, "Oh no, you're his son."
Oh okay. Then I don't remember. Don't remember the scene right in this case.
Well, no, because he came to the Jedi around the same time as Anakin, and Vergere met Anakin.
No, earlier. Earlier even.
What?
No, let me think.
He did. He came.
When was Outlanders? It was shortly after Phantom Menace. You're right.
So
Outlander, when he got
No, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Hey, Jason, we're talking about you. Outlander is. Yeah. Okay. So Vergere was still, unless you believe the whole plot line of her. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna say Crate was having an acid trip, but he thought it was real. Because remember, a lot of this book is unambiguous. Because Jason's like, he's like crazy in this book, pretty much. Because when you get tortured by the Vong, you're gonna go crazy, right? So Crate was going crazy. He had an acid trip. He thought of KFC, and he remembered Vergere. So he had a dream about Vergere. That's my retcon. And that's why Cade laughs at him, because he's had plenty of acid trips.
Yeah, he knows from experience. He's also seen Vergere.
Yes. So is Ken Palpatine.
Yeah, we retcon
the retcon. Yeah, that's what we do here.
Okay, next point.
Oh, I was going to make another.
Yeah,
unless you want to do one.
No.
I was just going to say, so you know Vergere's lines, how Jason gets annoyed about it because she says,
because you still got the moves
and you bring the views.
Yeah,
You should know this by now, Matt.
It's Matt. It's ultra clickbait. People are not just clicking on it because it's Matt Wilkins. No, this is emo Matt Wilkins dancing with Tobey Maguire, and they're gonna be like, "What? We have to watch this." It's
Matthew
called something else, probably.
He calls potatoes protatoes in this. I'm not even kidding. They're called
That was a good one.
No, that's actually in this. He calls them protatoes. If protatoes can exist, so can Kentucky Fried Chicken. We can call it Chicken. Chicken.
Isn't there chicken in Star Wars?
What, chicken?
Chicken. Like actually chicken. There is.
Okay. Yeah, so Kentucky Fried Chicken.
No, but Kentucky has to be something different. Isn't Corellia like America in Star Wars? Corellian fried chicken?
But then it's CFC.
Doesn't matter. CFC is also...
Corellia with a K.
Yeah, Wedge absolutely did.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine Wedge meeting Vergere? Get Denning to write it. That would have been horrible. They were talking about, near the end, they were thinking, maybe we are going to do a Alana Solo YA series where she is like 10 or something, I guess. And I would have loved it if it was written by Jude Watson. I don't know if they had gotten... Yeah, bring Kevin Anderson back for that one. As much as I shit on Kevin Anderson, if they actually, let's just say the Disney stuff never happened, the expanded universe continued, and they did an Alana Solo YA series, imagine they bring back Kevin and Rebecca and they write it. And because Anderson makes all these connections, he actually brings back Ken Palpatine to be Alana's master. My idea, Kevin Anderson could have redeemed himself from the Jedi Academy trilogy.
What if Ken was in Jedi Academy?
Possible. That's what Papa Wedge argued. Because my main complaint, why I don't like Jedi Academy, because Anderson never mentioned Ken, when he should have. He could have, and he didn't.
Yep, I get that.
Colonel Sanders.
Anyway, yeah. So Vergere's line, what was it? So you know how she says, everything I tell you is a lie. Everything everyone ever tells you is a lie. I think that was Stover. I think that was a play on Obi-Wan's line from Return of the Jedi, where he says, Luke, a lot of the things we say depend greatly to the truths. Fuck, what was it?
To your point of view?
No, sorry. A lot of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Because from Luke's point of view, Obi-Wan lied to him about his dad. From Obi-Wan's point of view, he told the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what Stover was getting at.
So you're saying Obi-Wan is also a Sith-Lawd?
Yes.
As is Yoda, as we know.
Oh, yeah, obviously. We need to... But yeah, what do you think? Do you agree with that? Or...
Oh, fuck.
Hello there.
Speaking of Yoda.
Perfect timing.
Why are we speaking of Yoda?
Oh, because I was talking about Vergere's lines and how then... so you know the line where she talks about how everything I tell you is a lie, everything anyone tells you is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking that line's a play on Obi-Wan's line in Return of the Jedi, where he says to Luke, a lot of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our point of view. Because remember,
Vergere's just everything she says is just everything's so well thought out. That's the thing about Traitor. It's not, especially comparing it to like Star by Star, which we read before. It's not bloated whatsoever.
No,
everything that's there has kind of it's there for a purpose. There's nothing there that's there to just pad out. Like, it's concise, and like every sentence she says has so much weight and depth to it. Like, she says something like, what was that? Something like sometimes questions hold more truth than the answers to them, or something like that.
Questions are always greater than the answers, or something like that.
It's just everything when you just think about it. The more you think about it, the more it just makes sense.
You have to ask Troy Denning about the Yoda Compendium.
When Troy Denning releases the Vergere Compendium,
The reason why Yoda is secretly a spy smuggler this entire time.
can someone please ask Denning on Twitter to release the Vergere Compendium? Oh yeah, that too. Well, Stover was a fan of Lord of the Rings. KFC was in Star Wars. Got a little in A New Hope.
In A New Hop? Wow.
Hop. I need the chicken sandwich. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought of a line from Star Trek.
God, I just.
Trouble from
I recently thought, because I was playing the new Halo game, oh, let's look at Halo books, and then look at the most famous authors, Karen Travis and Troy Denning.
Let's stay away from Halo, Noah.
I mean, the Travis ones are very popular, but the Denning books, not so much. And like half of them are just Denning. Then he just spams the whole thing, kind of like he does with Star Wars.
What was his line, Noah? I'm very capable of spewing.
Yeah, I'm perfectly capable of spewing shit. Quote Troy Denning, 2021.
What?
Yes,
Wait,
I
who
have-
said that?
he said that during an interview about Halo this year, where we got to see old man Denning. He looks like a mix between a mall Santa Claus and George Lucas now. And
Like if George Lucas
Oh,
was
God.
dead.
and he said, "Oh, the first Halo books I read was Karen Travis stuff." And Josh, Dylan, and we freaked out.
Mhm.
It was glorious.
That was so good.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
was it bad? The TV show.
The Halo TV show, what TV show?
No, the Wheel
And
of Time
the Wheel
one.
of Time TV show Matt is talking about. Yeah. I will read these books next year, definitely. After finishing New Jedi Order.
Oh,
films.
Old Man Denning is glorious.
Did you just see it? How he looks?
Yeah, I just saw it. Oh god.
I was actually a little crushed the first time I saw it. Because he's old.
Aw.
Anyway.
But all of them are like Michael Stackpole in his.
Oh
thing
yeah,
as
Stackpole
well.
looks ancient. Zahn's kind of looked the same for like the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Or like 10 years. But yeah, Zahn hasn't aged at all, but Stackpole, he looks like a fossil. Like he's got like really. Does he drink green bug milk? Probably. Yeah. Anyway,
Here, I wanted to show how he looks like.
Yeah, I saw that video. Jesus Christ.
I think I paused perfectly because of all of our reactions.
Yes.
There's a quick
Follow with the leaky pipes. Oh god.
Oh my god, he does look like Santa. Actually, I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to edit like Santa stuff on Denning.
Perfectly capable of spewing shit. Wait, what? What do you
Is
mean?
that an actual quote?
It sounds like something he'd say on Twitter.
Yeah.
Bug milk.
God. Probably.
Oh, how did I miss this one?
Every sentence is so.
Yeah, I mean, it's true in this case. Okay, let me get this.
I mean, it is that way. Like everything is so like, especially compared to other stuff, which has so much just stuff where just nothing happens. There's no moment in this.
Stop!
There's no moment in this where something happens that isn't supposed to happen.
Yeah,
thing
every
is-
chapter in this, every line has a purpose. Similar to the other great Star Wars books, like The Half Plagueis, for example.
See, the thing is, I don't even think that's. I wouldn't even say it's. When you actually look into it, I don't think it's actually like super complex, like people make it out.
No, it's not.
Because, like I
that's the
said, a lot of the stuff in this is stuff we've heard from the movies, but just reworded. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I said, because the one thing Stover talked about, his inspiration here was the scene in Empire Strikes Back. You know, when Luke is about to go into the cave and Yoda tells him, oh, it's infested with the dark side and stuff. Okay, what will I find inside it? And Yoda is like, only what you take with you.
You know what's hilarious?
Yeah.
even Junior Jedi Knights understands this. So Junior Jedi Knights,
a book series for 7-year-olds.
No, do you remember in Anakin's quest where they all go to Dagobah, and then it's always like, so Anakin has his vision of his light dark side, Tahiri has it of her grandfather, and Aldous sees nothing because he doesn't believe, because inside, you know what I mean? So I was thinking about it, I was like, so you're telling, actually, let me get the book actually, because I want to hold it. I just need to make fun of it.
Bug Killer has returned.
Do we know Bug Killer's identity?
We still don't know who Bug Killer really is. I'm gonna take a guess here and say
it's Matt.
It might be
Matt disappears and then Bug Killer enters. Coincidence? I think not.
Have we ever seen Bug Killer and Matt Wilkins at the same time?
No.
We have not.
Suspicious.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is, this little children's book understands the Force better than this.
Well, but it's not on Aaron Alston. That's Troy Denning.
On Denning. I didn't have the Darkness trilogy, so I couldn't hold that up.
Yeah.
That was quite funny, though.
Oh, man.
All that nonsense about the dirty secret of the Jedi, though.
Oh, we need to read fucking Denning's bullshit, whatever it was.
Oh, the Crucible Genesis.
The Crucible, yeah.
No, we've read that, though, on the fourth Mofference.
Got him.
Yes, Matt, you've been caught.
This is Matt Wilkins' troll account.
It's Wat Milkins. Matt's clone.
The real Wat Milkins.
Or is Matt Wilkins?
I mean, it is because as soon as Matt disappears, Bug Killer enters.
Or, Noah, is Matt Wilkins a clone of Wat Milkins?
Is Bug Killer 666 the original, actually?
Oh, maybe. Maybe that's why Matt hates Karen Travis. He actually loves her secretly.
Oh, it's that's just a fair comparison.
I don't think Rian Johnson tries to be edgy, whereas I think Troy Denning does so just that he can be edgy, dark Troy Denning.
Yeah, but I think he legitimately is stupid and doesn't understand some of the concepts. It's very obvious.
Yeah, but is Troy Denning outside of Star Wars capable of writing a really good book?
I don't know. We still have to read Pages of Pain, his magnum opus, where
Pages of Pain. That does not sound. Jesus Christ.
I only know one thing. In this book, a woman gives birth to a giant.
Yeah,
well,
that's what Denning said.
Yeah. He laughed about it because it's funny to him.
Oh, God.
No, Troy Denning's favourite Legacy of the Force Lord of the Rings character is Shelob. She's not technically a bug, but close enough.
Oh, on what type of websites?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Matt's been caught.
Bug Killer just disappeared.
Mm-hmm. And I think like 1 or 2 minutes, Matt Wilkins will magically reappear. It's just it takes him 15 minutes to log in and out of his YouTube accounts every time.
He's gonna come in and be like, "Oh, sorry guys, I had to go for 5 minutes." But you know the kids. Yeah, sure, Matt Wilkins.
Matt, blaming your kids.
Do you really have kids? Do you? Because I'm beginning to think this was all.
Wat Milkins' kids.
This was all just.
The kids are secretly just paid actors to have excuses.
This is all just a scam.
Green milk versus Mandalorian fetish.
What should we? Okay, should we first read his Genesis of Star Wars Crucible stuff and then go into the other Alex's?
What the hell? Who is this?
Okay, now it's officially Matt Wilkins.
It's definitely Matt.
He just created a new email address in the last 5 minutes.
Oh God!
How many bot accounts does he have?
Oh my God! Maybe it really is Troy Denning.
Whoa!
Oh, hi
Mr.
Troy.
Mr. Denning, please tell us about your creative process when writing Legacy of the Force. So anyway, let's look at his Crucible It's not even an interview. It's an essay. It's something he wrote.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, share.
Are you sure we haven't done this?
Only a little bit, but we have to read it again for this discussion because we talked about Crucible. Fucking Traitor. And this also talks about Traitor and what Troy Denning thinks happens in Traitor.
Okay, yeah.
And we can debunk his bullshittery. No offense, Mr. Denning. We love you. Please.
Yes, we love you. We love you very much.
What
We love you very much.
How is...
Please go on more interviews.
No,
You're like directly. You're the heart and soul of this channel.
Bug
Oh,
killer.
he's getting quicker, logging in and out of accounts. He's learning.
Or maybe it's just different tabs.
Maybe it's actually Troy Denning and Karen Travis, and they are secretly fans of my channel.
I think they love us, yeah.
Oh boy.
It's worse for me because me and Karen live in the same country.
Oh dear.
She's gonna come to my house in Mandalorian armor and just... I don't know.
Oh man. Okay, can you see it? Can you read it?
Yes. If into the Troy Denning essays you go, only pain what you find. Yes.
Yeah, only pages full of pain. Let
It's
me see
funny.
where he starts.
I think Denning's a Sith-Lord too, because he says the same thing as Vergere about things being purchased of pain.
Yeah, Denning also, Troy Denning literally said he believes pain is the greatest teacher. He unironically said it. And then he said, oh, because it teaches you when you touch the fucking stove, fire is hot.
And he also worked in a mine.
And bit off someone's finger.
He admits it.
Who is this? Wait, he...
Oh,
what?
God.
Did you say he bit off someone's finger?
Yeah, because of Bane.
Yeah, he's Bane.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't he worked in a mine? Remember? Yeah. That's also literally part of his backstory.
Did him and Drew Carpenter know each other?
I hope so. Oh my god, Darth Bane. His character is based on Troy Denning.
Yeah.
And now Alex is Googling if they know each other.
Did Troy Denning bite off someone's finger?
Darth Bane?
That's his name.
An Edge Lord? This is 100% Matt Wilkins. Maybe it's Christopher Nelson. He has been quiet.
Or it's Dylan.
Yeah.
By the way,
it might be Chris. It might be Chris Nelson.
Yeah, Chris is funny. He'll disappear and then just reappear from the internet.
Yeah, and
That's
sometimes
true.
he takes his entire channel with him.
Yeah. Chris, bring your channel back.
Okay.
Let's
look. When does he start talking about? Oh fuck! Here it is. Killick Twilight. Fortunately, I had just been reading Kevin J. Anderson and Rolf McQuarrie's The Illustrated Star Wars Universe. I had become entranced with Alderaan's long-lost Killick colony, and the idea for a painting called Killick Twilight had been kicking around my head. Yeah, I admit it. I have a thing for bugs.
So no, the real
What? Oh
is,
god.
That's literally what's... Yeah.
Are you going to blame Kevin Anderson for Darkness now?
Kevin, what have you done? Coinkydink. Let's see. With that idea as a starting point, building the plot became pretty straightforward. All I had to do was develop a story that revolved around Anakin Skywalker's lost childhood, Shmi's diary, and a masterpiece of Elderanian moss art. The result was Tatooine Ghost. Meaning I had a lot of fun. Did I mention that I like bug art?
What? Oh god.
He's kind of self-aware, I guess.
I mean, this does not sound real. Jesus Christ.
This is real. This is StarWars.com.
Oh god, look at the new comment of Troy Denning official. It's amazing.
Wait, what?
The new comment.
Just loved killing Geonosians, so I had to make Killix. Who? I think it's Dylan.
I think it's Chris Nelson. Chris, I think we got you.
Yeah.
Chris might be both. Keelig lover? No, not Keelig lover. Geonosian killer?
Because we've seen Dylan on here when Killick Glover's on here.
Dylan can't be it. It's Chris.
Yeah, it's
It
Chris
has
or
to be
Matt.
It might
Well,
be
Matt's
Matt Wilkins.
disappeared.
Like I
and
said,
Chris-
I'm still not convinced Matt Wilkins actually has children. I think that's just an excuse. It's a carefully crafted scam trying to trick me specifically.
It's fake news.
Yeah, he started this trick before he even knew me.
Well, he
With his-
predicted you.
With his fake children.
It was always part of his master plan to turn.
Yeah,
someone
Matt
into a
Wilkins
Sith-Lawd.
was Vergere all along.
Mm-hmm. Where's his compendium now?
Oh, Jesus, here he talks about darkness. Let me read this. My next assignment was a paperback series. This time, Shelley and Sue, my editors, knew exactly what they wanted. Books. Write 3 of them, they said. They can be about anything. Just make sure they have something to do with Star Wars. Really? I asked. They can be about anything? Like in really creepy tone. Well, it might be nice if you mention blasters and lightsabers and the Force and stuff like that, but otherwise, yes, the possibilities are pretty open. Could the story be about bugs?
Oh God.
They replied. Great,
Jesus
I said,
Christ.
because I've got this cool idea about a long-lost colony of Keeliks.
Hang on, should I do
Oh.
the other voices?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
they said. Do you think maybe you could work in some Jedi?
Sure, I said. How about some Jedi who sort of become bugs? Just this.
Oh, Denning.
He wrote this himself, by the way. We just lost.
Oh God, I
like,
think he's
6
trying to be funny. I think he's trying to be like self-aware. a little
yeah,
bit.
We
he's
just
self-aware.
lost like 6 viewers while we were reading this.
Did we?
Jesus
Yeah, they
Christ.
were not a fan of Troy Dennings.
Who's?
And that's how the Darkness trilogy came about. Okay, now he's talking about Legacy of the Force. Oh, and
who's
Vergere.
this Troy
Okay.
Denning guy in the comments. 5 people are watching though.
Great. Okay. The next time, my editors were a little more careful to exterminate my interest in bugs. I was just finishing up the 3rd book of the Darkness trilogy when I received an email one Sunday afternoon soliciting non-bug ideas for a new 9-book series. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's an achievement. Troy Denning is the master of one-handed typing.
Dark greetings, Blue Pig. Wow, what a team player.
Okay.
Oh, Scott. Sorry.
I saw the hand of the Force behind this. By this time, I had been working with Jason Solo for 3 books, trying to figure out exactly what the blazes had happened to him. On that 5-year journey he had undertaken to learn the many ways of the Force. And I was coming to some pretty dark conclusions.
Oh God, yeah, this is true. I love how all the assumptions on Denning just turn out to be true.
Yep.
We've been saying this for ages.
We have never made a joke about Troy Denning. Everything we say is true.
We tell you.
What the fuck is going on here?
Who are these people?
Who are you? Why are you here?
We have Troy Denning. Troy Denning sent bots after us.
Okay, Chris Nelson has made like 5 stock accounts just to troll me. I appreciate it. I guess this is his revenge for fucking what's
Memories
it
of
called?
Mortis.
Memories of Mortis, which is
That's a real
real.
book. It
That
pretty-
is a real. Look on
I've
it
read
for
it.
eBay. Okay. Troy
Barbara
Denning.
Hamley's best Star Wars work.
Multiply. Okay, let me continue this
bugs.
bullshit. Then the emails soliciting ideas arrived, and the answer became clear in my head. Vergere must have been a Sith. Well, okay, I had secretly begun to suspect that much earlier, perhaps even way back in the New Jedi Order. But it could no longer be denied. Vergere was a Sith. That was why she had corrupted Jason with her nonsense about the shameful secret of the Jedi and there is no dark side. Page 167 for those in the know. Because everything she told Jason was a lie. Vergere was a chef.
I can't take this seriously. It's too funny. We have the bots in the comments as well.
A simp lord? This stream is already out of control.
And it's not even an hour in. Hang on, let me check something.
We should talk about what we just read.
Yeah.
Vergere was a Sith. Oh my god. What a twist. So
Okay,
he just said... Go for it, Josh.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so the whole thing, everything so she says to him, everything I tell you is a lie. Every question I ask is a trick. You will find no truth in me. That's basically her just saying, don't take everything I say literal face value. Use this, Jason. This thing in here.
You mean...
Well,
yeah. I thought you meant Troy used this.
Oh,
Yeah.
both of them, actually, but yeah.
The embarrassing thing is, yes, he is using this. But he
Because
also...
later on-
Did you notice how in this he said, oh, she talking nonsense about the shameful secret of the Jedi and there is no dark side.
Yeah.
Did you notice how he cut it off? Because what Vergere says is, there is no dark side except the one inside yourself.
Yes.
That's a little bit different, but you know context. Like, art is subjective, books are subjective, nothing matters.
No, but also, here's the thing. Vergere even says to him, oh yeah, this place is strong in the dark side. And then she says, the only dark side you need... But she's saying the same thing Yoda said. Strong in the dark side, that place is. What's in there? Only what you take with you.
Mm-hmm. I'm convinced Troy is a proficient.
She's literally beat for beat saying what Yoda said, but in a different way. But
yes, and she may come across as more dark because she has to act a little bit, suspicious because she's watched
Yoda,
by the one.
It's because Yoda's a Sith. That's why.
Yeah.
Yoda is a Sith-Lord.
He was also a Sith-Lord. He was training Luke so that Luke kills Vader and takes his place as the next Dark Lord.
Yoda was actually Palpatine's Sith rival. He was just training. He
was actually Palpatine's secret apprentice until he found out what Palpatine was planning, and then he escaped.
And he became a Sith Lord, and he hatched together a plan. He knew that Anakin would give birth to twins, and that one twin would be raised on Tatooine and eventually come to...
Troy, stop it. We all know the truth. But, okay, if he was an actual troll, and he has been trolling us for like 30, 40 years, I would actually respect him.
No, me too.
Yes, it's funny and sad. This might actually be Papa Wedge.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's not here actually.
Because Papa Wedge also has a girlfriend, and he also likes to mention that.
Show yourself, saying. Papa Wedge.
Now he's gonna be here in 5 minutes after he changed his fucking account.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's break this down. He began suspecting that Vergere is a Sith during New Jedi Order because of what she did and said in Traitor, which we just established is bullshit, and he is taking shit literally out of context.
Mm-hmm. Unless you think... Okay, no, here's the thing. If Denning thinks that Yoda was a Sith as well, I will respect that.
At least he would be consistent. A consistent idiot. Still an idiot, but he's consistent.
And Obi-Wan, actually, because Vergere's line about no one ever tells you the truth. Or no, everything everyone ever tells you is a lie.
From a certain point of view.
A lot of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our point of view. I guess Obi-Wan was... Yeah, Yoda and Obi-Wan were both Sith Lords. So if Denning believes that, at least he's consistent.
Okay, let's continue reading then. Vergere was a Sith. Along with the silly notion that Boba Fett is best as a ruthless killer, this single idea has made me, to a very vocal slice of readers, the undisputed arch-villain of the expanded universe. This is at least he acknowledges that we hate him.
Wait, hang on. Along with the silly notion that Boba Fett is just a ruthless killer. Wait, why do people hate that idea? That
I don't know. I
People don't
guess
hate
he
that
thinks.
idea.
I guess he thinks people like Boba as a family man. He is in Legacy of the Force.
No, yuck.
This is Wedge.
This is definitely Papa Wedge.
Has to be. It has to be. It has to be.
Yeah, that's what.
Tell this to. Yep, tell this to
I'm-
Troy Denning, not me.
I'm gonna
Like,
get the exact quote. It's somewhere over here.
we don't. Did you know? We don't even have to get in like deep philosophical discussion about the Force because this shit is so obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Like. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't it?
The round robin interview?
Not just that. Wasn't it? Didn't he also say it in the fucking?
Crucible.
We had it. No. We had it video with Aaron Alston, the commercial. We had it at the beginning of the beatdown.
Because the dark side is within us.
Is in all of us.
The Sith still managed to
They
cast
get
their
in
dark
touch with Jason's.
Oh God,
Yeah,
Noah!
convince
Someone
you
asked you a
do
question.
terrible things to achieve terrible ends, which is the
What is your favorite bug? Oh,
kill it.
there's so many great bugs. Oh. I don't know. It's a hard question.
Yeah, Spos Canal. Yes. So he's basically he's really inconsistent with his views, pretty much.
Wait. He said.
No, that's a direct quote.
So, okay, he said the light and dark side is within ourselves, not in the Force. The Force is just the Force. So
That's what.
similar to Traitor, but remember Crucible? Where the dark side is black magical
cloud.
Sith clouds that attack you and possess you and take over your body? Troy Denning official or Troy Denning? Whoever is the real one, please answer. As I said before, I don't care how my stories affect any previous work. If you have a problem with me, you will be blocked. Troy.
Oh
Okay,
my
Who
God!
said something about the Force? Like, because we're part of the Force is part of everyone. That people put their own stuff into the Force. Who said that? There was a comment up there. Hang on, let me find it. Oh, Eric Elmore. Go to his comment.
Mhm.
Yeah, here's the quote from Unifying Force. This is from Luke. Luke's talking to Jason. It's true that the Force is unified. It is one energy, one power. But here's where I think you and Vergere are incorrect. The dark side is real because evil actions are real. Sentience gave rise to the dark side. Does it exist in nature? No. Left to itself, nature maintains the balance. But we've changed that. We are the new order of consciousness that has an impact on life. The Force now contains light and dark because of what thinking beings have brought to it.
Isn't this similar to what he learns again at the end of Crucible?
Yeah, he relearns the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think about that I mean, it's just Lucino's interpretation through Luke, I guess. What do you guys think? I think it's an interesting topic, but yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
Marvel.
Famous last words.
About the Luke quote from Unifying Force.
It's interesting. It's Unifying Force is just very
I can't wait to read it again. I'm currently on Force Heretic 3.
And Unifying Force was really long as well, but I don't remember it feeling bloated.
No, that's the thing. Star by Star was like, oh my God, when does this end? This is 600 pages. Unifying Force is like over 500 pages, and it's like, I don't want this to end.
I mean, and it also had a reason to be that long because it had to do
because
so much
it was
shit.
it was the epic climax, bringing in all the storylines, ending.
Didn't Lucino have like a bunch of pages of plots? He had like 3 pages worth of plots he had to wrap up.
Yeah. And what I liked,
it's crazy.
The fucking epilogue is like 40 or 50 pages or so. Just to wrap everything up in a nice little bow. Everyone gets the little moment. I remember one, especially Lando and like Talon Card and all the other guys sitting together having a drink.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Troy Denning.
It's exactly right.
I think. I mean.
No.
Yes.
Josh,
Thank you.
Pelion.
Okay, fine, Pelion, but still.
The first book is actually one of my favorites in New Jedi Order. It had too
Really?
much good. Tahiri's character arc, Nom Anor, Pelion, the connections with the Yeveta in the Blackfleet Crisis trilogy. It's just too good. I will agree, the second one, I have reread it now. It's a little bit more boring, but still, the good stuff in it is so fucking good.
Okay. Matt Wilkins is gonna come back now in a second.
Yes. Sorry, guys. I just had to deal with the girls, change their diapers or whatever.
Yep.
It's something to do with his children.
But Troy, you already wrote your Jaina and Zack fanfiction. It was called Darkness.
I think he's not.
Oh no,
I swear
his
there's
genius
no you
is
in
showing.
Genius. He can't even spell genius. There's no O in genius. Genius.
Should we continue reading this now?
You know, sometimes my genius is almost frightening. Yes, we'll keep reading it.
Okay. So I want to be clear about my position. If you haven't read Stover's Star Wars books, you are missing some of the best, most provocative, thoughtful space opera in print. In my not so humble opinion, lit students everywhere ought to be reading Traitor and the Revenge novelization alongside The Stranger Heart of Darkness and Brave New World. I don't believe for a second he has read any of those books. Still,
That's
I
nice.
don't. Still,
That's nice.
I don't buy much of what is implied about the Force in Traitor. I believe that the Force is more of a mystic element than a psychological one. That its relevance is more collective than personally. Apparently, two Star Wars authors have different views of the Force. Imagine that.
I mean, okay. In his defense, which I won't do very often, the Force is a very tricky thing. Like, it's always changing, and like
That's true, and you can very easily have different interpretations of it.
Yeah, I think every author has a different interpretation of the Force, pretty much.
We only have Troy Denning in here, it seems. We have 7 viewers, all of them are Troy Denning.
So it's Papa Wedge, Matt Wilkins, and Chris Nelson.
Yeah. Okay, but let me read the next part, because holy shit. But the most important thing about the Vergere was a Sith idea. It had nothing to do with Force philosophy. The important thing was that the editors liked it. They liked it a lot.
Oh.
Maybe because I didn't mention bugs. Okay, this is him saying, he tries to explain, oh, I'm actually correct. This is how I looked at it. This is why I'm right. And then he backs off like, guys, stop harassing me about it. The editors liked it. Okay? That's exactly what Troy Denning would say.
Oh, that's actually...
Everyone's just Troy Denning this guy.
I think everyone's just trolling us.
Yeah, but honestly, this comment, holy shit. The editors liked it. That means it's okay. It's like It's like when Kevin J. Anderson said,
let's just have a whole book just about a space zoo.
No, that's when Kevin said, I didn't make Luke and Mara a thing because Zahn told me, oh no, you don't have to. They don't become a thing right now. See, guys, I'm cool. Tim told me I could do it this way.
That means it's okay. I can't think for myself. Oh.
Yeah. See, the editors like the idea of Vergere being a Sith. What?
You didn't have to, though.
That's true. Are you an anti-Luke and Mara person now? Are you pro-Callista Luke? Pro-Callista Luke shipper now?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just don't... Mate, I don't mind it. Mate, that early on, though, I'm against it.
That early on? Oh, you mean Jedi Academy?
2 years ago, Mara tried to kill him.
No, they don't have to become a couple, but their relationship as friends should develop in some way.
Like, that's, I guess, I mean...
But
that kind of stuff can happen very quickly.
I wish we got more Vonda McIntyre Star Wars books, but
yeah, Definitely. Okay, let's continue, please.
She should have written a Ken Palpatine book.
In any case, by the end of the week, the idea of Jason becoming a Sith-Lawd had been approved as the core idea of a 9-book series that would become Legacy of the Force. I stole the title Legacy from John Ostrander, who was doing his own comic series at the time.
He's a hack fraud.
Yeah, and he stole the plot of Darkseid Jason versus Ben Skywalker from, what's it called, Shadows of the Sith, the video game
And
that
the
was in
prequels.
development. And the prequels. And a little bit Corellian trilogy for good measure. A few months later, after I had researched and written the 27-page Vergere Compendium mentioned in Pablo Hidalgo's Reader's Companion, we had our first face-to-face story meeting at Big Rock Ranch, and we, the writers and editors...
Rock. From Crucible.
The magic force rock. We began to develop plot points for the series.
Can you imagine if this was actually Troy Denning?
Oh man,
That would make the day.
That'll be amazing.
I'm hoping one day someone will send a screenshot on the Discord. Like,
oh, this is, by the way, this is when they say, oh, they were drunk when they were writing the series.
Really?
Now we all contributed a few tidbits over cocktails. It was one of the most productive brainstorming sessions I have ever attended.
So he basically just admitted they were drunk when they came up.
Yeah, to be fair, this is about Fate of the Jedi.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, this part.
I haven't read that.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, I will at some point.
Let me. His ideas were brilliant. Blah 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 blah. Then I began to think about actually plotting the thing. A last hurrah for the big three. Nobody on the editorial team wanted to see any of these major characters die, and neither did I. I had already been assigned to write the deaths of both Anakin and Jason Solo, giving me a reputation as the hitman of the EU. Yeah, because you are. You murdered fucking Lucer, you murdered Lyric.
Yeah, how dare you? Uldir was safe, though, thankfully.
Uldir was only safe because Denning doesn't know who Uldir is.
All ideas are brilliant after enough drinks, that's very true.
Can you imagine Aaron
I will
Alston?
drink to that.
Can you imagine if Aaron Alston had a drink, came with these ideas, woke up
Hey,
in the morning...
dude, Aaron Alston's like, dude, we have this bitch called Abeloth. And she has like fucking tentacles coming out.
Can you imagine him wake up in the morning, he's like, oh yeah, Troy. He's like, oh Aaron, these ideas came out last night. Oh yeah, about that. Yeah, I was a bit drunk, and oh yeah, I've already written it down, sent it off to the editors.
Aaron Alston has
and Aaron's
a
like,
complete hangover.
oh no, what have I done? Anakin, like, what have I done?
What have I done? Alston has a complete hangover.
Yeah.
Oh,
Justice.
I
for
mean, we
Lyric.
know
Yeah.
he had 2 heart attacks during his
yeah.
time with Denning, one of which
Wait,
killed
did he?
him. Yeah.
Jesus.
He had
When you
one
put it
heart
like
attack. He had one heart attack after writing Outcast. I think Backlash is dedicated to the fans who saved his life, because I think he broke down during a convention, and then his second one after Mercy Kill obviously killed him, which is a shame. But yeah, he had both of them after working with
Rest
Denning,
in
which
peace, Aaron.
there might be a connection.
Oh god.
Allegedly.
In Noah's mind. Yeah, Avenge Lyric.
That was the worst thing. And Lucer. We never got the Lucer and Reyna romance that we were promised. Which is weird, because you would think Troy Denning is into bestiality, but apparently not.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Okay, let me see what we have here. Okay. But it seemed clear that whatever happened in the book Crucible, it should not be undone easily. Make it a big send-off, my editor said. So I thought big, and because overthinking is what I do best, I came up with an idea I called Mythic Elevation. I don't think thinking is something you do at all, Troy, but sure. My editors suggested they would like something a little less elevated and definitely not that weird. To attract new readers, the story needed to hit familiar touchstones for fans of the first 3 movies. Familiar but new, a last big adventure set 40 years after Return of the Jedi. After a few more tries, we finally arrived at a concept deemed close enough.
Wait, is that all? Is that what it says? Jesus.
Yeah.
Crucible. If that's your first book, I feel really bad for you. Yeah, Sposs Canal. Yeah,
But even ignoring the quality of the book, Crucible is not a jumping on point. If it's the last adventure of the big 3.
No, because it was intended as both the last adventure for the big 3 and a starting point for new readers. And they get one adventure with the big 3, and then from there on, the expanded universe would have featured more the young characters, starting with Sword of the Jedi, which is also contradicted by Denning, because he said he was contracted for a new trilogy after Sword of the Jedi about Enzati snot vampires, and that would have featured Luke Han and Leia again. So I don't know. I like it in concept, having one book for new readers. Set 40 years later, you get a last big adventure with Luke Han and Leia. And then from there on out, the next book's all about the next generation characters. In concept, that's a fine idea as a jumping on point. In execution, we talked about it for 5 hours on a stream.
Okay, I think this is Matt.
Yeah, we have read it before at one point, but we have to do it again because this is more about, this is more of the same. Talking about Denning being an idiot, not understanding Jason or New Jedi Order or Traitor or anything.
No, this is definitely Matt, Troy Denning.
Okay, Troy Denning is Matt Wilkins, and Troy Denning official is Chris Nelson. That's a nice way to put it, yes.
I think that's too nice. It was weird. After how many years writing Star Wars, and he still can't describe a location.
Yeah. Oh, here's the entrance to the fucking monolith. It's a stone circle in the ground.
I thought it was like a balcony with all black around it. That's how I imagined it.
Yeah, and then there was a stone in the circle in the middle, and you step inside it, and then there's an elevator-like feeling going down.
There's an... I don't even... I thought you just run into the... I don't even know.
You jump down.
You jump down, you're in the black bit.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to let readers run wild with their own imagination. Okay, let's continue this.
He's secretly a genius.
By now, I could see that I was scaring them, so I took the story and ran. Crucible is exactly the kind of book I love to write, fast-paced, and I almost read this as rickrolling and rollicking, filled with action and spectacle. But it's also a book that relies on epiphany and introspection to deliver the climax. A book with a final punch designed to be as much spiritual as physical.
Did he read the same book as us?
I mean, he wrote it. Maybe he was also drunk on all his cocktails when reading it.
And interviewing.
Oh, God.
As I approached the end of the first draft, I started to worry that I was taking the spiritual elements too far. My chest would tighten and my gut would clench, and I began to back off. The team at blah, 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 blah. After reading my first draft, Shelley Shapiro gently urged that I lose some boring scenes and flat out ordered me to cut the gruesome stuff.
Oh God, we need an uncensored version of Crucible, or do we? No, we don't. Do we want to see it?
We said this before. We want Troy Denning's original draft for all his novels because it will feature gruesome, brutal, bloody shit and detailed sex scenes. We just need that confirmation. Meanwhile, Jennifer at Lucasfilm was pushing me back toward the outer limits of the outline, noting where the emotional impact needed to be heightened or the description sharpened.
She looks like she didn't do her job properly.
Pointing out where I was treading too carefully and generally just encouraging me to swing for the fences. This is pretty much it.
How did you find this?
I just googled Troy Denning Star
Hilarious.
Wars. Yeah.
Oh, I thought, how did you find it? Reading it.
Oh, by the way, we can look at the official Twitter announcement from 2013 about Crucible. It's like 95. Not even joking. I didn't look for it for negative views on it. 95% of the comments are just, "Oh God, why did you let Troy Denning write another book?" 95% of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what Troy Denning's tweeting.
We finished it. An hour in.
Oh, personal page of New York Times best-selling author, 40 novels. Rabid Democrat, unrepentant troll blocker. Ah, yes.
True.
I mean, he liked
Read
that one picture someone sent him where he was Jesus with all his Kilix in his arms. Remember?
Oh yeah.
It was a great picture. Yeah.
You can read them when you.
Okay, no, he's just answering Halo stuff at the moment.
Trying
That's
to
all people are
censor his
asking him.
genius.
Look at the other. No, we're not smart enough for his books.
It's just too smart for us. Okay. Should we continue talking about Jason's character being raped in Darkness and Legacy of the Force?
Sure. Well, which parts?
All of it? You haven't even read fucking Darkness, so
No, I
that's
haven't.
already a disadvantage. So he had the idea of Jason turning dark halfway through.
Oh god, I
Darkness.
just got something. Sir, thank you for your novels in Fate of the Jedi. I have them all in hardbound because my daughter stole the paperback versions from me you wrote. Then True Darling replied, well, at least she has good taste, and like an emoji.
Was it like a wink emoji? Because
Yeah, like a wink emoji, yeah.
Oh no! Your daughter has good taste. How old is
So-
she?
Oh no, you ruined it for me, Noah, you ruined it for me. Oh no.
Protect your daughter.
Did he ask for her number?
Oh gosh,
She's
no,
probably looking her up.
as we speak.
No. He has a wife who keeps
he-
it straight.
Yeah. Did he? Okay, then he must have asked if he also has a son.
Does I don't think he does.
Not Denning. I mean the guy who said
Oh.
his daughter stole it. He's like, "Oh, that's nice. Do you also have a son who reads my books?" Yes, like this. Oh, you're listening to it. Don't do it in public, where other people can hear it.
Why is he listening to a book about people being? I don't want to think about.
So, okay, where do we start with Jason going dark? Where do we begin?
Darkness. He starts.
Darkness.
Doesn't he?
No.
doesn't he go-
We actually have to start with Fate of the Jedi because that reveals his actual reasons for turning dark. Like actually, guys.
What was the actual reason?
His reason was during his 5-year journey, he came in contact with these, what are they called? The Mind Walkers in the Maw. This force
Yeah.
group, they can see the future. And
Mhm.
Jason sees a
So
vision.
the Bene Gesserit.
Yeah, he sees a vision of the future of his daughter Elana Solo standing next to Darth Krayt. He doesn't know it's Darth Krayt, it's just the Dark Man, this evil Sith dude sitting on a throne. And Jason is like, okay, so this guy rules the galaxy, my daughter at his side. And that was the reason he became more and more like, I have to do everything I can to save the galaxy, even if it means I have to become a Sith.
Mhm.
Which I would like to point out, he had this vision of his daughter becoming a Sith before Darkness, where his daughter is born. And he's surprised by it.
Yeah.
So
don't know.
maybe we are supposed to believe, oh, he only realized that it was his daughter after she was born in Darkness.
Celebrate.
I will do the Bully Maguire dance.
We need that. We need that on stream.
Yeah.
They need to have all three of them do it. They can't not do it.
Yes, as an after-credit scene.
Or can you imagine if they're actually not in the film? Like if because the whole
Everyone
time they've
would-
said the whole
Everyone
time.
does it.
Yeah, of course, because the whole time, every time they've been asked, they sang, "We're not in the film. We're not in the film. We're not in the film." Imagine if they're actually not in it.
but you have to say that.
Yeah, of course you have to say that. They probably are lying, but could you imagine if they're not? If they're not, they could just say, well, we didn't say anything else ever. We never said they would be in the film.
No, but
I
they'll
think
be
they
angry
will
at
be.
them. They'll be angry at Marvel.
Of course
Yes,
they will be.
that's the thing in Fate of the Jedi. Luke asked him, like, okay, Jason, you had some problems. You turned to the dark side thinking that was the right thing to do.
You froze now. You froze.
Am I back?
Wait, hang on, no, you're back.
But wait, no, are you sure there's a tweet from Troy Denning announcing, because it says here joined July 2014.
No, what were you say about Luke and Jason?
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Luke asks Jason's ghost in hell in Fate of the Jedi, okay, you had problems. You thought like, oh, becoming a Sith was the only way to save the galaxy and maybe your daughter or whatever. And Luke directly asked him, why didn't you just tell me? And then, we band together and think of something to do. And Jason says, oh, yeah, I couldn't do it because what I saw was Alana, my daughter, serving the Sith-Lawd. And I guess the implication is, oh, I couldn't tell you because that would mean I have to tell you I have a daughter, which I didn't want to do. Because it was with Tenel Ka and she's the Queen of Hapus. And apparently, because we remember Anakin and Padme, it couldn't be. How about we copy it?
It has to be.
Even though I don't think people would give a fuck.
No one would. The Jedi.
He's the fucking war hero of the Yuuzhan Vong War.
No. Denning contradicts himself. You know why?
Oh yeah, because when
Jason
he says
was
like
a sex symbol.
He became a sex symbol on Hapus. A society of women who fucking hate men.
Matriarchy.
He became a sex symbol. Because, the ladies can't resist the bully. It wasn't... Okay, that's the thing. That's the reason Troy Denning gives us for Jason's behavior. Later in Fate of the Jedi, he establishes, it was because of this vision all along. But in Betrayal, Jason turns because Lumaya shows him a vision. Like, if you don't join me... Yeah, like, if you don't join me, Luke Skywalker will die.
And you will kill him.
And then a few 10 pages later, come on, let's kill Luke Skywalker.
Yes. The next book.
Oh, Jesus Christ. The Troy Denning troll account.
In Bloodlines. Wait, was it in Bloodline?
No, I think it's a bit later on, but still.
Okay, so literally a few books. So, I can't do it because I kill Luke Skywalker. Literally a few books later, tries to kill Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, and Alex, the other Alex, tried to defend it, saying, it's like when Anakin turns darkside to save Padme, and then he chokes Padme at the end.
So it's a copy of the prequels, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Denning, you hack.
So his reason was, one, I had a vision of my daughter serving Crate. I had to prevent it. Another reason was I have to save the galaxy from unspecified evil and unite the galaxy. Another one was, Luke will die if I don't turn dark.
Yeah. Oh, you froze again.
And shit, fuck A. Am I back?
Okay, so Alana. Okay, so Galaxy, save Galaxy, Alana, Throne of Balance, Dark Man.
And I don't know what's in Fate of the Jedi. What's the reason in Fate of the Jedi?
Yeah,
the reason in Fate of the Jedi was Alana serving Darth
Vision
Vader.
of Alana.
Had to
Vision of
prevent
Alana.
Okay.
Legacy of the Force. He sees a Dark Man. He also wants to save the galaxy, and he also doesn't want to kill Luke.
I mean, his daughter being a motivation, if it's for him turning to the dark side, if executed right, could work. Makes no sense for this reason.
That would still mean Jason had to just accept a random Force vision of the future, which he learned not to do as early as fucking Dark Tide.
That's true.
Oh wait, you froze again.
Yes, Josh, your picture right now was amazing.
Wait, what?
Your image right now was amazing. When I was frozen and you grabbed Traitor, it was like...
Oh.
Like, it was amazing.
No, but even in Traitor, Jason reflects on it. He's like, oh yeah, my vision of Belkadin, it was actually here. And then he tries to save the slaves, but then he ends up killing everyone. Like, Jason basically learned in this book and in Dark Tide, don't trust. Your visions are a bit, Step 1, turn evil. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, save Luke, Alana, Galaxy. Yeah, it's all to do with visions, but he got over his vision thing in New Jedi Order.
Yeah. Also,
it's a comedy.
What we should point out.
Tragedy.
Yeah. Also, what we should point out. I forgot it. Fuck. There was something I wanted to point out with his fucking fall. What was it?
Contradictions.
Motivate?
No, we talk about motivation.
Yes, and the Yuuzhan Vong war never happened. There was even a Troy Denning quote where he said, "Yeah, we decided the Yuuzhan Vong are still out there, but
they just went away."
Yeah, they returned to their home planet, literally.
Jim Pat brought up a good point that in Dark Nest, people just kind of it feels like a direct follow-up to Star by Star. It does feel exactly like that. Because don't they even, they talk about like the crash sites and like they talk about stuff that directly goes to Star by Star. It feels like he directly just continues from Star by Star.
What the fuck was this whole thing with like the Sith prophecy and this amulet or whatever it was with the knots?
It was not developed whatsoever. It was not developed whatsoever.
What are you talking about?
Because what leads him to fucking Lumaya in Betrayal is he finds like an amulet or something with different knots, and it turns out these knots mean something. It's a Sith prophecy.
Oh, Vectimus.
Whatever. And one part of the Sith prophecy thing, obviously he has to kill something he loves. And then we get like
Karen Travis came up with that.
This utter brain fuck contradictory mess of, oh, it's Mara Jade I have to kill for a sacrifice. Because something leads to something, and this leads to something, which means that now no love, now I Sith, yes.
Level up video game.
But I leveled up.
You leveled up and got super Sith.
Oh my god, that was so fucking retarded.
Would you remember? Wait, was that what you wanted to say?
Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
No, because you said you forgot something earlier. Was that what you would?
No, but that's also a point.
What would you try to? We talk about Jason's motivation. Was it what was his motivation? Darkness?
Didn't he think about killing Alana or Tunnel Car? Because this is the thing I was thinking about. It's fucking obvious. The visions of the Dark Man in Legacy of the Force are Jason himself.
Yep.
Denning tried to make it an ironic thing. And
which is actually kind of neat. I'll give him that.
If it wasn't Jason.
If it wasn't Jason, yeah.
Because it makes no fucking sense for his character.
Yeah, if it wasn't Jason.
It might be you who's glitching, because I can see Alex just fine. At least I can hear him just fine.
Alex, is it me glitching or?
No, I can hear you, and I can hear both of you. You do sometimes freeze a little bit, but
me?
Not at the moment. Yeah.
Okay.
You.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably my Wi-Fi. But
Also, what was it with the killing? Something with the killing. It's not even a sacrifice, because he legitimately kills Mara Jade in self-defense.
Oh.
Which is talked about in Fate of the Jedi, where Mara Jade is literally burning in hell for attacking Jason.
I thought it was for doing bad stuff throughout her life. Not. Oh, we lost Alex.
His internet.
He's the one with the bad internet.
His internet died again. It did last time when he was on here. He just disappeared.
But the thing is, as well, and then in Fate of the Jedi, hang on, what were you talking about with Jason? Oh yeah, no. So, the Dark Man in Legacy of the Force was Jason, and then in Fate of the Jedi, oh no, it was Darth Krayt.
Yeah. I guess the real Dark Man was standing all along.
And then in Dark Nest, it was because Vergere burned compassion out of him in a crucible of pain, even though she taught him to.
She taught him to respect all life. That's the point. Jason learns from her. He has to save the Yuuzhan Vong. He has to see them as people. That's the point.
And the whole
Vergere fucking sacrifices herself, sabotaging fucking Alpha Red. No, she sacrifices herself to save Jason's life because he can not kill the Vong, not commit genocide. He can save them.
Yep.
And before that, she sabotaged the fucking Alpha Red virus.
Yeah. Also, in the book, you know when Jason goes his rampage in the nursery, he's about to kill the last Duryam, the one he's bonded with. Vergere literally jumps in front of his Amphistaff as he's about to bring it down, and then he hesitates, then she like knocks him unconscious with the Force.
Yeah, isn't she like, really, you're gonna betray your friend?
Yeah,
she
says that.
The Duryam trusts you.
Then
at the end, Vergere is very proud of him when she learns Jason, he sabotaged the Duryam. Now they are friends, they have a bond, and it will sabotage the forming of the planet. Just a little bit to annoy the Yuuzhan Vong. Just enough.
Yeah, and the thing is, she's not saying to Jason, "Oh yeah, you have to be a pacifist and stuff."
No,
like that was where the whole gardening metaphor came in, because it's like with Luke. Luke on the Death Star was a gardener. Luke decided Yavin 4 and the Rebels are flowers, the Death Star and the Empire are weeds. In that moment, so the whole gardening thing is what Jedi, not just Jedi, anyone really, in Star Wars, or any war or anything, it could be applied to anything.
And that's also a thing in Force Heretic. There was a good scene in that one where Jason is thinking, how can I resolve this situation right now without hurting anyone? That's the thing he has going on then.
Was that like the conference room of the infiltrators?
That was in book 2 with the Chiss.
Oh, the traitor. With the traitor guy where he kidnaps Thingy's daughter. Yeah. Didn't she have a crush on Jason?
Oh yeah, a little bit. Because he's Jason. But yeah. So Vergere also, one of her lines in this is because Jason is like, I can kill all my enemies just fine. I just have to keep calm, basically. And Vergere tells him, you can slaughter fucking everyone brutally, bloody, as long as you stay calm. Doesn't this sound a little bit sick?
Yes. That's the line, yeah. Sorry, I'm sure. Where's the exact
Basically,
quote?
she teaches him Darkness tries to literally establish, what Vergere taught Jason was the end always justifies the means. And there is a scene in Darkness.
Literally the opposite.
Literally the exact opposite. And there's a scene in Darkness where Silgal she wants to torture a dude to get information or something.
Yeah.
And Denning frames it as, they were corrupted by Vergere's teachings. Look how far they have fallen. Because Troy Denning is a fucking retard, and that's what he got out of it.
That is funny. Oh my god, how did you even...
And people are defending this man, by the way. They are defending Darkness and Legacy of the... It makes perfect sense for Jason's character.
Yeah, and well...
Troy Denning is a masterful writer.
She even... I forgot the line, but she asked Jason a question. She's like... She talks about how he seems to think that intention trumps action, or something like that. If you read the book, Vergere is pretty much against ends justify the means. How can I end the war without killing the Vong? Yeah, exactly. It's the opposite. If Jason was ends justify the means, like let's know. If Jason was Jason Maguire from Denningverse, he would have said, "Yeah, let's use Alpha Red," wouldn't he?
Yeah. Sorry, I was writing something to
nice.
Alex. I think his entire house probably went up in flames again.
Again. Is there anyone still watching this?
5 people. I don't know.
5 people. Okay, should we go?
I've sent a link in Discord. If the other Alex wants to come on, defending Denning, he can. But should we read the fucking thing he sent us?
Yeah, let's read that now. Oh, Jason's here. Wait, hang on. Wait.
Ooh.
if Vergere was a Sith, that makes the entire Jedi Order
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. Or no, it's Guten Abend now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is. Perfect German. See, I'm teaching Josh. He gets it.
Mhm.
Yeah, even Denning joined the
Yes.
discussion. We got 2 or 3 Troy Dennings in here at the same time. They Are Idiots by Troy Denning's time, yeah. Okay, let's share this thing. I think this is the first one. Is it? Yes.
Let's check. Let me check. Where is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the first one.
It's on
Or it
Denny
says
Hate? Yeah.
2 out of 10. Is it?
How many are there? It was recently. It's the one where it says it was recently pointed out to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the right one.
Do you want to read this?
Okay, sure. It was recently pointed out to me that some view the fall of some view the fall of Jason Solo to be out of character with who he was in New Jedi Order. I'm just going to say NJO for shortness sake. At first glance, I can see why some would think that. At first, Jason Solo is about as far from the dark side as anybody. This is why I believe Jason Solo is perhaps the best developed character in the entire expanded universe, maybe in Star Wars itself. His fall is not so obvious and is not so fast, and is not fast. It is a process that takes his entire life. In this post, we will explore the key factors in his fall. By the end, you will see that not only is his fall in character, but it is also very well done. I'm sorry. I can't read this without being sarcastic.
It makes it more entertaining, so yeah. In this post, we will explore the key factors in his fall. This reads like an asshole defending Jake Skywalker.
Yes.
Last Jedi is brilliant. You are all just haters. This is a book series about space wizards intended for children.
Yeah, shut up.
But it's also extremely deep and philosophical for grown-ups.
And dark and adult.
And edgy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all of that at the same time.
But Noah, people change.
People change. He was on a 5-year journey. We haven't seen him in 5
He
years.
had visions. He was on.
When we last saw him, he was a Qui-Gon Jinn, like wise and intelligent character. 5 years later, he's Jeffrey Dahmer. But you know that happens to people. Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Gone with this shit.
Screenshot of Anakin.
Yeah. I have to press share screen with everyone separately. That's shit.
Yep. Right, okay. Throughout the war, Jason suffered quite a bit of loss, most notably the death of his little brother, Anakin Solo. In a war where billions of lives were lost, Jason could feel constant death all around him.
Oh.
I'm having too much fun with this, but oh well.
Mm-hmm.
What's the next one?
Okay, this is
now
the next one.
Okay.
Wait, let me get it up. Jesus.
No! Who says
staying in character doesn't mean they don't change?
It's like with Luke. It's like, oh, so you just want Luke to be the same way he is in Return of the Jedi?
That's a calendar. And it's still on July, which...
Well, he's a German World War II veteran, so that's where he got it from.
Exactly. Okay, share screen again.
How many of these pictures are there, by the way?
50 million. Let's just get it over with.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay, let's go through. Hang on.
Okay.
Now, it might be easy to just say he lost a brother, but let's stop and think of that loss and what it meant for Jason. For almost all his life, Jason had a constant awareness of his brother's presence, more like Jaina, but whatever. Even when they weren't together, the loss we feel when a loved one dies is bad enough, but for a Jedi, it was much deeper. When Anakin died, Jason was watching and could feel his brother's pain. You don't say. and then suddenly felt his entire life ripped away. The effect it had in the Force was so big, even from across the galaxy, Leia could feel it. Because she wasn't his mother or anything, but whatever. Jason himself felt that he was partly to blame for the death. Again, this is only one factor in Jason's fall, but it partly broke Jason, and I can't read the rest.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. And he was never quite the same after this.
My back is better. Thank you for
He's an
asking.
old man.
Yeah.
It's
better. I can stand up. I can walk. It's still a little bit every now and then.
No. Sposs is underrated comment. Underrated comment.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna say next time someone says that.
This is like when people defend like how brutally Troy Denning rapes Tahiri's character in Legacy of the Force, where she's so heartbroken over Anakin's death. When it's like, remember New Jedi Order when she worked through Anakin's death?
Sorry,
remember when remember when Tahiri started wearing shoes?
Yeah.
Troy Denning doesn't remember.
Sorry, I'm just reading the next one, and the first line.
Oh wait. Oh, I don't know what happened. Maybe a twisted nerve or something. But I couldn't walk. Like last month, it just hurt. I had to take some medicine, and it's fine now. But I don't know what it was. But it seems to be somewhat gone. Okay, and next one.
The next one's quite funny.
Okay, I haven't read this at all, so
I just read it now, partly. The first line.
Don't do this. We have to experience the pain together.
Okay, fine.
That's what Troy Denning teaches us.
So, guys, let's look closer at Vergere's philosophy and why it was wrong and dangerous and toxic.
She's too dangerous to be left alive.
She's toxic. She needs to be cancelled.
Hashtag cancel Vergere. Yeah. Cancel KFC.
She believed in what is called the unifying force. This philosophy basically says that there are no light or dark sides of the Force. Does she mention light side of the Force? No, the line between the dark side and the light side is not as strict as the old Jedi would have believed, but to say that there is no dark side doesn't fit with what we know. There are places...
So he's defending Troy Denning's decision and all of Jason's character arc, but I think Sposs pointed it out. Troy Denning also said he literally believes that there is no dark side. There's only the Force.
Yeah. And Vergere literally did say there was dark.
And Denning, of course, contradicted himself by saying later the Force is actually black cloud, magic Sith, wizard clouds.
That possesses you.
That possess you.
Again, like we... Okay, there are places strong on the dark side, and it is clear that the darker aspects of the Force do tend to affect the body. Darth Bane believed this was because the body was not capable of handling the immense power of the dark side. Some even believe that the dark side had a will of its own, just like the light. Okay, well, how do I say it? You're wrong, but just to say why you're wrong, Vergere literally says before she says that line, this place is strong on the dark side. The only dark side you need fear is the one in your own heart. What is it? A domain of evil it is. What's in there? Only what you take with you. Exact same thing. Do you know why it's the exact same thing? Because Vergere says earlier, everything I tell you is a lie, every question I ask is a trick, you will find no truth in me, which means that statement is also a lie, which means don't take everything I say at literal face value. How many times are we going to have to explain this?
I don't know if this ties together, but I loved how Vergere also told this to fucking Nomenor later, when he's like, Vergere, are you just fucking with me or what? And Vergere's like, but Nomenor, don't you know everything I tell you is the truth?
I love that. Oh, but yeah, by the way, their relationship in this book is so great.
It's amazing.
You have Nomenor like a coward. Oh yeah, Nomenor's great in general.
Oh yeah.
When you what Jason went through during the war, I can believe that he feels...
He means in New Jedi Order himself, yeah.
But also, again, like Spos Canal said, it's like me saying, "Oh yeah, Luke should fall to the dark side because of everything he went through," or Leia. Leia lost her entire planet.
Yeah.
She finds that she has the Force. I mean,
those people were fucking idiots.
It's
to be
not
fair.
It's not. Well, no, it's more visions. It's like, it's not okay. Like it's not the Force telling them you have to kill them. It's just they have a vision, and then they specialize. Certain people they specialized in. I think he's talking about the Covenant from KOTOR, right?
Yes.
Isn't it they specialize in visions, and then they have visions, and they think, okay, well, I mean that is stupid, mind you, but again,
yeah, because they are fucking idiots. They have this vision, and they think, okay, this vision means this, and the joke is,
the future is always in motion.
Yeah, the future is in motion, and that's cool in the KOTOR comics because actually we see the origin story of Malak.
Yeah,
Darth Malak. Yeah, and that's what
Alex
their vision was of, but they did the wrong thing, and I have to reread the fucking KOTOR comics.
Yep.
And they are stupid and don't understand the vision, and then they do the wrong stuff.
Yeah, I mean, visions aren't exclusive to Star Wars, to be fair. I don't really believe this whole idea, but
yeah, these people were idiots.
Yeah.
I mean, that's. I mean, we don't even have to get like a deep discussion here. We can just say, "Oh no, the Jedi Covenant were fucking idiots." Like that's really much. That's it. Okay, let's get the next one, and then I have to open the next because this is legitimately like 30 fucking.
Oh god! Well,
at least we get more funny reading from you.
Yes.
Okay. Wait. Okay.
This theory also basically means that it is the intention of the person that is the problem, not the dark side. So if the person's motive is pure, then there is no problem. What? Sorry, I'll keep reading. I'm serene. This brings up the question of what makes your motive pure. You can justify a lot of evil things with the argument that it's for the greater good.
The greater good.
Fuck. Oh, sorry. I apologize for my language.
The greater good.
The great. Denning wrote Hot Fuzz. We explained it. Vergere is against greater good. As Jason grows, one of his main problems is his belief that he knows what is best for everyone else. He doesn't, but we'll pretend he does. He will later say that he has no doubts about what he does. He is so convinced in his good intentions that he begins to think he knows best. Ooh. This theory of the unifying force ignores the fact that there are some aspects of and powers of the force that rely on darker emotions. I'm having too much fun with this. Are we going to debunk this bit by bit, or?
Yeah, debunk it. I will get up the next few pictures.
Right. So, yeah, like we said, Jason is against the greater good. His whole point, like, in Traitor, and then later in Force Heretic, and then the Unifying Force, his whole point is, okay, how do I do this with as little damage as possible? He even in Unifying Force, he even tries to save Nominor. Do you remember that, Noah?
Oh yeah, sure. And Nominor gets his hand chopped off. And then Jason is like, that was really not, like, you really didn't need to do this. Like, this was stupid.
Yeah. Jason tries to save Nominor, the same, who's like an arsehole. So yeah, it makes no sense.
Who's pretty much responsible for every bad thing that happened to like everyone.
Yeah. I mean, his whole thing was action trumps intent, pretty much. Not completely, but he believed in that more than the opposite, which is consequentialism. Yes, it does. Jaina is a Sith-Lawd too.
Oh yeah, because people say, oh, but Jason used Force lightning once in the books. That means he's Sith, and Jaina used it like 3 or 4 times. Yeah.
One of them was on Kip Duron.
Oh yeah. She really fucked Kip up.
Yeah, she did.
Okay, next screenshot. We're gonna be here for a while, I think.
But we're just gonna have a blast with the
I hope Alex is happy. We are looking through this.
Yes.
And we're trying to be fair.
How dare you?
If he
Kip
brings
does not
up a
deserve
good point.
anything. Kip
Kip
squad
absolutely
assemble.
deserved it.
Where's my Kip squad gone?
I don't know. Papa Wedge.
For a bit more explanation, let's look at Anakin Skywalker for a moment. He goes to the dark side of his own free will to save Padme, but then he begins to do some very strange things that make no logical sense.
We call it bad screenwriting.
Yes. I don't appreciate you making fun of me, Noah. When Sidious gives the order, Anakin doesn't even question how murdering a bunch of 8-year-olds is somehow going to save Padme. Well, it made a lot of memes, but whatever. I believe at this point he is also so full of the dark side, of fear, of hate, and anger that it changes him. Prolonged use of the dark side can fundamentally change a person, which is how a good man can become Darth Vader.
So is he like saying, does he agree with Denning that the Force is a black cloud Sith demon?
Yeah, I think
he just said earlier from the third dimension.
He just said earlier he thinks it's like it has a will of its own and stuff. Now, the only time that does happen, that does happen, but it's not because of the dark side. It's because like a Sith. Okay, speaking of Kip, Exar Kun. That's different because Exar Kun is his own entity. The dark side.
He's a ghost.
Yeah. The dark side's kind of like a drug. But the thing is, it's not even. You can apply it to non-Star Wars things too. Like, okay, I know people are going to be surprised at this analogy, but American History X, you've seen it?
Not yet.
Basically, it's about how neo-Nazi and stuff, but his rage for non-black people mostly, but any non-white people, it slowly builds up over time. And then his rage ends up consuming him. Like the whole film is about how a man. I mean, yeah, it's about racism, but racism's not the main thing. The main thing is it's a story about how a man can be consumed by rage. Like it's a very real thing. You know what I mean? It's not like you don't need some magical force to be consumed by your anger, do you? In real life, it happens to people in real life. You can be consumed by anger, and the dark side isn't just anger and despair. Like, I feel like people conflate the dark side with, they confuse it with an actual character arc, but the dark side isn't a character arc. For example, let's look at Luke. So in Empire, his arc you could say, his arc in Empire, Jedi, and Dark Empire was the dark side. No, it wasn't. In Empire, he seeks vengeance against Vader for murdering his father, or he thinks that. In Return of the Jedi, his arc is, he has to come to the realization that his anger almost took him over and he almost slew Vader. Like, here's the problem, I think. I feel like I feel like these people have the idea that if Luke killed Vader, he would suddenly turn around and decide that Palpatine's a really cool guy and he'd say, "Hey, Palpatine, I'll join you. Where can I sign up?" Do you know what I mean? So yeah, there was that. So Anakin Skywalker had some tendencies to the dark side, but only if something happened that would anger him. Normally, he's actually pretty true dude, which is to pet the people. Yeah, I mean, again, I kind of agree with Noah that I think part of Anakin is just bad writing, but
part of it. But there's also this part in the Revenge of the Sith novelization by Stover, which you haven't read.
No, I have read it.
Oh, you did?
Well, years ago, but
okay. Because Stover uses this comparison with the rage and anger in Anakin. It's like a dragon, and at the end,
that was fear, I think.
Fear or something.
Yeah, it was fear.
I just know at the end he has this
thing.
This
as well.
Yeah, I know.
It's the Shadow Worm, I think. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Maybe. At the end, he has this thing where Anakin, he's now in the Vader suit, and he has the realization, the dragon never existed. There was always just Anakin Skywalker.
Yep. I mean, I do agree, Siva, but anyway, back to my point. So, in Return of the Jedi, Luke comes to the realization that he almost killed his father in anger, and he realizes that he could become like his father. That whole thing. In Dark Empire, his arc, like this is what annoys me about Dark Empire. His arc in Dark Empire is in the dark side. The dark side's not an arc. His arc in Dark Empire is okay. He feigns loyalty to Palpatine to infiltrate his inner circle, and then falls into despair when he fails to defeat Palpatine, a naked clone of Palpatine in single combat. Yeah, despair. Return of the Jedi and Empire. It was anger, and then for to protect his sister, and then coming to that realization that and then Empire, it was vengeance against Vader for killing his father. So it's all different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's what annoys me when people just say, "Oh, the dark side." It's like no, because every character falls for different reasons. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Should we get to next?
So yeah, whether it's anger, despair, or just anything really, if you use these emotions enough, they can take you over. Like Jason in this book becomes like suicidal, pretty much. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, carry on. Unless you have anything else to say.
No, not really. Oh!
Challenge accepted. Funny how Troy Denning disappears and this fellow comes along.
Okay, the 2 Troy Denning imposters disappear. The bug killer disappears, and suddenly Matt Wilkins is back.
What a coincidence!
Should I send him an invite? Should we risk it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, no, if it's Bug Killer or Troy Denning, at least we know it's Matt.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the most on topic we've ever been, though.
And now it's going to be ruined because we bring in Matt Wilkins.
Had to bait. We predicted it.
Okay, I think I sent it. What?
No, we predicted it. His excuse.
We said it.
Well.
Matt, I am absolutely convinced. We know it for sure now.
Should we go on to the next one just before Matt?
Yeah, okay.
Comes on.
Oh, the next one is just a picture of Jason's face.
Okay.
Share screen. I can't believe I have to do this every time. This is...
Yeah.
Okay, debate this.
What?
His face. Okay.
Oh. The reason Jason is drawn to the unifying force, I think he meant, theory probably has a lot to do with his fear of the dark side. He's constantly worried about it, and so the unifying force is easier for him to believe. Bro, Anakin Solo is a Sith.
Everyone is a Sith.
Yes. Kip's a Sith. He's fearful of Luke is as well, of course.
Mm-hmm. Next one.
Yeah, next one. What? Wait. Oh no, how is this possible? We're at a bit of a dilemma here. Bug Killer is here.
Oh. He's also here.
Oh. With his hobbit hole door.
I know, my hobbit hole door. Well, I was with y'all for a minute, and then I had to bathe and feed the kiddos.
Which we talked about.
Dress them, so.
We talked about it, Matt. I don't think you actually have children. I think this is a carefully crafted scam. Because every time you leave, Bug Killer, 2 Troy Denning imposters came in.
Bug Killer's still here.
These children.
He posted a minute ago. There he is.
Is it Chris Nelson?
No, I can't even get a hold of Chris.
Chris has just disappeared.
No, I'm here for a minute. The missus is getting ready now. Oh man, my little niece was here last night. I see they rough house Yub Nub. He's missing his hood, or he got naked last night again. You know, he was boozing it up probably Friday night. How is everything? Hey, you know what though? You were going over Trader earlier, and the New Joe order to me is just well done overall. And I'll tell you why I like it, because there's so much attention to the Bantam era, and then other connections that I didn't know at the time of reading. There's West End Games references and stuff like that, and video game references, and all these little references here and there. And each author took the time to say, who can I pull out of the children's books, the whatever, they bought into the continuity. Whereas the new story group's like, no, we don't want to do that. That'll tie us down creatively. But yet New Joe Order, honestly, in my opinion, the pinnacle of the expanded universe, because it started tying in everything. There were so many loose ends that I just gave up on. I was like, well, we'll never find out what happened to whoever, or what happened.
Yes, because today I read the short story Or Die Trying by Sean Williams and Shane Dix, the tie-in to Force Heretic. And this concludes the open end of Shadows of the Empire Evolution.
Yes. It gives you a story about what happened afterwards. It's great. And the thing is, they said that they wrote that because that was an idea they had for the book, but they just couldn't fit it in. It was just too much. So they did the extra story. But they said they had tons of tie-ins with other stories in the EU. And that's what made it wonderful. It makes it challenging, and it shows that you are really crafted, that you can connect stories. A good storyteller drawing a line between the stories, showing similarities, building upon those events to jump into something else, like Eric Iverson.
Ismarin.
Say what?
Ismarin from Children of the Jedi.
Yes. Okay. So he was a one-off story. He and his mom disappeared. Oh, well, I guess we'll never see him again, right? Wrong. We do. And that it happened. And I'll be honest, I can't remember what I don't have my library in front of me right now anymore. What book was that in?
Oh, the Enemy Lines duology.
Okay, yeah. So when they revealed that there was some mad dark Jedi on Coruscant, that's all they called him. Mm-hmm. I was like, oh, get out of here. We're just going to pull a random dark Jedi into this. And I thought it was so stupid. And I was like, oh, that's disappointing. I just wanted to be Vong. I don't want to bring dark Jedi into this. Oh, they're making up a new villain. And then you find out it's him. And he killed his mom. And you're like, oh my gosh, like his chip's going crazy. And he is crazy now. And you're like, oh, wow. Like it threw me and even after so many connections been thrown in, I totally didn't make that connection. And it was there are several big shocks in that whole series, but it was one of many big shocks. Now you talked a little bit about, how do you pronounce his name? Vergere?
Vergere.
It's a she.
Vergere. Okay. I don't know. I'd never listened to the audiobooks. Is that how they say his name?
Vergere's a girl.
Because I would call him Vergere, because I didn't know how to pronounce it. Well, I didn't listen to the audiobook, so
Matt, Vergere's a woman.
Yeah. Oh, she, I mean, sorry. We're being too civil with each other. Oh, I'm only mean to him in the chat.
Yeah. He comes in with his 2 or 3 troll accounts.
But
we had 2 Troy Denning imposters here.
Wait till his next live stream. We'll get him back.
What was I saying now? I forgot.
You're talking about Vergere.
Yeah. So anyway, if I missed this conversation, I'm sorry, but because I'm sure you went into it, but the gray force, the forces, we know why he's saying that, because later on they retcon it in Legacy of the Force that he was a Sith the whole time, or Dark Jedi the whole time, just trying to mess with Jason's mind. But the real reason was, I believe, wasn't George Lucas not happy with that storyline?
No.
And told him to correct this. Go ahead.
So Stover, if you read like The Traitor and like Shatterpoint and Revenge of the Sith, Stover's quite consistent with like his view of the Force and stuff. I mean, granted, everyone has their own.
No. Vergere's.
Yeah, no. Mace Windu. He kind of reiterates it through Mace Windu and Shatterpoint. I remember. I can't remember.
Yeah, because Matthew Stover is on record saying he spent some time with George Lucas like talking to him for like 2 hours or so about, the Force and Star Wars.
Right.
And he said his view of the Force is identical to George Lucas.
Almost identical.
Almost. Which fits because Stover also said Lucas himself line edited the Revenge of the Sith novelization.
Right.
So I don't think Lucas would have had a problem with Vergere and her philosophy because that's.
So why did they decide to change that?
Because Troy Denning was of the opinion, this doesn't mean what it means. It means something different.
Okay. I didn't know that.
It's actually not too grey. She's kind of saying, like, when she says about the dark side. Well,
and the thing is, I understand the purpose because this is what tells Jason it's okay to explore the dark side. This kind of opens that door for him, in my opinion, for a legacy of the Force.
Okay. Here's what I was going to say about the dark side. So she says, like, this place is strong on the dark side. And then later on, she says, there is no dark side. The only dark side you need fear is the one in your own heart, Jason. And then Stover says he got that from Empire Strikes Back, where Yoda says to Luke about the cave, that cave.
Yeah. Oh, what take what only you bring with you. Yeah.
It's strong in the dark side. Domain of evil is what's in there. Only what you take with you. It's basically Vergere's way of. Stover basically says a lot of lines from the movies, but in a different way. And then you have to remember Vergere's line at the start: "Everything I tell you is a lie. Every question I ask is a trick. You'll find no truth in me," which means that line itself is a lie too. So you're kind of I don't know what the word is, but what she's basically trying to say is, don't take everything I say literal face value. And then because there's other lines in 2 that are play on lines from the movie. So
like it depends on your point of view.
Yeah. So Vergere was saying, everything I tell you is a lie. Everything everyone tells you is a lie. That's later on in the book. And I kind of theorized that's a play on Obi-Wan's line to Luke, where he says, "Luke, a lot of the truths we cling to depend greatly on your point of view," with the whole "I'm your father" and.
There's no lack of symmetry between the EU and the movies. That's no doubt. You can see that. You can draw lots of parallel lines between the two. But when it comes to Jason's, how his brain starts working as we get to Legacy of the Force, I believe it was kind of set up through here. Obviously, they knew what they were going to do at this point. Now, here's the other thing. I can't remember because, like I said, it's been a while since I've looked back over these. Wasn't this supposed to be originally Anakin's storyline? And we know George made the decision on that one. But was Anakin the one that was supposed to follow the dark side? Or did they just decide, since we got to keep Jason, let's make it interesting. Let's change his destiny?
No, I think the original idea was having Anakin Solo become the hero like Jason does. And Jason would have died. That's in the early drafts.
Well, no. I mean going forward.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Future storyline.
No, because that wasn't planned. When New Jedi Order happened, Troy Denning.
That's why I asked. Okay.
Yeah, Troy Denning himself said he had the idea of Jason falling to the dark side halfway through writing the Darkness trilogy.
I don't know how much. I mean, I know Anakin was going to be. So Anakin would have had Jason's personality, if that makes sense. So originally,
I'm just saying, did they switch when they had to switch the storyline? Did they switch destinies? Did Jason take over Anakin's storyline because it was originally planned out for Anakin? But Noah says no, so yeah, I believe that.
Oh yeah, no,
it was just something now that they got the demand to kill Anakin instead of Jason from George, they said, okay, well, let's do something interesting. Let's try to set up pieces for what we want with Jason for another storyline. Could be Dark Nest, but then later on they decided to make it Legacy of the Force.
I'm going to
answer my question.
Okay, I don't know, because when Lucino was talking about unifying Force, he said that he was writing it, and Lucino was part of the planning team for the story. I think he was he?
Yeah.
I mean, they were all brains behind. Yeah, they all worked together. A lot of
and Lucino basically they didn't plan further than unifying Force. They basically just Lucino even said that he wrote this as like the end for Star Wars, not just there'd be no stories after it. And when he was asked about Legacy of the Force, he was like, "Oh yeah, did you hear Jason turns to the dark side?" He said it surprised him.
Oh, okay. I mean, well, not. I mean, but I could see kernels in there. If you wanted to make a connection, it'd be very easy to. So, regardless of whether James Luceno saw it or not, and yeah, he would want to make it the end all because they didn't know it was going to sell like hotcakes. Those books are big sellers for Del Rey. And afterwards, they would expand to the prequels because at that time the prequels were coming out too. So they wanted to invest half in the prequels, half in or actually not even half in the main storyline. That's what made me upset. The main storyline kind of gypped. We had all these crappy Clone Wars stories.
I was about to say that.
And then, but in exchange for what? Excellent, a 9-part series that was just, to me, that was like the main game. Obviously for me, anything post Jedi was awesome. So that was the main storyline for me, and everything else was a side. Even though the prequels were the hottest thing, and I understand why. You want to make books off the movies that are coming off now. You want Qui-Gon books, which they didn't do that many. I don't know why. Because Jude Watson rocked it as in Jedi Apprentice, probably. You can't do better than her. And then
but Matt, we got some awesome Clone Wars books like Siege and Gambit.
No, we didn't. We didn't get, besides MedStar, we didn't get a single one that's worth mentioning. Dark Horse beat them in better stories. I was more interested in the Republic comic book at the time than I was with I mean, yes, when a new Clone Wars story came up, I was always the first to get it, right? Because I'm a Star Wars fan. I'd read it. Can I get excited about this? No, I cannot. And it just seems so. And the Clone Wars, I know it officially went for what, 2 years in the
3
actual
years.
universe?
3 years. 3 years, yeah.
But in the EU, it felt like 15 years because it just never kept. There's more adventures, and they kept vomiting out more stuff. And I don't know why they thought the Clone Wars was the most exciting era ever. Because you notice it stopped after episode 3 came up. They're like, okay, well, I thought now it's time to do Purge. The comic book did a little bit. I was like, oh, should we see some a Darth Vader trilogy where he's going after Jedi? Sign me up, right? Put James Luceno on it and let's do this. Or Matthew, put some authors into this, and that's going to be an awesome trilogy. He's going around because there's plenty of Jedi for him to slaughter. And, maybe there's one Jedi giving him trouble, or some Jedi that we know from the movies or from the prequel books. Now it's time for Darth Vader to start slaughtering people. What did they not think people would be interested in hearing that?
I mean, Lucas was planning his Star Wars Underworld.
Do you think it was going to carry some of that?
Maybe.
I don't think Vader was going to be in it.
They cancelled Princess Leia novels because of that.
Yeah, because they didn't want to expand this era, the Dark Times specifically, until after the prequels came out.
Because A.C. Crispin, but even Stover got told he couldn't do a Leia novel.
Yeah,
Leia.
I don't know.
I was shocked when Razor's Edge got approved. For some reason, he couldn't do that much with Leia. I don't know why. She could be the character with everyone else, but her own solo novel.
I mean, she got it better than Padme.
And it's sad because when she finally got her own solo novel, it wasn't that good.
Yeah,
it was forgettable.
A.C. Crispin wants to do. Was it a novel or a trilogy?
No, she just got one. Razor's Edge.
No, A.C. Crispin wants to do one. Apparently,
she wanted to write a Leia origin trilogy like she did for Han.
That would have been so cool.
I wish they'd have let her because I trusted her. I mean, once she did the Han Solo trilogy, I mean, that's most people's most beloved character from the movies. And when you hit a home run with that, let her do whatever she wants. That should be like Timothy Zahn. She should have that Timothy Zahn pass to do whatever she wants now.
Oh yeah, that gave us Scoundrels.
Well, Timothy Zahn was too big for his own britches. I didn't that much, but ever since Chris told me it was his favorite,
now we have to get Chris out.
I will reread it with an open mind. I will
Chris,
reread
where
it
are
with an
you?
open mind. I was upset at that book for kicking out Bill Dietz's probably mediocre Clone Wars novel. We don't know, but the thing was, I knew that was coming out, and then this replaced. You're like, wait, where's the other one? It never came out. Now, I remember reading Dark Rendezvous. It wasn't bad, but it's no way near being in my top 20, 30, or 40 maybe of books.
Wow.
Because it's just, it's just mediocre. It's just mediocre, somewhere in the middle or somewhere near the bottom. But I look forward. That's another thing about rereading all these books. I look forward to rereading again and getting a second opinion. And I'm seriously, every book I'm going to I mean, every book I'm going to attack and read, I'm going to look at with an open mind. I'm not going to go in there going, oh, I hated this the first time, but maybe it's better. Like I said, Dawn of the Jedi novel, not as bad. Still, it may still make it was probably still make my top 10 again, but probably be a lot lower. Not as bad. Some of Noah's points came up in it, but the thing is, it's still not good in my opinion. And then I flipped on the comic book. John Ostrander's comic book, I was seeing it because I love John Ostrander and I wanted to love it, but I realized something. That book didn't hook me like all of his other comic books did. I mean, honestly, John Ostrander needs 1 or 2 books, and you already care about the characters, you care about everything. And then when you read Dawn of the Jedi, after reading it, I sat down, I did my video. I couldn't recall a single Jedi's name, only the Dark Jedi. And that tells you something. That tells you he did not, for some reason, he couldn't capture that error, the art from it. And he teams up with Jan Durismo again, and she's fantastic. But the thing is, though, guess what?
It looks too modern.
That artwork looks just like Legacy. There's no difference. There's no style, because reading Tales of the Jedi again, you're like, wow, look at this style. I could show you one panel from Tales of the Jedi. You know exactly what era you're looking at. If it deals with ships or even clothing, I love how the Jedi Knights don't look like, they're not in robes. They're like, kind of baggy shirts and pants with shoulder pads and some chest plate. And you can tell from any era, you can pull any character from there and look at it and go, that's Tales of the Jedi era. You may not know who that is. You definitely can't name that ship, but you know it's from the Tales of the Jedi era because it's got this unique look that is unlike anything else, which makes you think I'm in the olden days. It's beautiful, the artwork there. Yet the artwork, which Jan Durismo, as artwork goes, it's beautiful, but it's generic. Was she still right? Any of those books could have fit for a Legacy book if you take away the context. I mean, just look visually. What's the difference between that and Legacy? Nothing. There was no style added. Sure, there were new ship designs, but other than that,
yeah. And the thing is, if you went up to someone who's never read any EU, they've only seen the movies, you show them Dawn of the Jedi and Tales of the Jedi, and you say,
because
okay,
you hate them. Go ahead.
Huh?
Because you hate them. Go ahead. You show them Dawn of the Jedi because you hate them and you don't want them to get into the EU. Keep going.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. You show them Dawn of the Jedi comics and Tales of the Jedi comics, and you say, which one takes place earlier? Most people would say Tales of the Jedi, right? Because it looks more ancient.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was, I mean, I think I mentioned that in our review now. I didn't like the artwork. It just looked too modern. Yeah. I mean, nothing against Jan Durismo.
For Dawn of the Jedi?
Yeah, Dawn of the Jedi.
Yeah,
no, I love Tales of the Jedi.
And as I was rereading it, because I always said, oh, well, Dark Horse canceled the series, so we didn't get to see. Well, that whole Rakatan losing their force ability, that wasn't really a story thread. That was 2 panels on 1 page that they just mentioned it's gone. I was like, wait, so that wasn't a big part of the story. It's just something they mentioned. I mean, maybe later on it was a setup. But the thing is, though, boy, that wasn't worth it. And after how many comic books did Dawn of the Jedi go? 16?
15.
15? Okay. Yeah. The thing is, after 15, you think I'd be upset that they're canceling it. Not. Whereas you're in the first 6 issues of Legacy. You're in it. Mm-hmm. Because he made me a believer for Legacy. I was totally against Legacy. I was one of those people. They talk about people who are online talking bad about it before it even came out. Me. That was me. I'll be honest. It was me. I thought it was a terrible idea. And they were assuring us it was going to be great. I was prepared not to like it. Correct it again. I don't know when I started realizing it was John Ostrander who did everything that I loved. I started realizing that, it was his stuff that I loved from the Star Wars, the regular ongoing Star Wars comic book that later on became Republic and stuff, or, some of his series. I started realizing, oh, I'm drawing a line of connections here. So Dawn of the Jedi, even though I didn't like that either, I thought, well, same team worked on Legacy. Let's go ahead and give it a shot. And
wasn't Legacy before?
I think no, well, publication wise, Legacy came out first, and then when he finished his Legacy story, he wanted to go, way back in time now. He went way ahead. He wanted to tell a story way back in time, before Tales of the Jedi. And I was against that, but John Oster and Jen Reason, you can't say no to that team. They did an awesome job with Legacy. Legacy's a great comic book series. And so, yeah, go ahead, give them the shot. But the whole time, overall, not that good. It's like you really want to love it because you got one of your favorite writers and your favorite artist involved. But just because your favorite writer and favorite artist there doesn't mean that they can't make crap, because they can. It's like John Jackson Miller's got to be one of the most frustrating people to talk about in the EU. He can make the Knights of the Old Republic comic book. I swear to you, anyone who says that's their number one favorite comic book, I can't argue that. I can't argue that. There's I don't know, because like I said, I just reread these. Tales of the Jedi, Knights of the Republic. It's now on Paul. I know I put Tales first, but I don't know. Knights of the Republic is so stinking good.
One thing about that, actually, you talk about the art. What do you think about the artwork for that? Because I like the story of Knights of the Republic, but my problem is it's not. I feel like they should have had the artwork, and this is for the games. This is for the games as well. I think it should have been more like Tales of the Jedi, like, because it looks too much like the movies for me.
Well, it's a cleaned up version. The artwork is. However, if you notice, they're still wearing. The artist has changed. The style is still there. The style, the elaborate robes for the rich, that look like they're sewn or buttoned on the top. If you remember, Zane's still wearing the classic from that era, from the Tales of the Jedi era. It's just a different artist. I know what you mean, because some of it looks fresher, but that's just because you have a different artist. But the rendition of what they're showing is still good.
That's true.
But the thing is, though, I read something like this, and then you look at Kenobi, which could be in people's top 10 or number one. And so I agree, Kenobi was unbelievable. It's unbelievable. If I do a reread, it was in my it was in my top 20, but it could move up definitely. But this is the same man who did Knight Errant, the comic book and the novel, which is so bad. It's true. Here's the thing: I was editing stuff, and I lost my Knight Errant review. And you're going to see me because I have to re-review it. And it'd only been like 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks since I'd read it. I couldn't remember hardly a thing. And I just read it. Now, see, there's books I've read past it, and I still can tell you what's going on with them. You don't just forget like that. It's like a movie, over time you can forget. But, a few weeks after seeing the movie, you should know most of the plot points. Mm-hmm. I knew like a few, but I was like, I can't remember in detail what I hated. It was a 9-minute rant of what I hated about now it's like a 4-minute rant of me just trying to get off camera because I don't want to talk about Knight Errant anymore. It's that bad. A whole book of fluff, of nothing going on. You cannot care about Kara Holt. You can't. She is the most generic, and then the comic book is even more annoying because you have to see her face, and she doesn't make sense. She comes back, and I think it's the third book or the second book. It's right after the novel, I think, and she goes, "Well, I'm back," and she's posing like this, going, "I'm back," and there's no one greeting her at the ramp because she's come back from her last mission from the book or the last comic book, and you're like, why'd you do that? Why are you an idiot? She's like the little, slightly less fortunate girl. She's had some brain damage, and she thinks she's very special, and she is in her own way. But no one cares about her. That's great.
No, this sounds like the intro to Legend of Korra. She's like, I'm the Avatar.
You got to deal with it.
I'll be honest. That's a great question because Fatal Alliance, I reread that. Oh.
I will say this about Knight Errant. It has an interesting setting and great villains.
Here's the
Fatal
thing.
Alliance.
The idea of Lord Odian, Lord Damien, what's her name? Arcadia is kind of generic, but the storyline that they're all related in this one section of the galaxy where the grandmother Sith kind of pits them against each other, and she's the monarch. She rules over everyone. And she when someone takes over someone else's land, she divides and she gives the spoils, the rewards, the punishments and I like that. The idea behind that a Jedi is going behind enemy lines to save people. They're not trying to take down the Sith. They're just trying to save people and get them out of that of harm's way. That's a great plot thread. That's a great seed to plant. But then you have to deal with Kara Holt. It's like if you just time traveled and put Lobot into that position, I'd be way more interested to hear how Lobot would do it. Or pick a random character from anywhere, and I'd be more interested. Say what?
I said Udir.
Yeah, whoever. I will, besides Ahsoka, or maybe. But
Knight Errant really needed a Zane Carrick type character, like not the same personality wise, but someone who's written well.
It
like
needed someone who had a character is what it needed to. And see, and this is the thing that boggles my mind. This is the same author who, not just Zane, but that whole cast of characters in Knights of the Republic. Griff, it's great. There are moments you laugh out loud. You laugh out loud when you're reading it. You love Zane and Carrick. You love Jarrell, and what's her dad, her foster dad's name?
Is it a Dr. Demigul character?
No, not Dr. No, the crazy inventor. Oh my gosh, they give him the nickname. Tank.
Oh, that guy was so awesome, and he got this cliffhanger ending.
But remember, he hates Griff because Griff cheated him on a deal once a long time ago, and he still gets mad at Griff for not paying him. He's like, I told you, I did. It's all a mistake. It's all in the booking. It's just a mistake. But what is his name? He has a little nickname. Anyway, regardless, though, the whole cast of characters are fun. Recurring characters that come back. Camper, thank you. I knew it was something. But they're great. They're great. You love them all. There's not one wasted character. Kara Holt. He created Kara Holt. What happened? Is that when his kid got on his laptop and started typing? Maybe he let someone else type. He's like, hey, does anyone, let me go to a community college down the road here. Would y'all like to take my idea and write it out for me? I'm really busy right now. And they said, sure, we'll do that for you. Now, I can't get mad at Lost Tribe of the Sith. I still can't get it was a little bit better than I remembered. But the thing is, though, those were free. Those were free online stories. I'm not going to say, man, you did crap. It was free. We didn't have to pay for it. And that I paid for the paperback, I happily did that. I was happy when they collected all those stories in paperback. Okay? I wasn't complaining, this is not that good a story. Well, yeah, it's just a collection of short stories. It's the same thing where you can't get too mad at the Old Republic comic book, the very first 3 issues of it, because they're just grabbing stuff from online web strips or something and putting it in comic book form, or it was on the website. I don't remember the story from it, but they put it in comic book form. Great. It's not that good, but I'm happy they did that.
Yeah, go back later. We talked about Traitor and all our points. We will continue later on.
Oh, yeah. I'm just interrupting here, Alex.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter.
Have to leave.
But the thing with now that you mentioned it with the KOTOR comics, I think, because I just realized this, with the KOTOR comics, we don't just have Zane Carrick as an interesting character. We have his entire group, his team. And with Knight Errant, with the concept alone, you have to rely solely on this one central main character. And because she doesn't work, the whole thing falls apart.
But anyone that comes to her aid, any side characters, they're forgettable too. The villains are kind of memorable, but they don't make sense. But they're memorable in a way. And then you go back and you see someone else in the chat will know this. The Trashdonian who can cook. She can't do much. She steals that ship. That's hilarious. But then all she could do is cook, and she loves cooking. And I love that character. You instantly love her the first moment when she steals that thing. He's like, you hired a thief? And then the ship comes crashing down into the landing pad. He went, too bad you didn't hire a pilot. I was like, golly, there's so many funny moments in that whole series. And you're going, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this the whole way. Read a Knight Errant comic book. You just sit here like this, like you start counting the pages that are left. How much more pages do I have to read of this? Oh, geez, I'm still not even halfway through. I'm serious. It's bad. It's bad. And the artwork, the artist did not pay it. It was so boring. The artist didn't pay attention to the story because Lord Damien's eyes, which Mitch, that's his whole thing. One is blue, one is orange or whatnot. They're wrong in one of the comic books. Like both of them are blue in one, both of them are red at the end of one because he's really mad. So both his eyes must turn red. He's not a mood ring. His eyes don't turn colors whenever he feels happy or sad. He has one blue, one striking orange, and that's what made him different. But it's like those are easy errors you could. But I guess the artist's like, I'm bored too. I don't care about this story. I'll just write, or the colorist. Maybe you could blame the colorist there. But then no one double checked it because they're like, well, I don't want to read this crap. So yeah, approved, move on.
I remember, was the series cancelled? Because I remember Miller saying, oh no, we ended it because it was a natural note to end on, like Invasion.
No, they didn't. They didn't end it because they said, and the adventure goes. That's how it keeps going, and the adventure goes on. I mean, well, they ended that little story arc, so yeah, they did. But it always ended with the adventure goes on because now we're going to come out with another series. But when they found out, probably Dark Horse said, "Oh, hey, no one's buying this but your mom, John. So we're going to have to stop." And Matt's buying issues, and maybe a few of us, we got duped into buying issues. But it was, I mean, obviously. To me, the worst will always be Tales because there was never one that I absolutely stopped buying. I stopped buying it. Now later on, I did get the trades of the ones I didn't have. I thought, well, I was collecting everything I didn't have left. I was like, it's like I don't know if anyone saw that Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure. Has anyone seen this movie?
Not me.
That's fine. It's an old stupid comedy. Well, there's a random scene where he has to save a pet store catches fire. And so he's going in there one at a time and saving pets. Of course, he goes with the puppies, the kittens. Every time he passes by the snakes and goes, and goes and gets something else. And the snakes are the last thing he'll save because he doesn't like the snakes. And it's almost exactly how someone feels like, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with it. I mean, maybe I'll deal with everything else. Let me get something else. Is there anything else we can talk about? But this book here, it's just, how do you make? The thing is, though, you turn around. I can do nothing but sing his praises for Knights of the Old Republic and Kenobi. It's so weird. Usually, I mean, even my favorite, well, besides Kevin J. Anderson, Troy Denning, probably Noah's favorite book is my least favorite, Tatooine's Ghost. It's not like one of the worst ever. Well, did I make it one of the worst ever? Yeah, I did. I may have to take that one out, though, because it was just disappointing because I thought Troy Denning swung and missed on that one. James Luceno with Choices of One. Forgettable.
Wait, what?
Was it? Didn't he write Choices of One?
Well, that was Timothy Zahn.
No, not Choices of One.
Cloak of Deception.
Huh?
Cloak of Deception.
I'm sorry. I don't have my library in front of me. Cloak of Deception. Yeah. Cloak of Deception. Not that good. As James Luceno goes, if it was a random guy, we'd say that was all right. But it's James Luceno. This is the man who hits home runs every time. And this one he got, a base hit. It wasn't big. So but with John Jackson Miller, it's like you're either one of the best out there or one of the worst out there. How do you not, everyone else can do something mediocre every once in a while and we can forgive them.
So he's the definition of hit or miss.
I would
think so.
What is the definition? The definition of 50-50 would be Timothy Zahn, I think, because you have literally one off.
Here's Timothy Zahn, Thrawn trilogy, and then he just starts taking a step down the stairs every time he makes a new book. Like the last one is just not as good as the previous one. I'll have to look at that, but I believe that's because Scoundrels was his last one in the EU, right?
Correct, but I would say once he started to leave the post Episode 6 era, like you have Thrawn trilogy, you have Hand of Thrawn, Survivor's Quest, all of which, fine, great, fun.
Hand of Thrawn and then he started right underneath the Thrawn trilogy. Survivor's Quest is underneath the Hand of Thrawn trilogy.
True,
for me,
but it's still, fun enough, good stuff.
Yeah.
And then we got Outbound Flight, Allegiance, Choices of One,
which was decent. Allegiance,
Allegiance.
Now we're in mediocre territory. Choices of One even more because Mara Jade happens to be everywhere, but she can't meet Luke yet. So they pass each other. She's on the top bridge. He's on the bottom running this way. It's like a Scooby-Doo episode where they're running away from the ghost. They're all running in and out of different doors, but they're never meeting each other in the middle. It's like,
and the romantic foreshadowing when Luke is looking up and he sees her silhouette.
Oh, there's a cute redheaded girl. Well, I got to keep running. Yeah.
But as we know from Shadows of Mindor, Luke doesn't like redheads.
That was a good joke.
Yeah.
No, he likes blonde people.
True, but well, I mean, for me, Kevin Jansen didn't have one.
What?
I mean, for everyone else, Kevin Jansen Kevin Jansen only had one good novel. So,
is it Darksaber? Because I actually came around to Darksaber.
Darksaber, everyone loves Darksaber. That's their.
You know what? Actually, Matt, I've heard the opposite. I was looking on the forums because these are a bit ancient for me, so I don't know this stuff. But it was funny enough. It was Callista fans who didn't like it because they were saying that they thought Kevin wrote her really out of character and just whiny because she was like, "Oh, but I can't be with you if I don't have the Force. Yeah, what if our children aren't Force sensitive or something like that?" And they were saying like, "Oh, they hated how she was characterized." But then they love. I think Meg Reviews is one of these people. She likes children, Planet of Twilight, but she doesn't like the middle one, Darksaber.
Oh yeah, I do remember her saying that. She likes Planet of Twilight.
Yeah.
And that's another one. Barbara Hamlin, even though you only have 2 books to grade her on, I love Children of the Jedi, and I was not a big fan of Planet of Twilight. But I'm interested in reading those again.
Would you like to
hey,
since
Scott,
you're here, would you like
an email?
Since you're here, would you like to make a case for Callista and Luke over Luke and Mara?
Oh, easy, because it's Callista and Luke, not Mara. Callista is someone, if they would have kept her storyline, like she can't use the Force anymore, then Luke marries a non-Force person, and they have to cope with their differences. Although she understands the Force, she may never touch it again. She has to live with that, while Luke has to live with someone who can strengthen her, not through the Force, but through everyday life. Mara's super strong in the Force, just like Luke. Mara sometimes argues with Luke. Back in the day she did. Now she rarely does because they work as a team. There's no conflict. There's no animosity. Not that there has to be. You can have a happy life. I'm just saying that. But how much better story would it have been if Callista is on the outside looking in this relationship, but she can help out in other ways outside of using the Force that Luke can see. So it kind of shows us that a Jedi doesn't have to marry another strong Jedi. Luke's the most powerful Force user in the galaxy. Callista doesn't use the Force anymore. Opposites attract. I think it would have given us best story. Did they have chemistry? I thought they did. I disagree with Noah. But of course, I am in the minority, and I understand that.
Well, we'll see when I get to Children of the Jedi.
Oh God.
So if I like it, do I get kicked off the Mofference?
Maybe.
No, you get to be brought into the Brotherhood with me and Scott and like 3 other people.
The Brotherhood of Darkness.
Is Scott a Callista fan?
Yes.
Oh, you know what else though? You know the whole thing with the Yuuzhan Vong and them being cut off the Force and Sonoma Sakot? That would have been more interesting with Callista than Mara. Don't you think?
With what?
So you know the whole thing with the Yuuzhan Vong, their connection to the Force, and Sonoma Sakot.
Yeah, it would have been great. Because she could attack Luke. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she could do she could learn how to beat someone without having to use the Force. Yeah. And Callista can be a good fighter. She just doesn't have the Force with her. So, and I maybe I might be for this if the planet which took away their connection to the Force, remember it severed their connection to the Force because they were banned from what was the name of the planet? Simona Zagat.
Yeah, okay. Sonoma Sakot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be cool if that's also where Callista found her connection as well? And maybe at the end she finally gets rewarded to the status of a Jedi again. It wouldn't have to happen, but if it did, I'd be okay with that because she suffers the same thing the Vong suffers. Maybe she can connect to Vong because she's a good diplomat. She's a former Jedi. She understands the Force, but she understands how non-Force users can live. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I just think there's way more story and conflict that you can bring up that would be great with Callista. You know what? There you go. A case for Callista. Hold on. Write that down.
Is this going to be a video?
Write it down.
It's going to be a Matt chat, I think. It's a great idea.
I'm looking forward to it. I partly just asked that just to piss off Noah, but...
But can we all agree that Luke and Jem had the best chemistry? Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, the chick from Dark Empire.
In the galaxy, Luke can get a little lonely. And, you know, Jem was truly, truly, truly outrageous. And so he said, hey, hop on my, how they travel with the speeder or something? And something.
I think so.
Just hang on to me. Hey, baby, what's going on? You ever been with the Jedi Knight before?
Luke.
Yeah, she was a little country girl who hadn't seen anything. And no, it sucked. It was terrible. I agree. They tried to introduce a quick love lost. But remember, this is how the comic books did. We can't forget that this wasn't his first floozy he's been with. I mean, obviously, they didn't turn into, you know, the Dark Lady of the Sith later on. Jem didn't do anything like that. She died within the same series, actually. Yep.
I think like 2 pages later.
Yeah, you didn't get a chance to really connect with her at all. And it was just one of those, you know, quick love lost storylines that the comic books would do at times. But that was the last time they did something like that. You'd be hard pressed to find a Jem Luke fan. I don't even think the creators were, speaking of Jem, yeah. Could Jem speak basic? I don't know if she ever spoke. Now, you're maybe right, Scott. She never spoke. But they didn't have to speak.
That was that panel.
Because before you did pics, you sent pics over the cell phones. He just sent a pic into her mind.
Oh man.
A case for Jem. Hold on, no, I'm kidding.
A case for Jem.
Justice for Jem.
This is a good one. What about her? This memorable character from Brian Wood's Star Wars.
Don't ever listen. Don't ever read Brian Wood stuff. That's what I would suggest.
I don't know what the species is. She was like this lady with like the face paintings, and she had sex with Luke in his X-wing cockpit.
That was non-canon.
And he got his cock into her pit.
His lightsaber, you mean?
Okay. Hey, on that note, I gotta go. We're ready to go. But
okay, that's a good ending.
Thanks for letting me crash. Always fun to be around you guys. I'll see you later.
See you later. That was a great end moment. This was such a terrible joke. I had to make it.
That's a Jason joke, Kevin.
Yeah,
Kevin, why did you do that?
That should have been in Young Jedi Knights.
You imagine that?
Troy Denning edition.
Yeah, that's what would happen if he wrote a young reader series.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, we have to go back to talking about that article.
Is Alex still here?
Alex, wait, which Alex? Magnino or Marvel?
Magnino, yeah. If he's still here, now he can experience it. Read Splinter of the Mind's Eye.
Yeah.
They kiss a lot during the old Marvel comics. Oh yeah, he fucked like a dozen women. Like he had literally about like 13 or 14 girlfriends. And
he killed 3 or 4 of them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're here. Okay. This won't make sense. So we read like the first. Wait, I'm gonna get it up. We read like the first 5 or 6 of these, and now we're just gonna continue. You can watch the rest later.
Send him a link if he wants to come on.
It's in the Discord.
Oh, okay.
What is your question? Yeah, he had like a dozen girlfriends. A lot of ladies. Not necessarily like long-term, maybe just little romances. Oh yeah, okay. He's a real... Okay, Luke in the expanded universe is a real ladies' man. He really is.
Okay, was this the one we got up to?
Yeah, that's the one we have to read now. So we have this nice picture from Balance Point. Okay.
Leia looks horrible in this picture.
I know. To be fair, she was in bad
At least
shape
they got Jason being bald right.
I mean, she's also bald.
Is she?
Yeah. See,
everyone was bald.
She's wearing this thing. Okay.
Anyway.
You read it.
At the beginning of the Yuuzhan Vong War, Jason is a hopeful teenager, full of doubt about his place in the galaxy. By the end, he's a battle-hardened warrior who has suffered terrible loss. He is now much more sure of his place. He may still be a hero, but the seeds for his fall have been planted. Ultimately, I think it's easy to overlook just how much impact this war had on Jason and how big of a part it played in his turn. It's basically the same argument as the last slide.
There is no argument.
Yeah, there is no argument.
He doesn't back this up with anything.
So he's basically saying there's nothing in the actual text that can... Oh, hello.
Hello there.
Nice Matt Wilkins picture.
Yeah.
1 second.
He brings the clicks.
Okay, let me get the next one up. This might not take too long because most of them have pictures.
How's it going?
It's going all right. Yeah, I was really bummed because I came on YouTube and I saw you guys have been streaming for 2 hours. I was like, but I asked for notifications. You're supposed to tell me when they go up, and then it didn't happen. So
YouTube just sucks.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Maybe.
No, of course not. It's okay to disagree. That's the fun thing about opinions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we disagreed for 2 hours.
Yeah, I can't wait to go watch you.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem now. You are here now, and we can talk about it, and we just have to repeat the same things you didn't hear because fucking YouTube didn't give you the notification.
And you could put in brackets plus Matt's Knight Errant review.
Yeah, plus Knight Errant.
He gave us a review of Knight Errant.
Yeah.
I will not touch KOTOR today.
I did enjoy the flamboyantness of the bad guy in Knight Errant, though. He looked cool. And he was very, I don't know. He was so crazy. I like that part. But that was like
Dude, I defeated the fucking Rancor first try. I can take my sweet ass time with this game now. I fucked this Rancor up.
7 more planets. Good luck.
Yeah,
okay,
I saw that. You're trying to beat up the Rancor in KOTOR. You're having some trouble.
Can you beat the 1 million Sith coming at you on the Starforge?
Oh my god, I hate that part so much.
Yeah, me too. I was literally playing. I was playing this, and I'm like, okay, I've defeated them, and then more and more just keep coming, and I don't know how I survived that, to be honest.
I think I was playing it when I had work later, and I wanted to get I wanted to do a review of the game back when I was still doing the reviews in the Old Republic, and I'd sat there for like an hour and a half trying to finish the level, and I'm like, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna watch the ending because I don't have time for this, so I just skipped it.
Okay, fuck off right now. He asked for it, so now we're gonna watch the fucking stream.
Oh,
he wants fucking proof. Wait, you want fucking proof? I give you fucking proof.
Just watch the video.
No, he wants proof. Where is it?
I'm just reading the thing. It talks about the 5-year journey.
Well,
we will get back to it. We will get no. I will show him his fucking proof, and then we can discuss it.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Because I will not take this fucking shit here. Okay.
Where's Papa Wedge? We need his timestamps.
Grenade under his ass. No! I can't move! Run! Leave her behind. She's all dead. That was the best moment because this game is fucking.
That was the loudest I've ever heard you be.
Yes, because I couldn't move. I did this before like 2 times. I threw a grenade under the Rancor and then ran away when it came after me.
Yeah.
But that's a problem with this fucking game because once you attack, the character is frozen. He can't move anymore. And it happened here, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
And now both of my characters are dead, and I only have Carve left.
You want to hear him shout? Go to the 24-minute timestamp that Papa Wedge put.
You don't have to be sorry. I want to show this proof.
He's glad.
No, go to the 24-minute timestamp just so I. 20... No, Siva, I knew that, but I deliberately didn't tell him that.
I couldn't see the comments. I can't see the comments when I'm playing the game.
Alex, what he means, you're the arm and the toxic gas thing. The trap you can lay for the Rancor.
Yes. Yeah.
I knew that the whole time, but I just chose not to tell Noah because I thought it was more funny. Because I'm an asshole. 24 minute.
20. This one?
Yeah.
Disable the mind. You fucking cunt! Oh yeah. I don't know why this keeps happening. This must be some kind of bug because I'm just clicking on disable the mine.
Look at your...
Yeah, my pose is great. Okay, let me show you how I defeated.
Trying to take a major dump and it just won't come out.
Anyway, yeah, just do the rain core.
Oh.
No, it's down. He actually did it, I think.
Where is it? He actually did it. Oh, there it is. Okay, look at it. Yes!
Oh my god, he actually... Okay, no.
And then you told me, oh yeah, by the way, you didn't have to do this. Because Josh is a fucking asshole.
He just wanted to watch you suffer.
Yeah? It was
I didn't actually
experience.
think he could do it the first time, so I was just like, yeah, I'll just let him die once, and I'll tell him after.
Okay, now we can share.
Back to
Is it this one?
It was the
okay.
Yes. Let's read this. After the war, Jason goes on a 5-year journey to learn more about the Force from groups such as the Falanasi. Not much is known about all that he did, but he returns a changed man.
I mean, we know most of it because of Fate of the Jedi.
Not only more abilities, but he has studied different philosophies to form his own views of the Force.
I just wanted to say, because before, when you had, I don't know if it was in your top 10 or whatever, you made a video where you talked about Legacy of the Force specifically, and you mentioned how it made no sense that that he has his vision, or I think that will be mentioned later on in here, but how he has the vision of this dark man, and he becomes a Sith-Lord, or he becomes Darkseid, but then he becomes Darkseid in the books to protect Luke or something like that. But after his 5-year journey and after the visions, he's not Darkseid at all, because then the Swarm War, the Dark Nest trilogy happens, and he's still technically a good guy in that series. Yeah, so he did not turn to the dark side after that.
No, but that's a problem. Like, the vision of the Dark Man and Alana at his side that he has, that's explained in Fate of the Jedi, that was the point. Denning said it pretty much directly. This was supposed to be the explanation. Okay, why did Jason change? And what was his real reason for falling to the dark side? And they used this. It was his desire to prevent this vision. It doesn't mean he fell immediately after having the vision. It means that vision was the reason. Which, my problem is, it's never mentioned in Darkness or Legacy of the Force. It's clear it's just a retcon. Because the Dark Man in Legacy of the Force was clearly Jason himself. And they were doing an ironic thing.
Fair enough.
Okay, next screenshot.
Yeah, sorry, I sent you so many.
Yeah, it's like 20 million.
Yeah.
I'm just reading them in like a really over the top way.
Okay.
Noah, one example of this change is that he loses a bit of his concern for the loss of life. Once upon a time, Jason would have felt tragedy surround him when his actions resulted in the deaths of common soldiers, but over time, he'd lost that sense. In death, these people became one with the Force, and when he had accepted that fact, his sense of tragedy largely evaporated. Quote from Betrayal. To an extent, he is right, but his concern for the loss of life was one of his fundamental beliefs that he'd lost by focusing on philosophy that picked up along the way. But who believes that, though? That philosophy, besides maybe Sith? Not even Sith.
Wait, who did he visit? He visited the Ang-Ti monks, he visited the Mindwalkers, and he visited Keldor, the Falanasi, the Keldor.
Yeah, Keldor.
Who else did he visit? But that's the ones we know about. I don't think any of them have this.
Yeah, there are other stuff that we just haven't learned about.
Yeah, but those are definitely these organizations. Okay.
Yeah.
Josh?
Yeah?
Your counterpoint?
To this?
Yeah.
Well, it's not really based on anything, really. It's just kind of like a vague like, oh, it's vague. Like, oh, he learnt it here and there from this, but from where? It's just
but the point, it's not shown in the books themselves where he learned this.
I mean, it's consistent even before he goes on his journey, because the whole point of NGO was that he starts off like crying about literally everything because he doesn't want to do anything, and then and causes and he argues with Anakin about firing the what's it called, the
Centerpoint Station.
Centerpoint Station. He argues about that, and after Traitor and stuff, he doesn't like enjoy hurting people or anything, but he stops like being as concerned about doing it as he was before. Like he's like,
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, in Force Heretic, there's literally a scene where he's like, no, you read it more recently. Do you want to explain?
Oh, you mean the second book, the scene?
Yeah, that scene.
Yeah, so when they are on the Chiss homeworld and there is this traitor and his Chiss companions, they kidnap Winfell, the younger daughter of Sun Tefel, and Jason, he's in the situation where he decides like, okay, I have to, rescue her and, take control of the situation. I have to do it in a way where I don't hurt them. How can I handle this situation without killing anyone or doing any harm? Like, what is the best option here?
Was that because he didn't want to take away life, or because it would make the situation even worse?
No, he just didn't want to kill anyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been like a year since I read it.
It happened that happened as well in the first book, where there was like a meeting with like the Imperials or something. And then Jason was trying to like there were Vong infiltrators of like Uglith Maskers or whatever.
Yeah.
And Jason knew they were there, so he basically just said to them, "Look, don't bother fighting because it will just only result in death and stuff." So he didn't want to do it. And in Unifying Force, he even tries to save Nominor, but Nominor doesn't really want it. So yeah.
Yeah.
And Nominor's the reason the whole thing.
I wasn't saying he was bloodlustful. I was just saying that like before he like went out of his way to not do anything that would cause harm. He didn't want to use the Force for a time, and then after that, I didn't say he was like how he's portrayed in Legacy, obviously, because it's written by different people, some retcons and whatnot. I'm just saying that I don't think it's a far stretch, especially with the added context of. I know it's a retcon, but with Fate of the Jedi and stuff, I think. It's a span of like what, another 5-10 years by the time we get to Legacy of the Force, or like 7 or something like that. So I think there's room for it to happen, for him to be different. I don't think it'd be that immediate like in Force Heretic for him to.
Yeah, but that's like, I don't know. That's like the same excuse people use for Luke in Episode 8.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Let me get the next step.
Okay. Among the NT, Jason learned the skill of flow walking, time travel. This allowed him to view events that happened in the past, but it also allowed Jason to see the future far more clearly than in normal Force vision. In his travels, Jason became obsessed with these visions and wanted to control the future. This may have simply been curiosity. Most likely, he wanted to learn to keep things like his brother's death from happening again. This was not a big problem until he was visited by a group. I can't read it now, Noah.
Yeah.
A group known as the Mindwalkers. Here he saw another vision, one he could not ignore, because that's never happened before in any book.
Yes, Ray saw visions of his brother, I remember.
Have we talked about this earlier? The whole vision? Yeah, we talked about the visions.
Mm-hmm. And he's trying to explain it here. Oh, it's more clear than a normal Force vision.
Yes.
Well, it is.
Dark Side was pretty precise.
It is. Because like visions that people usually have, like that that Anakin had, Anakin Skywalker, not Anakin Solo. When he had visions of his mom, they were very blurry. All he heard was her. All he could see was like her screaming. He didn't know what was going on. And that was the same thing with like Padme and stuff. They weren't very precise visions. Or if you even want to go to Shatterpoint with Mace Windu seeing the jungle of Coruscant or whatever, that still wasn't very clear and precise of what he was seeing. So flow walking, he's like directly going somewhere, or not actually going there, but he's able to like see the whole event. Like he saw his grandfather just like slicing down the people in the Jedi Temple, the kids in the Jedi Temple. Yeah. And so, I mean, it is more precise. I don't think that's really something that can be argued.
What, I just opened or the visions in general?
Of flow walking with the not flow walking visions. Or I don't know if you could really call them visions if he's actually like exploring the past. But
they're chiss. No, did you get it?
Yeah. What?
The Mind Walkers sounds like a bad and rotten part of all their chess because.
Oh, right. Because the Chiss, according to Timothy Zahn, now in Disney canon, they have their own Skywalkers.
Wait, what?
They okay? Do you don't know it? You don't know? Okay, Timothy Zahn established in his New Thrawn books, the Chiss don't have like hyperspace navigation and shit. They use Chiss girls, young children, who can use the Force to navigate them. And they call these people Skywalkers.
Why?
I don't know why. Okay. It's really dumb.
At first, I thought when you said that, because I was like, I know it wasn't about like Anakin Skywalker. I thought maybe they were using like those winged creatures. From
that,
yeah,
Space Whales.
But
no. From the old Marvel comics, there is a planet called Sky, and these people. And Abel G. Pena did his novella Skywalkers, but Sky with an E. Oh yeah, that sounds interesting. Yeah, it's the Double Vision book.
Double Vision. I know that because you talked about it. I don't know anything about New Canon because I don't read it. So
yeah. You should read Thrawn Alliances to see how bad it is because wow.
So didn't Thrawn make a joke to Anakin about the Skywalker thing? Or something?
Oh yeah, he did. He was like, he was surprised when Anakin introduced himself and said his name was Skywalker.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and then there was this awkward moment where Anakin tries to pronounce Thrawn's name, Mifron Nuruodo, and Thrawn corrects him like 4 times, and then Anakin is like, "Fine, whatever. I just call you Thrawn."
That's just like the freaking in the Solo movie when they had the random Imperial officers say, "Why don't I call you like Han or something?"
Yo, you're alone, are you? Well, yeah. Solo.
Or Solo, yeah, that. I was like, okay.
Why are all Imperials British, by the way? Like, come on.
He should have called him Han Orphan. Okay, next one. Did I have to do this every time? Okay.
The Mindwalkers brought Jason to a powerful force nexus called the Pool of Knowledge. This pool gave Jason the vision of a throne with a dark man in armor. But what scared him was the image of his daughter standing beside the dark man. Jason
it's funny that the dark man in Legacy of the Force is described as like wearing a hoodie.
Yeah.
No armor.
Yeah.
Jason immediately left with one goal: to stop this vision any way he could. This ends up being the main reason he turns.
See, even that guy agrees.
Yeah, I don't think there's any. I mean, you've already kind of addressed it, so I think there's not much to. I don't have anything to add. I agree with you that it's more of a retcon than anything, and that it was
but what makes it weird is how it seemingly contradicts Darkness, because that's also written by Denning. You would think he would, that's
proofread his own stuff.
Yeah, proofreading. What's that?
Well, as I said before, my favorite books in Legacy weren't written by Denning. They were written by Aaron Olston, and I know you'll hate it, Karen Travis. I preferred all of those books over the ones written by Denning.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like sometimes there tends to be maybe for me and Noah, but maybe from other people too who don't like Legacy of the Force. But I feel like there's this thing where people are scared to say anything bad about Aaron Olston's books, even though his are still like Aaron Olston came up with the plot where Jason gets betrayed by his cape. I'm not even joking. Like, who is it? That ginger. Oh, Sia Dorvad, I think the name was.
Oh yeah, it was Fury, right?
Yeah, and Fury. She attaches this device to his cape, which tracks him, and that's how they get Alana back from him. And I can't stop.
Right.
I can't stop thinking about that scene from The Incredibles where that woman talks.
Oh,
says,
yes!
No capes.
No capes.
I'm like, Aaron, just why? What
you could make such a great comedy out of Legacy of the Force. Like if we just rewrite it just a little bit. That should be our next project.
I would never argue that Legacy of the Force is has no errors or any faults in it. It most certainly does. And I obviously think New Jedi Order is better. I think you think Fate of the Jedi is slightly better than Legacy of the Force. I think Fate of the Jedi is worse because I found a good portion of it boring. But
I mean, the political stuff is boring, but
it just feels like
the
a
good
rehash of
parts
things
in
we've
it
done.
are really good.
I've heard a lot of people say that, Alex, actually.
Yeah. And then with Legacy of the Force, I mean, and this is purely subjective, and I think I've said this to you before, when I think it was Bloodlines, again, written by Karen Traviss, which I haven't read any of her, or I read her The Hard Contact. That's the only one I've read, and that was okay. It wasn't phenomenal or anything. Yeah. But with that one, and again, you could argue the reasons for his turn in the first place are stupid and all that to begin with, but if you've already accepted it like me, that this is the path they're going with and you're willing to just go along with it, I think she does some emotionally really good stuff in it, because there are a few Star Wars books that have actually managed to make me cry, the Wraith Squadron books being one of them. And then there was this moment where he's talking to his parents. Right now this is weird because like after the first book he accepts this like dark path, but like for half of the series he isn't even like full like Sith-Lawd yet, because he's constantly doubting himself on fully like committing to this. And so there's this part after he's killed like Boba Fett's daughter, and his parents are just, this isn't we're not at the other book yet where he says like we should have just thrown you out the window or something like that, where the fudge Han says, but he was really mad, so I say that's justified, because I know he didn't mean it. He was just really pissed off. But he's just like, I don't know who you are anymore. And obviously this is, you guys make the joke, well, yeah, because it's not the same character. But he goes, I don't know who you are anymore. I know before you guys made jokes about it, but I was just saying, like,
did actually. That you say it.
Yeah. But he's just like, I don't know who you are anymore. I don't know who I'm talking to. You're not the son that I raised. And like you see the inner turmoil in him, and he's like, you're still my parents, guys. Like, I need you guys to understand. And they just walk away from him pissed off. And he's just like, I don't know, the whole way it was written, I was like, dang, I feel really sad. But
I think we did talk about this, not this specific moment, but I think in general. And I think we said, this might piss you off, Alex. I think we agreed that like The Force Awakens actually did this better.
Yeah, we did.
Because we said like in Legacy of the Force, they pretty much gave up on him like immediately.
Oh, well,
I still stand by that opinion.
Internally, they kept being like, maybe he'll turn around, but they weren't like very happy with him. No.
I have to respond to this. Darth Plagueis.
Yeah, no,
James,
it isn't.
You get James fucking Lucino in the house, and politics are great.
Not gonna lie, I never found the politics boring in the prequels. I mean, I was 5 years old and understood what was going on, and I didn't care. I wasn't bored, but whatever.
I was really bored.
I enjoyed it.
I liked the pod racing, and I liked Darth Maul.
I enjoyed all of it.
I still do like Darth Maul.
And I still enjoy the politics in it. I think Darth Plagueis certainly helps, but I think you can pretty much understand everything without, if you just pay attention. There's this,
like, it's not highly complicated.
It's not complicated.
It's easy enough for a kid to understand.
It's not hard to understand. It's just, go on.
Oh, it's just because I hear a lot of people be like, "Oh, it doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid and boring." I'm like, well, if you pay attention, it's really not that difficult to understand. Like, there's this guy named Anomaly Inc. who's made like Revenge of the prequel videos. Yeah, and so he doesn't even like read the expanded universe, so he doesn't have the excuse of like, oh, well, I read this book which makes the prequels retroactively better. Like, he only has the prequels because he doesn't read the expanded material. And he's like, yeah, it makes complete sense. Anybody who doesn't, they just don't pay attention. You're stupid.
Okay, let's not talk about the prequels.
Yeah, I disagree that Cloak of Deception is boring. I disagree with that.
I disagree too, especially because Vergere's in it, and I love Vergere.
Oh yeah,
I mean, she doesn't do much, but I was just like, brought her in.
Matt still calls Vergere, and he still. Me and Noah corrected him about 5 times. Like, Matt, it's a woman.
Yeah,
it's Vergere.
And he still called her him.
Oh yeah,
Vergere.
Vergere.
Yeah,
I love Matt's pronunciation.
Vergere, he's a great guy. I love what he did with his character.
Yeah.
Oh
I
man,
kind of agree with Leonard T Gamer about the politics. Though I mean, in real life, I hate politicians in general.
Oh no, we're not talking real life bullshit politics.
Right.
We're talking Star Wars politics.
Yeah, which is interesting.
But
I think
they could have
Sorry.
They could have solved it by like just saying, the Phantom Menace, like, hey, why don't we ask the Jedi? Remember the delegation sent by the Chancellor? Hey guys, could you just come in here for a second and explain what's happening? Because I know you can argue Jedi aren't respected maybe at this time now, but still.
No, they're certainly respected by that point. I mean, I think by the time of Episode 1, there is already some dissent that we don't really get to see, because who wants to read just about some Senate discussions? I mean, I would be so down for like a whole Clone Wars series, that maybe a bunch of short stories that are just the Senate side, because we get so much action side. But like, I want to know what's going on with the ordinary people. Like, how does Order 66 happen? And everybody's just like, that makes sense, we're going to go along with it. I want to know how everybody just was like, yeah.
To be fair, I don't think that was too explained in the films, like the Jedi descent. But whatever. But that's another topic.
Yeah.
Okay. So he agrees. That's good. Oh yeah, is this Vergere guy related to Callistia?
or Cam Sasoliela. That's my favorite one. That makes me like burst out laughing sometimes.
Yeah.
But the real question is, guys, how exactly to stop the Vision? At first, it looks like Jason decided right there to become a Sith to stop the Vision. He did. But this doesn't quite fit. Jason returns to the rest of the galaxy, but doesn't become a Sith for a while. It's also kind of a big... Well, he kills Nalani in cold blood, but whatever. It's also kind of a big jump for Jason to think that he can stop it by becoming a Sith. How would he know that would work? The answer is, I believe, is that Jason didn't know how to stop it, but he knew that Sith usually rise up when the galaxy is in chaos, so he decides to do all he could to keep chaos from rising by creating it himself. We will show examples of this in part 3, oh boy. But whenever Jason has a vision of chaos, he seeks to stop it so that this dark man never has a chance to rise, even though he was the dark. I can't take this seriously. Wait, when he says part 3, is this like part 3?
I think this is part.
This is all part 2. This is all. So that on Instagram you have separate slides. So I just screenshot you each individual slides. I couldn't send you the whole thing because I don't have you guys on Instagram. So I just screenshotted the post. So part 3 is a whole separate post with like 10 slides. But also we haven't even gotten to Legacy of the Force yet. He's still talking about
That's hasn't even gotten to it.
Yeah. No, that part's a lot shorter, because it's just like, he become bad, does stuff. That's like, now he's the monster. But yeah, I think right now the next part should be getting into the Swarm more, if I remember correctly.
Let me check, because
where he has sex. With
there was one that said part 3.
I thought only Jane had sex with
on it. Everybody had sex with
a kid. You should be on Jason's side. He wanted to just kill all the bugs. Get rid of those filthy things.
Didn't he like mess up Tarchum?
Oh yeah, he fucked her up.
Oh yeah.
Okay, he gets a point for that, because Tarchum's a bitch.
She's the worst. Yeah, I hate her. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I tried to get rid of that, but I couldn't.
He knows language.
Can I read the first sentence and then
you can start reading now. People are bored of me.
Okay.
No, that's better.
No,
okay.
we love you. It's all good.
This is actually very similar to Anakin Skywalker and his fears about his vision of Padme. Very similar. I wonder why. Both Anakin and Jason have the same problem of putting too much faith in their visions. Anakin tried to stop it and ended up being the reason it happened. Luke followed his vision to Cloud City, and not only didn't save Han, Leia, and Chewie, but nearly died and almost got them all captured at the end. But Jason still firmly believed his visions would happen, and that he alone could stop them. This was understandable, especially because Jason has already seen so much chaos in a war that cost billions of lives, including 2 of his family members. And of course he was afraid for his daughter. But he shouldn't have taken the burden on his own.
Oh, where do we start? Who wants to start?
I think I already made a joke about his. Oh, it's very similar to Anakin Skywalker's story.
I think I made my joke when I put Traitor up.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep doing that.
Yeah, I noticed. I mean, I get.
Wait, I do have something to say.
Okay,
Mhm.
you go.
Yeah, it's all like poetry. They sort of rhyme. Each stanza rhymes to the next. There you go. I'm done.
I mean, I liked that there was that the novels had the comparisons, because the difference with like the new movies, Kylo Ren was a little emo fanboy who wanted to be just like his grandfather. It was trying to imitate his grandfather. That's why he had the freaking mask that he kept like worshiping. Whereas with Jason, it's the complete opposite. He wants to be nothing like his grandfather, and he keeps trying to make excuses for why he's not like his grandfather. But he is becoming just like his grandfather in Legacy of the Force. That's the irony. That's the
you know what else is ironic?
Palpatine saying it. Palpatine saying it's ironic.
Hang on.
Whips out his pee-pee.
Crap, where was it?
What?
Oh wait, no. Sorry, it's in one of the books.
Okay.
Karen Travis.
Sacrifice. Okay.
Oh, where was the quote? I need the quote.
Are you going to the part where Mara dies?
No.
Oh man, there's poetry within poetry.
Yeah. Oh, I found the quote. No. So he doesn't want to be like Vader, does he? So, I'm proud of my grandfather.
Yeah, this is book 5. This is when he's accepted it.
But you said he doesn't want to be like Vader.
Yes, for the first 3 books, he's constantly saying that he's not like him internally in his head. At this point, he's changing, becoming a full Sith-Lord. For the first couple books, there's progression. It's not, I'm completely evil, I'm going to kill all my family members now. It starts with him trying to justify it. Just like Count Dooku said, oh, I'm a separatist. I'm doing this for the right reasons because the Republic is corrupt. Even though he's an evil dude.
He's right, though.
He is right. But Jason does not immediately become this, just, I'm now evil. It's in all 3 books, or in all, what is it, 9 books. If you read them, it's a slow progression of him going, I'm doing this for the right reasons. I'm not a bad guy. I'm not evil. And then at some point, he just starts acting like a typical bad guy because that's what
mustache twirling villain.
And then
that's what happens.
And then he says, no. But and then later on, he says he's not selfish like the other Sith. So
Sith are hypocrite. Anakin literally went from I'm a
inconsistent.
hero. I want to save my wife to choking her out myself, because that's what happens.
That's more bad writing.
Okay, regardless, that's what happens with a lot of Sith. If you go to the Old Republic, you go to you go to stuff within the Clone Wars themselves, we have examples of when people are drinking the dark side Kool-Aid, they immediately start to act different. Once they fully embrace it. Well, yeah, Dooku's like the exception.
No, but in motivation, Sith they're quite consistent.
Okay. Well, or like
Revan was quite consistent. Malak was. Exar Kun was. They're Naga Sadout. Like all these Sith are quite consistent.
Well, Malak was Alec first, and we saw instances of him being a dark side while still being on the light side during the KOTOR comics.
No, what I mean is
trolling villain in the video game.
But that was a prequel.
Yeah, and in this series, we have 9 books to flesh out this change in him, because he starts out believing.
No, but I'm saying he's inconsistent.
How?
One moment he's different to Vader. The next moment he wants to be like Vader. The next moment he's like,
it's not just one moment though. It's 5 books that are like 300 to 400 pages long before this happens.
But he's inconsistent before that as well, like we said with Luke.
You have to show it. You have to show it in the first 2 books that he was like, I want to be a Dark Lord of Sith and be evil and kill my family members, and then also him saying, oh, I don't want to be like my grandfather. Or that I'm different from my grandfather, because it's not like he started off being like, my grandfather did it purely because he wanted to save his wife out of selfish reasons. I'm doing this for the greater good of the galaxy. I'm also older than my grandfather at the time when he turned to the dark side, so I'm more wiser than him. He was making excuses. Later on,
but that's a contradiction too, because it gets retconned that it was because of Alana.
he's doing it for the universe and for his daughter, so she can live in a universe without.
But he mentions in Bloodlines that Anakin doing it for Padme was selfish.
Oh, Anakin was stupid for doing all this shit, and he was selfish. But I'm also doing this for these reasons.
He's doing it for the same reasons.
Yeah, well,
of course, it was also just because it was a retcon and it's terribly written because it's Troy Denning.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm not disputing that, but yeah, why does he become a Sith? There's like 5 different reasons.
Yeah, we have gone through it a couple of times now.
No.
But like I said, the vision thing was cleared up in New Jedi Order, in Onslaught and in Traitor.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't. Yeah, he knows not to trust visions fully. And like Vergere was basically teaching him not to rely so much on the Force, like rely on yourself.
But dude, Josh.
Yeah.
This guy here clearly said they are more clear visions. So that changes everything.
But I'm not saying it's perfect.
No, he was talking about the guy in the.
I understand. Yeah,
okay, yeah, that guy who wrote that.
I know.
He said it's clear visions.
I'm just saying I know that it's not perfect, but I think if you're looking, I know you guys aren't able to look past obviously the issues you feel it has with NGO.
Yeah, because it doesn't work with NGO. That's the big problem.
Okay.
Not even Jason though, just little things like. I remember at the end of Unifying Force, it said Coruscant would take decades to be habitable again.
And then, I thought it was talking about it being like how it used to look.
No, like habitable. Like beside the only people who could live there were like construction workers and stuff who were working on it.
Well, do they go back to it in Legacy?
Legacy of the Force is just like the prequels again.
Oh yeah, not only are they back there, the fucking Jedi Temple is rebuilt. Yeah, they are not on, which is also something in Unifying Force. They set up, okay, Yavin 4, the temple is destroyed. We build a new one on Ossus. That's going to be fun.
The main
Legacy and Darkness and Legacy. Oh no, we have a temple on Coruscant now.
Well, there's still the
prequels.
There's still the Vong stuff on it. It hasn't gone away though.
A little bit.
It was a little bit. It just didn't feel as.
Because I just reread it. After how it's described, Coruscant, how it's looking in enemy lines and the Force Heretic books, I can't believe they changed it back that quickly. Like, are they back on it in Darkness already?
I don't
think so. I don't remember.
I swear they are. I don't know. Maybe.
Regardless, Darkness is 5 years after.
Yeah, but okay, Legacy is at most 7 or 8 years later. There's no way I believe it looks like it used to.
Even in and no, I know you don't like him, but I remember reading somewhere. I was flicking through Jedi Search. Kevin J. Anderson even mentions that Coruscant was still being reconstructed after Palpatine did all his kerfuffle in Dark Empire. Yeah. Even Black Fleet Crisis mentions that.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, Black Fleet Crisis said, there are still parts of the city that are destroyed because of the events in Dark Empire.
Yeah. Whereas in Legacy of the Force and stuff, I mean, granted, I read it years ago.
Yeah, so you guys are going to go through it again, right? So you can
we have
the errors with it.
Well, the thing is, I'm on Force Heretic 3 right now. So that book, Final Prophecy, and Unifying Force, and then I'm.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to reread Legacy of the Force. I'll read Dark Nest.
Yeah, you have to read Dark Nest with me because holy shit, I'm not doing this alone.
I need to.
At least we can make some fun videos about it.
Yeah,
I'll enjoy them regardless, even though you're hating on it.
Yeah.
I enjoy hearing your opinions. I concede some of them. I just maybe it's the fact that I felt emotions from it.
That's fine.
That I guess maybe I'm defending it harder than I should. I don't know.
Everyone has their likes and dislikes. You need to apologize.
Should we continue?
Sure.
Yes, we should continue.
So, this all points to a problem that Jason has had all his life. His belief that he was the only one who understands. He didn't think Luke had it right and questioned everybody.
He did.
To a point, his questioning was good and helped him grow, but it gets to a point that Jason is so sure of himself and his philosophies that he thinks only he is right. He is so confident in his abilities that he never questions his visions. Jason still has not fallen to the dark side, but has been hardened by war and become obsessed with the future. This obsession will eventually drive him to the dark side.
Now, this point I think is entirely on my side because that's consistent throughout all of NGO. He constantly questions everybody. In half of the series, he's so annoying because he's constantly doing it. Even Han tells him to shut up and do as I say. Stop.
Yeah, I remember that.
He does it throughout the entire series. After he meets Vergere, he still does it. He does it to everyone constantly. So that is one thing he does always do.
He even does it to Vergere, though.
Yeah, he does do it to Vergere too. And I mean, of course, you don't accept Legacy of the Force and the Swarm War as canon and good or whatever. But under the frame of this is canon, this happened, that could work with him getting arrogant because he constantly questions everybody else. So he could get to a point where he believes himself to be right above everyone else because he learns things in that 5 year that not even Luke knows. So now I'm smarter than Luke because I know things that not even the Grand Master of the Jedi Order knows.
But I don't know. I see what you're saying. I don't think being like a questioning person necessarily can make you arrogant. I mean,
I don't think so either.
I'm a very questioning person as well, but I wouldn't consider myself arrogant.
Well, no, I think it can lead to arrogance. I don't think that automatically makes you arrogant. I think that's something that can happen.
It can.
So
see, here's the thing. Sorry, go on.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I mean, okay, obviously I have, even if you ignore the fact that it's Jason, I still have issues with it, but generally, I wouldn't mind Kaidos or like, I wouldn't mind
a character
Denning
like that.
I wouldn't mind Denning versus Jason as much if it wasn't Jason, if that makes sense.
So if it was some other character.
Yeah, because
then he wouldn't have Jason's his story arc from.
But you can make a new character. I mean, look at. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I can see how someone who questions a lot can think that they think outside the box. Yeah, they're better than everyone else. I can see how it can lead to arrogance, and that could be an interesting story. But I just don't think it works for Jason. And oh yeah, that's true. But also, I mean, and yeah, I also, speaking of conceding, I will concede that, yeah, Jason's probably, out of the Solo kids, he's probably the most inconsistent, like, character-wise.
Well, mostly because he was supposed to die. He wasn't supposed to survive.
Well, no, yeah, because they had their archetypes. Jason was originally going to be the warrior, and then Anakin was going to be the introspective one. Which, like I said, I actually would have preferred. Even though it wouldn't have been 100% accurate, it would have been more accurate in my opinion. But whatever. So yeah, I do concede. But for me, with Enjo, Jason at least has some qualities from Young Jedi Knights, which like is empathy and all that stuff, which I can enjoy. Yeah. But for me, the problem is like the new one. He's so far away from like.
Well, I think that's a point to make later. Like, I know you guys joke about it, but. That is the intention of the book or the series midway through, especially after Mara. He isn't the same person, and he's not supposed to be. At that point, he is different. So the argument that he's not who he was in NGO. Well, that's
when he does this,
he does the.
He's more emo Spider-Man than Kylo. Thing. I'm not gonna
Spider-Man thing. I don't know about that, but
he's literally talking to himself in the mirror doing this. That was an amazing moment. I will give you that.
There are a lot of moments where he's talking to himself though. Like he really didn't want to kill like Ben and everything, and that was like a whole thing. Like he went like an entire book just trying to find any excuse to not do that.
Was he like? Maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but no, didn't you tell me he was like eating something in the bath?
Like Chinese takeout food, the equivalent in Star Wars. Someone pointed this out to me. I completely forgot.
I don't remember that. I do remember him talking to himself, not actually out loud, but like in his head, in his bedroom or whatever, in his office. But I don't remember.
Yeah, but I'm looking for that scene when I'm rereading it. Because holy shit, if that's actually in there, holy shit.
Okay.
It's another great joke.
Once Jason returns from his journey, his biggest problem is quickly revealed between Vergere's philosophy. Yeah, which philosophy? And the things he learned among groups like the Gensarai. Oh, it's another one we forgot. Jason's philosophy changed. There was a time when he believed that some things were wrong in themselves. For example, he once stood against using Centerpoint Station against the Vong because he believed that mass destruction like that was wrong no matter what. But Jason has changed. You forgot about Alpha Red as well. But Jason has changed. He now believes, as long as his motive is pure, that he can do pretty much anything. If he has to do dark things for the greater good, he will, without hesitation.
To quote Vergere, isn't that a little bit sick?
Yep. As Leia later tells him, holding principles deeply doesn't make a being right, and it doesn't make what he's doing right.
Here's the thing, though. The biggest thing with Vergere, though, in that entire book, is that Matthew Stover made that book to be highly interpretive. So if you guys get two different views from it, or if you guys get the same view and I get something different, he did the same thing with Shatterpoint. He made certain parts of that book meant to be for people to come to their own conclusions. Like that was the same thing with the vision of Coruscant. Like it could be just a blatant Vong reference. Other people have argued it has nothing to do with the Vong. It has to do with the comparison it makes in that book with the jungle being chaos in the galaxy and Coruscant being like the symbol for order and stuff in the galaxy. I think it's a little bit of both because it's.
Why does it have to be one or the other?
Yeah, I think it's both, but some people make the argument that it's one or the other.
What is Vergere's philosophy, though?
So Josh says there is no philosophy. I've argued, and he, of course, is not going to agree with me. I've said this time and time again, I'm a broken record, that she does. I don't agree that she's a Sith. I know that's what Denning said. I don't care what he said because it wasn't explicitly stated in the book. There's a couple.
No, but she is in canon now.
She is canonically established to be a Sith.
In the Jedi versus Sith.
Yes, I know. They try to say, yes, she kind of, maybe not, but she is established.
It says that nobody really knows because nobody really knew anything about her. Because she didn't really interact with it. Because everybody from the Old Republic is dead. And then everybody from the New Jedi Order barely knew her because she only interacted with a couple of them. So nobody really knows anything about her. The only thing they know for sure is that she affected Jason. Whether that's just
Old Republic, not Old Republic, Republic era.
Republic era, I'm sorry.
Prequel era?
Yes.
She was a Jedi?
Yes.
We saw her in Cloak of Deception, for example.
Yes. Sure, but most of those Jedi are dead, is my point.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the Jedi records are gone.
Mm-hmm.
So, and she wasn't like this great Jedi. She was like an average Jedi who left after
she did.
So how could she hatch out a master plan?
Her master plan.
Well, I'm just saying, like it's easy to conceive that information about her would be lost because she wasn't like this most important figure.
Okay, I can buy information on her being lost because she's pretty irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
But I think it's more we talked about why Denning legitimately believed she was a failed student of Palpatine, and we talked about this in detail, while this doesn't work timeline-wise or with any sort of logic.
Yeah, I kind of just ignore it, but I mean, I'm willing to accept it if that was the case, if they put it in canon, because like the thing with me with the EU is with every story, whether it be a story I absolutely despise or a story I absolutely love, I don't do headcanon. I branch it all out. It's all canon, whether I like it or not. And I'll suffer and read something again, even if I dislike it, because it's a part of the EU and I'm going to consume the entire EU because that's just how I do it. I can't headcanon, except with TCW because it's really hard to place that in the timeline. So I'm going to have to like...
I was about to ask, what about Seating Gambit?
I know some people want to just shove that out. But like there's some things in there right, like they do mention it in some places, like especially with Fated Jedi, which you ignore, but I accept. So I have to like, it's gonna
I don't ignore it, I just hate it.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm very 50-50 with it.
Yeah, but the thing with TCW for me is how I treat it. Just move it into S canon, and then we can say,
then you can just pick and choose.
Problem solved. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same with the fucking tie-in novels. Like I like No Prisoners actually because that is fucking Pelion. And Pelion is fucking awesome.
I read issue 64, where that's the one where the Republic series, where the Jedi want to get the midichlorian test.
Yes, and Pelion is in it.
And Pelion shows up, and I was like, I'm so happy. And then there was just one panel where it said that Dooku was on Bakura, and I was like, I'm so happy. Like it wasn't like anything big. It was like one-off mentions. I was like, I love that so much. And then issue 68, they're on Honagor, or how the fuck you say it, the Nogri planet.
And I think I said that too.
I was like getting to. I mean, I don't read like comic book adaptations of novels, so I haven't seen what it looks like in the Thrawn trilogy comic books. So getting to see it a little bit, and then they also mentioned the ricotta, and I was like, they're just bombarding me with references, and I'm very happy. So sorry.
Yes, No Prisoners is written by Travis, and I would say it's probably her best book. Hard Contact is also decent.
You and Matt agree.
Yeah, for once. But yeah, No Prisoners. It has Hellion. I mean,
but
Leonard.
Sorry.
Oh no, the comment by Leonard T Gamer. If the Force tells a Force.
Wait, if the Force tells a Force user to do the opposite side they're on, they actually should do it. Like if a light side Force user should kill people, why not? It's the same for the Siths. I mean, the Jedi listen to the Force, whereas Sith listen to themselves a little bit. That's kind of an oversimplification. But like,
see,
you go.
I'm kind of like, I don't like to talk about this because I keep getting flashbacks to like Kreia and like her fans.
Yeah,
like
I like Kreia, but I'm not like obsessed.
Well, because I don't really agree with this idea that the Force is like this. Because when it comes, when people phrase like this, they make it seem like the Force is like an entity with like a mind of its own. Whereas for me, I don't really agree with that.
Well, I can definitely see an argument being made. I don't know where I stand on that. I mean, it does seem sometimes, depending on the writer and the story, that it does seem like the Force has some, maybe not a mind, but some sort of cosmic will,
conscience,
for everyone. Like the Chosen One prophecy. Again, if you don't like the prequels, and that's going to be something that you don't even like to begin with. But if you're accepting that, then that's a whole thing of like, well, is this just something that? Yeah, is this just something that came up by people and it's just a coincidence that it ended up working out like that? Or is it actually some sort of like cosmic grand plan? Right. But
so he's doing the laundry. So doesn't matter now. Okay, the next, by the way, I just want to mention I already looked at the next one. The guy misspelled Keelix.
Oh, with Vergere's philosophy, obviously some people don't think she has any philosophy. To me, I interpreted it, and I do think the book is very interpretive, so I don't think anybody's inherently wrong unless you're very biased to what you believe it to be saying, because I don't think from memory the book is super clear on what it's trying to say. It wants you to form your own opinion.
Yeah.
And I think even Matthew Stover has said this, but it seems like what she's saying to me is simply that there is no good or bad side to the Force. Like you said, there's no mind to it. It isn't anything. The Force is based on how it's just the Force. It's how you use it. It's your intent. So that's all. She wasn't trying to turn him into a Sith-Lord or anything like that. That was all she was saying. And so with that, he goes, okay, later on, of course, you mentioned some stuff that seems to maybe be contradictory to the idea that he could later on go on and go, okay, well, Vergere said it's all based on intent. So if my goal is good, then the means of going about that goal.
No. She didn't say that.
Okay.
I thought you argued against that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying that you said that was the contradiction. That was that she said it's not a little extreme or whatever.
Oh yeah, because he's like, I can, kill my enemies with peace in my heart and good intentions and everything, and that's no problem. And she's like, oh, you can just fucking slaughter everyone, like as long as you keep your cool. That sounds really sick, don't you think?
Well, he doesn't just slaughter everyone in this series. He slaughters people, or he doesn't slaughter people. He kills people specifically if he feels that it's necessary. Like with T'Chum, he did that out of anger, so that one wasn't really justified. Even he knows it wasn't justified, but he was pissed off and did it. Which, I mean, even if we're ignoring Legacy of the Force and Fate of the Jedi, I'll
let him off because we all hate T'Chum.
Yeah, we all hate her, so I wouldn't be too concerned with that. I'd be like, okay, just go talk to Luke. Maybe you can patch it up later. It's I can't blame you because I would have done the same thing. But
I think everyone would.
But I just see a lot of occasions where he's trying to where he's like, okay, what's the cost and loss of doing this and this? It's not like, oh, I want to go around just killing everybody, and that's like cool because I'm not getting angry or anything. Because Anakin does the same thing during the Clone Wars, where he'll just like, oh, slice me down, who cares? I'm gonna save my friends. That's all that matters.
Anakin's a nutcase though.
Okay.
But going back to the Force thing, I mean, it's a complicated thing because like it can depend on your real life views as well. Like if you think the idea of like it kind of can relate to some religions as well. I know, like, because I mean, technically, I'm a Christian. I don't know. I mean, I do believe in like a higher power. I just don't know how it works. It's like sometimes I'm open to the idea that people have a destiny. Other times I'm not. And then it starts to think, well, is the Force like the highest? Sorry, go on. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say it also depends on like within religion itself, like what form of free will you believe in, because those are secondary issues within religion, because it's not like mandatory. It's just like, oh, do you believe that people are free will, or do you believe everything's determined, or something in between? And so that's a whole separate discussion. But
the thing is, there's funny because there's like people who aren't even religious who have that debate about free will, because they talk about like our bodies are made up of this and that, and we have this reaction to this and that. So do we have? It's free will is a really trippy subject.
I love all these conversations with free will and like morality itself, like, because
me too.
I've heard a lot of atheists talk about like the whole deterministic view because of like how you're arranged and stuff. Do you actually have any choice in the matter because it's all molecules and stuff and or whatever? And I'm like, okay, well then I guess we can't put people in jail, because how can you put someone in jail for doing something they were determined to always do?
That's true.
But I like those conversations. They're fun.
Yeah, but then I mean, I don't remember specifically, but people in the forums were saying stuff about So do you remember in Conquest where Anakin? I think Anakin was talking about the Force a bit. Solo.
Yeah,
and people were saying that he had this kind of theory about there was like a being above the Force or something like that. I can't remember.
I don't remember.
But a lot of people have talked about that. But
that'd be interesting.
It's interesting because you start to think, well, is the Force like the highest thing in Star Wars? Is Star Wars creationist, or is it more like
we do have that one really trippy Visionaries comic with no words? That's just a bunch of images. That's supposed to be like the oldest in the timeline, where it's like humanoid-looking beings doing weird things. Maybe those are the gods of Star Wars. I don't know. Maybe we'll see when that what's that guy's name? That guy releases that book that Matt's going to review, The Supernatural Encounters.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we'll get an answer.
Guys, Sivert is right. It's just a story about space wizards with children.
I love that. That will never get old.
Never.
I wonder if there's like actually like I think Cray would be like the starkest. No, it's weird. She couldn't be an atheist because she actively believes that the Force is a thing, and that it's actively has a will. So she's actively trying to stop like God from doing its will by killing God. And it's but I'm sure there probably are. I mean, Han Solo at first seemed to be like the atheist of Star Wars, but I'm sure there's probably some like Jedi that think there's a higher power. I don't know.
Yeah, like above, like the Force isn't.
Yeah, that'd be a really interesting story. Now I want to see that. I want to see some Jedi be like, man, there's a God, and then the other Jedi be like, bro, it's only the Force, and just have a discussion about that.
No, like a God above the Force. Like there's the Force, and then there's like
the Mortis weirdos.
The Mortis, well, they're not gods. They're just
they're not.
They're complicated. They like are super powerful in the
Wasn't
Force.
it like Fate of the Jedi established they are Celestials?
They're more like demigods, I'd say.
Yeah, they're just really powerful beings in the Force that have lived for a very long time.
Like when I talk about God, I mean have you guys seen Star Trek TNG?
Oh yeah, I've seen Star Trek TNG.
Okay, I actually haven't, but I know the character Q.
Yeah,
like that kind of.
They're not actually God. He's not actually a god, but he has such power beyond the crew of the Enterprise that it seems like he's a god.
Okay, is he? Oh, I thought he was not nigh omnipotent or something.
Well, yeah, it's weird because he's not a god. He's an alien of some kind, but he has powers so beyond like most of the characters in the show that he comes across as like a god figure because he teleports left and right. He's able to change his clothes at will. He's able to make drinks come out of thin air and just do all this weird stuff. He just has all these crazy powers. But he's not a god. It's very bizarre. But I think the Mortis arc characters in Abeloth would be probably more like that, where they're still aliens, but they.
I saw them. Yeah, I saw them more as like.
That's an argument that people make.
Like again, talk about Star Trek in that context, they'd be like some space entity that the Enterprise encounters on some planet.
Yeah.
I also agree with Siva. I thought the whole thing happened at Anakin's head.
Yeah, that could be fair.
We can't Fate of the Jedi and the rest of the lore.
Yeah.
But there was also this connection with Mortis and what's his face from the Legions of Leto. What's his name? Xendor? The leader?
I don't know.
I have no idea. The reason I don't think, because I know like there was that guy who tries to make out that Star Wars is evil, and because there's no free will and the Force. The thing is, like, a lot of these ideas of like visions of the future through the Force, I don't know, these things aren't exclusive to Star Wars though. That's why I don't really get it. Because like obviously you have, I mean, I'm getting into Dune soon.
Yeah.
So in Dune you have like the Bene Gesserit and stuff.
Yes, they're actively implanting in worlds like these fake religious things to make it seem like that's the case, that this thing has been determined by a higher power.
They should do that, like a story like that in Star Wars, but with the Mind Walkers.
The Mind Walkers, because
that would be really cool.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that first. I can't wait to go through the Kevin J. Anderson and Brian Herbert books though, because the main reason, like, I thought you guys are mean. It is insane. Not that you guys are actually mean. It's just you guys always bash on stuff I like, but they're so cruel to anybody that says anything positive about the books that are not written by Frank Herbert. And I'm like, maybe they're bad. I don't know. I have to make that opinion for myself. I'm not going to just accept your opinion. But you know what I mean?
No, I don't hate Anderson.
More. Yeah. No, I know. I'm just talking about like people that talk about those books. And I'm like, I need to see more Leto Atreides. He was one of my favorite parts of that Doom book. And I need to see him more. So if those prequel books give me more, I'm down.
I'm actually with you. I'm excited to read the prequel ones, even though a lot of people hate on them. But the thing is, it's like, I mean, Matt was talking about it. I think he talked about it of us, or maybe he talked about it in a separate video.
Yeah.
No. I asked him on a Q&A.
Yeah, she did. I remember.
He was. Hang on one sec.
Well, Josh just left us with Chuck Wendick.
No, I had to say no to my mum.
Okay.
But anyway, what I was saying was, what was that? Crap, what was I saying? Oh yeah, no, Matt. I asked Matt in a Q&A, and he was saying that Frank Herbert's books, like the last 3, weren't as good. Like, well, no, he said the first 4 were good, but then Heretics and Chapter House weren't very good. And he was set. His controversial opinion was he thinks Frank Herbert is a great author, but a bit overrated.
Yeah. Yeah, I've only read the first Doom book, so I don't know about the rest. I saw the trailer for the movie, and I had to go read it. So I stopped reading Star Wars and everything so I could go read that. But I plan on going back and reading it in chronological order, and then going.
I'm going to read that next, actually. I'm going to read the first Dune book, and then I'm going to go back.
Yeah.
And start from, like, I think it's the Machine Crusade and that stuff.
Yeah, the Butlerian Jihad, the Machine Crusade.
Those are the first 3, right? Chronologically.
And the Battle of Corran.
Yeah. So I read the very first book just to get a context of the world, and then, even though I've seen the movie, but still, both movies, David Lynch.
The movie doesn't do it justice. You missed out on this phenomenal dinner scene. I was so sad.
The 50-page
I understand.
one.
Yeah, there's this amazing dinner scene filled with tension, but I mean, I understand why they didn't put it in, because it highly relies on you being able to hear what the people are thinking. But it's just a phenomenal scene, and I look forward to you reading that part. I want to know what you think.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll let you know.
Alex, I'm sorry, but can we skip a little bit of? Can we skip a little bit of these, because holy fuck, I just looked at it.
Yeah,
there's like 15 more about Swarm War, and then we only get into Legacy of the Force.
Yeah, and you guys.
And I really have to go to the toilet.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, wait, let me see where is a good one to open. Okay, here's one where he just says, let's look deeper at Lumaya's deception and bullshit. So that should be. This one is just about, he fucks up T'Chum. She deserves it. We all agree on that one.
Yeah.
Amen.
Okay, let me open this, and then you two can talk about it and read it quick.
What I'm most excited to read, this won't be for a while because I have to
Mhm.
get through it, is Young Jedi Knights.
Oh yeah, that's a great series.
It's a wonderful series.
I want to read Aquaman Jason.
Yeah, he's great. He has the best jokes.
Okay, your turn to read it.
My turn?
Or either of you, I don't mind. Actually, no, Noah, because Noah does a funny German voice.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Let's look closer at Lumaya's deception and manipulation. Jason senses no lies, but Lumaya is very capable of concealing things from him. He has no idea that she is behind the crisis facing the galaxy. Her story of Darth Vectivus is partly true, he was a real Sith, but we only have Lumaya's word that he was harmless. This is the exact type of story that Jason wants to believe, but Lumaya is most likely lying or stretching it. So this is him headcanoning it, because there's no indication of that in the series. Another thing Lumaya says is that she isn't looking for revenge on Luke. I think she is half telling the truth. She has a larger goal in mind, but revenge is likely at least partly on her mind. Jason is too blind to see these things, overconfident. What is Lumaya's plan? That's my question. If she's not actually wanting revenge on Luke, she's okay. So she's responsible for this Corellian bullshit war with Fracken.
Yeah, because she was.
And her plan in that was getting Jason to her and on her side to turn him into a Sith, because according to her, that was the master plan with Vergere.
That's not what she. So, oh right, she does say that, never mind.
Yeah, but her goal is just keeping the Sith going. Like that's the end goal for her. Yeah. If there's no I want him to turn to the dark side to get revenge.
It is.
On Luke,
it is very much about Luke, but I do think she's trying to.
Well, the thing is, she was saying that she hatched her plan with Vergere, so between Agents of Chaos and Edge of Victory somehow. Let's pretend.
Well, I don't even agree with that. That she was with Vergere. I know again.
No, it's confirmed. She said it.
In this book, in Betrayal, we only have her words.
No, in Legacy too.
In Legacy, no, she's there. She's there acting. She's there acting suspicious, but she doesn't.
Doesn't Crate directly?
No. Crate directly says it.
Crate directly confirmed. I talked to her about the Sith, and she said, "Oh yeah, Sith are
I
fucking awesome. I am one."
I don't remember her ever saying in the Legacy comics that she was a
Sith. It's Crate.
Crate
he said Vergere said she was a Sith to him.
I don't remember.
He knows about Lumaya, and he knows that Lumaya. No, he said, we also tried to recruit the Dark Jedi Lumaya, but she sided with Vergere and her creation, Darth Kaidos.
That's in Legacy, right? Or
that's in Legacy. The flashback with Crate.
When?
So,
which book?
Claws of the Dragon.
Claws of the Dragon. Yeah.
He's talking to Cade, where Cade's in the Embrace of Pain.
I don't remember.
And he's like, I learned this from Vergere. And she also used it on fucking Kaidos, even though she didn't put him in that fucking thing that was the Yuuzhan Vong, but whatever.
I would get the comic out, but I can't be asked because it's in my box and it's individual issues.
Okay. Now, I just remember her being obviously very sus, because that's kind of Vergere's character. I don't remember any specific mention of her being a Sith. But
Craig said that Vergere told him she was a Sith she was trained under Sidious. Crate said that Vergere told him this stuff.
Is this in the Legacy comic or the
Legacy that would also book? That's in the Legacy comics.
In the comic, in the flashback.
Yeah. I don't remember that. I just remember
that. I'm gonna get out actually.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's the thing that happens, and I think.
So you just ignore that when you read Legacy, then?
I have to. Kind of, because that doesn't.
I just said you missed my retcon earlier, actually.
Oh yeah, his retcon is great.
My retcon is so Crate was actually what he was remembering was while he was tortured by the Vong, he had an acid trip. While he had an acid trip, and one of his favorite foods is KFC. and he was really hungry while he was in the Embrace, while he was on his acid trip. And
So he
because
just
of
happened
that,
to
he was
see the
like,
same
"Oh, you know what?
personality.
There was that one Jedi Master who looked like a chicken."
Okay.
And then he
That's
thought, so
funny.
he thought of Vergere. He had an acid trip of Vergere because he was hungry, thinking about his favorite food, KFC.
Yeah,
That's
we are talking about KFC and acid trips right now.
That's my retcon.
Fair enough.
Hang on, let me get the comic pen on that though. So yeah, Jesus, I need to sort
but
the room out.
For real, we are still talking about Vergere's character retcons and how stupid it is in Legacy Comics specifically now.
I think it was 18. Yeah, I think it was. Wait, was it? Yeah, it was 18.
If that's the case, then I can't do the headcanon point that I always make, because I always said that the Legacy, the Force series never specifically stated in any way or any provable way that Vergere was a Sith. We had a couple Sith mention that.
I mean, we had Denning's famous Vergere Compendium.
Yeah, look. Remember what I was saying earlier?
Oh, wait, let me get this.
No, Crate, yeah, you can put my face on. Crate, knows who she is, look. So he says that Master Vergere.
Yeah, Master Vergere.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where does it specifically say that she's a Sith in here?
Master Vergere was once a Jedi. Oh, shit.
That's what I don't remember at all. I feel like I should.
That's somewhat. It's the panel with her face in like close up, and she's looking sinister, I think. We have to make her look sinister because she was Sith for long. A mission to Sonama Sekhet had brought her into. Wait, no. She claimed to have been trained as a Sith by the Emperor Darth Sidious himself. A mission to Sonama Sekhet had brought. Closer to the camera, please. A mission to Sonama Sekhet had brought her into contact with the Yuuzhan Vong, and she went away with them. Vergere taught me to use the agony of the embrace of pain to open myself to the dark side.
Well, that still works with what I've always iterated, because assuming that I said that I'm willing to accept that she did that at some point, even though it's really stupid and doesn't really fit, that she somehow was with I mean, if I can fit TCW and I can fit freaking her being with Palpatine for a short amount of time.
Hang on. There's a bit where Crate says.
Yeah, well, because what I always said is that she did that because she was upset with the Jedi Order, just like Count Dooku would be a little bit later. But then she has to run away because of that stupid stuff that Denon said out. She
doesn't run away. We talked about this in detail. First off, there is no time or reason why she would train with Palpatine.
I know.
And she doesn't run away. She just goes on a Jedi mission
I know, but you could make the argument that she specifically chose that Jedi mission because she needed to just get away from Coruscant for a bit and come up with a plan. And then she met the Vong. She's like, perfect opportunity. Leaves.
Oh, wait, let me.
Look, I sense a darkness in you.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I in you.
Again, there's no specific thing that says that she's a Sith, though. She doesn't go, I am a Sith-Lord. Because the thing is that she
claimed to be trained by Sidious.
She directly says it herself.
Yeah.
How would she know? But she doesn't know who Sidious' name is.
Yes, because she's fucking surprised as hell when Jason tells her, oh yeah, Palpatine was Darth Sidious. He was the Sith-Lord, and Darth Vader was Anakin Skywalker. And she's legitimately surprised. She's like, what? Well, she says, I knew Palpatine, but only from afar. He was a senator, as far as I know.
He could have been in the cloak, because he interacts with a lot of people without taking off the thing. If he barely knows her, if you're entertaining the notion that for a time he did try to train her, like maybe he had met Count Dooku and met her, and at some point you try to be like, okay, well, let's see one of the two, which one would be better for my plans for the future, or whatever, right?
But that wouldn't work, because we know he started training Dooku pretty much immediately after Maul. It
wasn't right after. It was at least probably a couple months. That could leave plenty of time for that. But
I wouldn't even say months. I would say.
You're gonna say like a week after? I don't think so. I don't know where you.
Not necessarily a week, but it was very quickly after. Like, I don't think there is enough time for him to.
I'm saying the two of them were. He comes into contact with both of them. His secret is very important that he keeps that. So if one of them ends up not working out, he needs to keep that hood on, and so that way he keeps his identity revealed. He would only reveal his identity after he fully committed trust to that other person. And that counts for Count Dooku as well.
He basically admitted to Dooku
He did, yes, in Darth Plagueis. He said things that were alluding to it, but he never specifically
very clearly alluding to it. With like,
yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is that how would
I don't like the idea very much, but I'm saying.
No, we're trying to say it was established as canon, though.
Okay, but she goes with the Vong for like what 4 decades, and then she comes back. She goes and meets Jason. All those things happen, or actually, at some point around the same time, she would have had to meet Crate as well because that happened during the Vong War.
Oh yeah, that happened shortly before. That's established. That happens shortly before Vector Prime.
Shortly before Vector Prime. Okay, so then she meets Crate there. So she's been with the Vong for 40 years. Okay. So even if we accept the fact, which obviously none of us seem to like that idea, you don't like the entire series. I don't like that particular idea to begin with. But let's say she did train somehow with Palpatine. Okay, so she would have some access to the dark side. She would have used it. She goes away with the Vong for 40 years, being completely outside the Force, completely changes everything she knows about the Force by simply being with a species that is somehow outside of it, when all of her life she's been taught that all beings are surrounded by the Force. Okay, so now we get to this. So she still has, access to the dark side. She's used it before. She also used the light side because she was a Jedi for years. Okay, then she meets Jason, right? And she's teaching him about this thing about there is no dark side, light side. So she could use whatever power she wanted, whether it be light side or dark side, because she doesn't believe in the concept of there being a light and dark side of the Force. It's however she wants to use it in her intent. It's the same thing she teaches Jason. So if he senses darkness in her, that's not inherently a contradiction because she probably uses both all the time.
I forgot what we were talking about.
I disagree because Vergere, every action of her in New Jedi Order very much just screams Jedi to me. And
so just a Jedi that said something light side,
and not, she sacrifices herself to save Jason because she knows, as she says, he is the only one who empathizes with the Yuuzhan Vong, who is against genocide. He's the only one capable of coming up with something to save the Vong and end this war in a peaceful way.
So you're saying she's just a light side user who just has an inherently different view of the Force from every other Jedi?
Her view isn't really different. Like we said, it's similar to Yoda and Obi-Wan, obviously, with all these, the only dark side inside.
Well, Yoda's very like, you can't use any sort of dark side power ever.
What dark side power does Vergere approve of that Jason uses?
I'm not saying that she tells him to like particularly use.
She never mentions anything about abilities, though.
Well, she says you can basically use any power so long as it's your intentions are fine.
You're thinking of Kyle Katarn.
She says the Force is not.
The Force doesn't have size. The Force is one.
Doesn't have a size. So theoretically,
that was to get. Yeah, but like we said, that was to get Jason to stop blaming other things. That you had to take personal responsibility. Don't blame the dark side on your inherent problems.
But doesn't that go against what? Because the Jedi specifically tried to, the prequels try to keep the Jedi from falling in love and stuff because they said those actions would immediately cause you dark side tendencies. Because
I don't remember. Yes, but I don't remember the exact quote.
I'm trying to entertain the idea that she is entirely light side. I'm just saying that it seems that she has a different view from other Jedi I've seen because it does not seem the same to me as Yoda. It's
no two Jedi are exactly the same, but she's more or less saying what Yoda says. So sorry, what you said? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure someone's pointed this out that at the end of the Revenge of the Sith novel, Yoda basically admits that because Obi-Wan's like, oh yeah, so I'll train Luke from birth, and Yoda's like, no, our way was wrong. We messed up. We were wrong. Like the whole point. I mean, supposedly, people change their minds, but when people defend the prequels, they say like, because I complain about the Jedi, people say to me, oh yeah, but that's the point. They're supposed to be flawed.
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree with that. I'm trying to see everything she says in that book does not sound like things I've heard from other, at least in the way she phrases things. It sounds different from what other Jedi.
Yeah, because that was kind of the point of a character.
Why does she have to do? So then the only reason they did that for that book
one reason she has to talk like
mysterious.
This. No, One reason she has to talk like this is because they are on a fucking Yuuzhan Vong ship, and it's established in the very first chapter they are watched 24/7. And she tells him the story about the Shadow Moth, or what it was called.
Josh? Yeah, the Shadow Moth.
And Jason immediately understands, you're not really talking about this, you're talking about us two, like there is something beneath the surface going on here between us.
Do you remember the story,
like,
Alex?
That's immediately made clear.
I do remember the story. It has been like a year
since
remember
I've read. As well.
Yeah. So I'm willing to concede that.
The same thing happens with Jason. Like Jason literally tells Gannett, because Jason, you know how the Embrace has like the room with like the glowing eyes at the top, which are cameras.
Yeah.
Jason turns them off, and he's doing like this big show. He's pretending to be a Yuuzhan Vong. He's like, "I have seen the light of the true way," and Gannett's like, "What the hell is he talking about?"
Yeah.
And then Jason turns off the cameras. He's like, "Yeah, I'm acting. Relax."
Yeah. Okay.
And then
I remember that.
And then Gannett even later on, Gannett knows when even after Jason told Gannett he's acting. Even after that, when Jason's talking, when Jason's putting on his act, Gannett says to himself multiple times in his head, he sounds very sincere, and so does Vergere. Like Vergere's words do sound sincere, but she has to be like that
and she makes jokes about it. Like we said with her line to Jason, with everything I tell you is a lie.
And Nomanor.
We explained what the reason is, and to Nomanor she says, Nomanor, don't you know? Everything I tell you is the truth.
Right.
And Jason even says that he can sense that Vergere only does it. Like she hates that she has to do this to him. She doesn't want to. Like Jason can even sense it in her.
Well, I think that's consistent with what you're saying and with the idea that she believes that there's just no dark side, light side. But if she truly is a light side of the Force character, then she does believe fully that there's a dark side and that you can't use it. Because that's the same thing that Luke iterates everywhere, especially because his father was Darth Vader. And if we're accounting for Dark Empire, for the rest of all of his life, he's constantly afraid that the dark side has a light side. But even if he wasn't like super afraid of the dark side, he constantly says not
I actually
to
didn't like
use
that aspect of Luke.
You didn't like that aspect? I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, everyone has. That's the thing, because everyone has their own. I mean, I'm not like I actually probably like Enjo less than, because I'm not like a staunch defender of every decision Enjo. Like, what was it? One of my biggest problems with Enjo is Luke. Like, he's so indecisive. It's like when you look at Dark Empire, and, like, when you look at Dark Empire and like, and okay, this is more Timothy Zahn's fault, I guess, with the Hand of Thrawn. But when you look at Dark Empire and like Tom Veitch's intention behind it, the intention was that is Luke getting over the dark side kind of thing. I mean, yeah, it's a battle you have to face every day, but Luke is after that, Luke is no longer afraid because he's been like deep down in the dumps of it.
Yes.
And if that was, and Tom Veitch talk about Carl Jung and all that stuff, and the shadow and defeating the shadow, like that was Luke beating a shadow kind of thing.
Well, that's fair. I like the idea. I mean, the whole series of Star Wars is ultimately about the Skywalker family. And I like the idea that his father...
It's about family. And that's what's so powerful about it.
Who says that?
That's the famous Carrie Fisher quote in like the behind the scenes for Last Jedi.
Yeah, so I like the idea that his father falls super far from grace, becomes this killer of a whole bunch of people.
Space Hitler.
Space Hitler. But I guess it's more Palpatine, though, right? He'd be more of the enforcer of Hitler, because Palpatine's the one that makes all those plans. But anyway, so then Luke, I mean, I get what you're saying with him overcoming the darkness, but at the same time, it's kind of like, if you're under the way a lot of people kind of interpret the dark side, where it kind of becomes this like drug that over time, like you just crave it, you want more of it because it gives you this adrenaline, this rush. The idea that he could, be fully engaged in that in Dark Empire, somehow walk away from that, but then know the power that he once had, the power that he could wield again, just like his father, and not wanting to be like his father, so constantly like backstepping that. And that makes him annoying sometimes, but it makes him also consistent, while also still being a hero, unlike in episode 8, where he just walks off from everything else and goes straight
I guess what was I gonna say? For me, it was going back to that whole thing about the dark side isn't necessarily the character. I mentioned this earlier, how it's not really a character arc. It's more like everyone has their own personal reasons for falling, So in Dark Empire, it's very different to his motivations in Empire and Jedi. Empire, he wants vengeance against Vader because this guy killed his master and his father. Well, he thinks that. But Return of the Jedi.
And his uncle and aunt.
Oh, yeah, and that's it. Well, did he order that? Or was that just random stormtrooper thing?
He ordered it.
Yeah, he ordered it.
Wait, is that confirmed?
That's confirmed in...
Where?
It's, for example, it's in the Ryder Windham...
Rise and Fall of Darth Vader?
Yeah, I think it was
there's something else I think too where it's mentioned, but it's like a source.
It was like Vader, the stormtroopers like called him on the holocom, whatever, and he saw these two old people and he's like, these weirdos kind of look familiar. What's their name? Oh fuck.
Like,
it's Owen and Beru. And then he's like, oh, it's Owen and Beru, and he's like, fucking kill these suckers. Like they deserve it.
Yeah.
No one needs to like redub all of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Just the hard R version of Star Wars. We get the hard mother from Samuel Jackson that he loves to do. We get that. Like we got to have it like 15 times so all the movies.
Motherfucker, you're under arrest.
Yeah, even if it's not called for. Like he's just like talking to Yoda. He's like, as he's talking to Yoda, and Yoda's like, "Excuse me," but then you just ignore it and keep going. I would love that.
Green little motherfucker.
we have that fucking Pulp Fiction parody comic with Mace Windu and Yoda.
Right.
What? Wait, where?
Yeah. I think it was a Tales comic.
Oh my gosh!
I need to see this.
Yeah, it was a Pulp Fiction parody.
Mace Windu was having an acid trip dream, just like you said for Crate. That's how you make that canon. So it was in his head.
Oh yeah, that's how he wants to talk, like in his everyday life.
Yeah, but
because he's a Jedi Master.
Yeah.
Crate is Austrian.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But going back to Luke thing, it's just like because Return of the Jedi was like he gets angry because his sister's threatened, and then he has to come to terms with what he was about to do and what he his decision. Look at his hand. Oh, I could be just like my father. That kind of thing. And then in Dark Empire, his arc is infiltrate Palpatine's inner circle by feigning allegiance. And then he falls into despair when he fails to defeat a naked clone of Palpatine in single combat.
I'd be pretty scared if I had to fight a naked guy.
Oh yeah, especially Palpatine.
Yeah.
And then so that's the thing. It was vengeance in Empire, anger in Return of the Jedi, and then despair in Dark Empire. They're all very different things. That's my kind of point where I say Luke's kind of been through like a lot of the major aspect for his character. So I thought, for me, it's like I think I haven't read it, but from what I know about Black Fleet Crisis, I think that should have been his final Bantam arc. That made more sense to me because then he's ready to train the Solo kids.
Where he goes and be a hermit for a little bit, and then tries to go find his mommy and all that.
Because
I was
where he's like, oh no, I can't train them because I'm too and then he's kind of thinking what his path is and stuff. And then he's like, oh, you know what, I can train them. So I think that should have been his final arc. That sounds better to me than...
Well, I don't know if he goes too much of an arc in NGO and post stuff. It's just consistently...
I meant for Bantam specifically.
Oh, okay. Bantam specifically.
So that takes place before Young Jedi Knights and Junior Jedi Knights. And then chronologically that makes more sense. But I don't know.
No. Well... Maybe it will make more sense for you after you've read it and you could articulate it better. Maybe.
Yeah. Did you read Shadows of Mindor, by the way?
Shadows of Mindor? No, that's one of the few I missed. I missed Bounty Hunter Wars. I missed Shadows of Mindor.
Dark Empire is
cool. That's the story.
It is cool. I love Dark Empire. And then Crimson Empire. Those are like the three things I missed. Oh, and the Invasion comics. I missed.
Well, you didn't miss much.
You can miss the Invasion comics. Yeah. I mean, you missed Dre, who's super awesome.
Yeah, so I look forward to that when I get to it, but that's going to be like a million years. But
yeah.
Let me make Dark Empire sound even better. Here's why Dark Empire is so good. It takes all the elements of Star Wars, right? So you have the Force, the mythic element, you have the underworld, I think it is, with like the Han Solo and smugglers and stuff, and then you have
Nar Shaddaa.
Yeah, and then you have layers, what's layers one? Politics, I guess.
Yeah, she's really good at politics
and democracy stuff. So it takes all those elements of Star Wars, right? So they all start off together, right? Oh, and Lando, because Lando's awesome.
Yeah.
So it takes all the characters, they're all in one situation, then they all go off and do their own separate things, right?
Yeah.
And then towards the end, they're all brought together, and all of their storylines connect. Then like, there's no filler, there's no fat. Like everything that happens to Dark Empire matters. All the stories connect. Han and Chewie come together to help out Luke. Leia comes together to see Luke at the end. And the best part, and this is why I don't mind Palpatine. I don't mind Palpatine coming back in the first time. Palpatine's death is so good first of all, it represents the whole idea that, evil always destroys itself. Palpatine is literally killed, consumed by his own power with his Force Storm.
Yeah.
Like Luke and Leia don't have to do anything. Like Palpatine's Force Storm consumes him, and it's quite symbolic. Like the Force Storm is symbolic of Vader betraying Palpatine. Vader was Palpatine's fist, his own power. He says, attack dog, Vader attacks. Vader was literally just an extension of Palpatine's power. So was the Force Storm. So once again, you're talking about the whole poetry, it rhymes thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
That's why Dark Empire is awesome, and that's why Dark Empire 2 and Empire's End not so much. Yeah. They don't completely suck, but Palpatine's definitive end is
ever.
Yeah, but Empire's End, the best ending, the best Palpatine death is when Han Solo just shoots him in the back like a hero.
And then he gets stopped by that weird robot guy, Jedi guy.
Oh yeah,
Jedi robot.
Empatejos Brand.
I don't remember his name.
And he sucks him into hell, which at least that's a good line. Like, not only he will make sure Palpatine never returns, every Jedi who ever lived, who exists in the afterlife, will make sure that Palpatine never escapes again.
Hey, Nomi, what's up?
That is pretty cool. I don't think we have to address this next point. It's kind of reiterating the same thing.
Quick, I want to answer this.
Oh.
I would. If you pay me money, if you pay for the fucking Lego set, sure.
When are you going to set up a thing so we can send you money during live streams?
I don't know how any of that works. So.
Oh.
Yeah, Siva, reread Dark Empire of everything we just said had in mind. Also, okay, I'm going to say it. Tom Veitch does the best characterization for Leia for me.
Ooh,
I love his characterization of Leia. Like what he does of Leia in the first one at least was just so good. Also, if it wasn't for Tom Veitch, we wouldn't have Anakin Solo. So
and we wouldn't have Old Republic era at all.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Yeah, but really, Dark Empire is a great Leia-centric story.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the thing. So I think Dark Empire is really overhated. By the way, Sivat, when you do reread it, also look at it, because with the artwork, don't just look at the art, just look at it with the perspective. Imagine it is a movie. Like, from frame to frame.
Cinematic.
It is, extremely cinematic. It works perfectly.
It does.
Also, for me, I think it's Luke's best character arc. Also, it builds upon the movies really well, again, because, Luke had another reason for turning. He wanted to find out what Vader went through.
That's true. Yeah. It is really good comment.
Yeah, it's really dense. There's so much going on.
So much going on.
That is Dune,
the
first Dune book in a nutshell. It's so dense. That and the freaking Forerunner trilogy for Halo, which is like the earliest. That is some of the most dense things I've ever had to read. It was.
But Josh, I really think, did we ever do a Mofference on Dark Empire, the trilogy?
No.
You guys need to then.
No, you know what you need to do? Because someone told on the forum, again, looking on the forums, there were people saying that Shadows of Mindor is good to read before Dark Empire. I have read Dark Empire, but when I reread it, I want to read Shadows of Mindor first.
Yeah.
But then I heard Shadows of Mindor is kind of like, how do I say it? I'm looking forward to it, but it's just people say, I know it's like
50-50 with people.
Yeah, but also it's kind of like the actual story itself. It's like, oh yeah, some of these things might have happened, but then some things might not have happened. Like Chrono's whole backstory.
That's kind of framed this way.
Mm.
Where it's also, like, I always, you can take it as, because it has a prologue and epilogue, with the whole thing with what's his name wanting to make a holodrama. Lost Captain wanting to make a holodrama out of it. And in the middle, you get basically the entire book.
Yeah.
And you can say, okay, these are the actually events. But then at the end, it's kind of implied, because Luke, that's a great comedy scene, by the way. He reads this entire manuscript that Lost Captain has written, and he's like, what the fuck have you done? Like, what is this shit? This is the worst garbage I have ever read in my entire fucking life.
He actually says that, though.
Yes.
This is garbage. It's the worst thing.
And then he's like, okay, you know what? You can publish this, but you're going to have to do some fucking rewrites. We're going to change this. We're going to change this. And I'm not a literature critic, but your writing style, ooh. And it's a pretty awesome scene. That alone makes the book worth it.
Now, you two might be able to change my mind on this. The only thing I'm kind of conflicted about, because, I mean, you know me, I kind of like Star Wars for like this escapism. So I know the emphasis on like fake news, because we get enough of that already.
Yeah, I think it's
and
done...
like holodramas, thrillers.
I think it's interesting.
It is interesting.
The Ember Island player.
Because I was... Oh, yeah, no, that's true. But
kind of.
I was thinking,
Ember Island player.
Again, going back to Star Trek, I think there's a line, but I think Data says it. He's like, "Oh yeah, TV isn't very as prevalent as it is now."
Yeah,
as it is today. I kind of wish Star Wars was a bit more like that, because like this more better world where people aren't so obsessed with like what they see on the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then again,
like, also the problem with TNG is the creator of Star Trek itself was very much about like, oh, no capitalism equals perfect society.
Yeah, that is true.
Like, it wasn't a realistic portrayal of how the world would go. It was a very happy, what if, like the Beatles song, what if everybody just got along and there were no problems, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, that's cool and all, but that's why I like Deep Space Nine more than I like TNG.
That's why Star Trek is boring to most people.
That's what my parents say. They're like, you're such a nerd. You watch Star Trek? And I'm like, yeah, because it's
it's uploaded right now.
Yeah.
And I have an entire Mofference playlist. You have like 60 million hours of content. If you want to.
But I don't know. I mean, I don't think it sounds too... I mean, the only thing I'm a bit iffy with Star Trek on is the whole, we don't have money in the future.
Well, that and that the Earth has like no religion anymore. I didn't buy that.
That's not true, because Ahura talks about... What was it? Do you remember the episode with the Roman Empire?
But that was on a different planet, right?
Yeah, but Ahura mentions, like, when they talk about the sun, they mean the son of God. So it's they obviously...
They know about it, but nobody practice. It's supposed to be that nobody practices religion.
Hang on, actually, no. There's a video about this. I think you'll like it. I think it was to do.
I just don't think it's realistic. Unless I'm wrong, that people would just, nobody believes it anymore.
Welcome to the Star Trek stream, where Josh talks in depth about Star Trek.
It's good. By the way, have you seen the animated series?
Don't watch that. It's garbage. Actually,
I've seen like 2 episodes, 3 episodes.
It's bad. I don't think it's funny. I think it completely goes against everything Star Trek is supposed to be.
Why?
Because first off, the jokes in it go like, okay, so there's like a lot of like cussing and like sexual jokes, which is fine for a different series. This is like Denning. This is like Denning, right? But on like 100 times worse scale, because this is another thing that pisses me off about the Picard show and Discovery, because it was established in the 4th movie of Star Trek, the 4th movie, that because they time travel back to the 1980s, and they're hearing these people cuss left and right and everything like that. And Kirk is like, wow, they have such an uncivilized way of speaking back then, or whatever, because they don't cuss in the future, or they cuss, but they don't cuss in the same way we cuss. Like, they have new words. And so in Discovery and Picard, they're saying F this, F that, all the words that you could possibly think of, left and right. And I'm like, so you're contradicting the movie that said this, because that takes place even further than the original crew from the original show. So it really bothers me. But
we are Star Wars focused here.
Yeah, we are Star Wars focused. I'm sorry.
Yeah, going back to Shadows of Mindor. I mean, I guess I could be convinced that the holo thriller idea is like, Okay, when
It is a
Palpatine
good idea.
Yeah, I like that. Sounds like a cool
propaganda
premise.
and especially because that is a thing you have to kind of address at some point. Luke, Han, and Leia are war heroes, and obviously people are going to be telling their stories about them. And it's not just holodramas in and of themselves; it's just these stories in general. People tell about them and how Luke feels about them, how he's portrayed in them. And then there's a great joke with Han where he doesn't give a fuck at all how he's portrayed. He just wants to cash in. Like he sold the film rights to his life.
I look forward to reading it.
We should all. When are you going to read it? Because I'll read it when you read it. We could do like a Mofference on it.
I'm in the middle of the Clone Wars right now, so it's
no worries. Because I've got to read. I've got to read. Well, I'm going to read Dune books, and then I've also got to read 3 prequel books. Cloak of
Yes, we can
Shadowhunter,
talk about it right now. We can talk about it right now. Yeah. For January, we have a Mofference planned. Was it Plagueis, right? Plagueis first.
Plagueis.
Was it the Darth Maul? Wasn't it Darth Maul?
Yeah, because we talked about doing Darth Maul Shadowhunter, the novel, plus the Darth Maul short stories by James Luceno. Saboteur, Restrained, and Endgame.
Yeah, those are all pretty good.
And then Darth Plagueis. Same months, I guess.
But yeah, so I'll probably get to Shadows of Mindor in, I don't know, a year maybe from now.
It'll take me about that much time to. I don't know if I'll be able to do it in that stuff in January. I'll see how I go with Dune because I'm going to prioritize the first Dune book at least for now.
You will come on. You can finish one book and then.
I'm a slow reader and I need to watch movies and.
You're a slow reader. Almost every time we do a fucking Mofference, like. I asked you on fucking Discord, oh yeah, Josh, how is the book going? And you're like, I got 200 pages left. And I'm like, dude, we are filming like in 2 hours. And then you finish it.
Well, yeah, that's because he was on a time limit. Say to go.
Yeah, I can do it. To be fair, I have gotten faster actually.
4 days.
We don't have a date yet, right? When it is.
Mid to late January. We'll see how it is.
Yeah, I mean. So you have to finish Cloak of Deception and then Shadowhunter and then the 3 short stories. I mean, the short stories gonna be quick.
Yeah, it's a short.
It's Cloak.
But Shadowhunter is also a short book. So
yeah, I've been waiting to read. I'm actually excited to read it. I think.
I really enjoyed it. That was a good one.
And Cloak is a James Luceno book, so you should be flying through the pages.
Well, that's a Marmite book. People either love that one or hate, like you guys, or they hate it. They say it's like.
I am in the middle. I don't hate it.
Oh, really?
I don't love it. I think it's. Good.
I don't think it's James Luceno's best, but I would say it's a very solid book. It's a good book, a great book. It's definitely a solid prequel to The Phantom Menace.
Well, we disagree on Force Heretic, so we'll see.
Oh boy, yeah.
Shatterpoint.
I think Force Heretic is really boring, but
the first book.
The first book has Pelion, so that's...
It has Pelion, it has Norma Noah, it has Tahiri's arc beginning. It's great.
Yeah, but the way it's written, no, not Pelion and Norma. Tahiri's bit could have been done better for me.
It could have been, maybe, but
Final Prophecy was way better than anything they did for me.
I agree.
But that's Greg Keyes. I mean,
Greg Keyes should have written Force Heretic.
But I think it's Sean Williams.
Isn't he the same one that did Fatal Alliance? Yeah, Fatal Alliance is awful.
Fatal Alliance is fucking garbage. That I agree. I don't. Force Heretic is the only work by Sean Williams I enjoy. I also don't really like his Force Heretic stuff.
Oh, I'll have to see when I get to it. I've only ever played the game, so I have no idea how.
I mean, the second Force Unleashed novelization has some good extra stuff because that game's story was just cut into pieces.
She's real to me.
That's a good meme, though.
I think his weakest. We can't say worst because it's James Luceno.
Yeah,
but I think
have a bad one.
But I think his weakest is for me. Maybe I will reread it and then be sure. Millennium Falcon.
I agree. I do think it's the weakest out of all of them.
Yeah, because I appreciate a lot of things about it, especially the connections to the Lando books. I mean, that's just... But I think, especially the ending is really rushed.
That takes place after Legacy, right?
Yeah, that's not right after, but after Legacy,
Yeah, so
shortly before Fate.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know if you liked anything past NGO or not. Besides
no, so I liked. So we have Darkness and Legacy of the Force. I just completely despise. You know, Cross Current and Riptide are fun. Definitely, Millennium Falcon.
Very trippy trips, but I enjoy.
Oh yeah, they are insane. Millennium Falcon is fun, like I said, but it has its problems. Fate of the Jedi, I am 50-50 on, because in concept, that's like a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff in here I should love, and there is stuff in here that's really great. I love the dynamic between Luke and Ben. I love the idea of this odyssey across the galaxy, meeting different Force groups. I love the idea of the Lost Tribe of the Sith and their history. I love the short story collection, Lost Tribe of the Sith. I know.
I love the idea of the Lost Tribe. I was so bored by them when I read them.
Yes, but I love Vestara Kai as a way to fill out the gap that Mara Jade left. I think all of that is great. But then we also have a lot of the bad stuff, like the political stuff is boring for the most part. We have Darla, but we have Windorven.
Yeah.
I
don't mind Darla as much. I know a lot of people dislike her. I never thought she was this great. I know that Matt tries to portray her as like, oh, you just don't understand. She's actually really great. I know that she kind of just isn't that great, but I never
Darla. She literally has brain damage.
I never despised her though as a villain. I mean, especially I read Thrawn trilogy. I was like, no villain really compares.
Yeah, but I don't really despise her as a villain. I just think she's really stupid and incompetent, which the author said to retcon. She has brain damage, confirmed.
What?
Death Star, wasn't it?
Yeah, Death Star confirms it.
I haven't read Death Star yet, but I'll see it in a bit, I guess.
How many books I have and how many are there?
There's
hundreds.
Hundreds.
Here's my bookshelf. So it's this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows, 7. Wait, YA 7, 8, and then there's the comics.
No, your arm's camouflage in the wall.
Sorry. And then there's the fucking comics, also a few million.
I look forward to the day where I have a bookshelf as big as yours.
Same.
Because right now all my books are on Kindle. Or actually, it's not true. One of Matt's friends was like, "Yo, you don't have any physical books?" I was like, "No, I don't." And he's like, "I'm just gonna give you some for free." I was like, "What?"
Oh, that's
and he's
nice.
like, "Yeah." And I know, because the Star Wars fan base, or at least the EU fan base, are wonderful. And so he just shipped me some books that I have read already, but I didn't own physically. So.
Oh, and to ask it, how many exactly? I'm pretty sure it's like 200 adult novels.
And then like something adult novels.
Yeah, 200 something adult novels. I've read all of them, most of them twice actually.
Wait, just Legends?
Yeah, just Legends. And
I think it's like 140 something.
Yeah, it's up there. It's up there. Maybe 200 if you include all the YA stuff, because there's a lot of YA books.
That's a lot of them.
Yes, yeah. Josh, have you? Never mind.
Yeah, and yes, I have read the Tarkin novel by Lucino, which that's his weakest.
Yeah.
I have read Tarkin and Catalyst because it's Lucino. It's Disney canon, but I read it because Lucino. Tarkin is just kind of boring and forgettable, which is a shame. It could maybe work as an expanded universe book in a way. He still brings in connections to Darth Plagueis, especially.
But I heard it contradicts the Force Unleashed.
It contradicts a lot, yeah, because with the Death Star is in there and everything. And Catalyst definitely, because that's a prequel to Rogue One.
Yeah.
So, Alex, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just wondering, because you mentioned the young adult stuff. Have you already read Jedi Apprentice? Or
the only young adult stuff I've read is Junior Jedi Knights. I have Jedi Apprentice. I need to read it, though.
Yeah, because you talked about you're really looking forward to Young Jedi Knights, which is wonderful. But Jedi Apprentice is by far the best out of the young adult stuff, in my opinion.
I'd probably enjoy Young Jedi Knights the most, just because I love the characters. I can't and the era better.
Right. That's fair.
Post Jedi is just
Yeah.
Plus, I've heard so much stuff about them, so it's just But yeah, Jedi Apprentice, I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, it does some great stuff for Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon.
The best book is a book. I think it is 17, when Obi-Wan is horny for a MILF.
That's the one I don't own.
I don't remember this.
Yeah, what was it called? Something witness?
The only witness.
The only something witness. Was this about the what's her name? The bad scientist lady? Or was that earlier?
No, I don't know. I think the last two books, 17 and 18, were standalones. That weren't really connected. I think she was a witness in like a mafia murder case.
Right. Wow, I thought she was around his age.
No, I'm pretty sure she was older. She was older and married.
No, I thought the thing was that her like husband died or something. She was a widow or something.
Yeah.
And so
no, I can't get it because it's it's too expensive. Like,
oh no, right? Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that was the one where Qui-Gon was doing with events that happened earlier. What else?
And that's, by the way, that's why Germany is so great.
Yeah,
I still got them all on Amazon, brand new, cheap. It's the free.
Lucky.
Yeah, but it's the 3-in-1, so I don't get the separate covers. But you know,
I can get the Dark.
Okay, so not okay.
Okay, so not that much of a difference.
So
well, to be fair, if you're a teenager, you're going to be quite,
Yeah.
Obi-Wan. Oh, read Jude.
Dude, if Obi-Wan wasn't a Jedi, the amount
of
woman,
dude, he was a Jedi. You know how many women he still fucked?
Yeah, I know.
So what you're saying is he's basically a precursor to Corran Horn.
Yeah.
Okay, Corran Horn was a
actually no.
man.
Corran Horn's no one's worse than Corran Horn.
Corran Horny.
How many? Wait, but
there was
Corran Horn made out with a
Okay, he made out with somebody. He didn't like have sex. He was
no,
only,
he did.
What? He with Myra.
No, what tell him about Corran Horn's little
I don't remember.
Oh, his furry adventure?
Yes.
His furry adventure.
When he fucked a Solonian and he got an STD? Yeah. That happens. He tells it to a child when a teenager.
Oh, okay.
In front of Mirax.
I feel like I should remember this. But
yeah. Okay, let's just quickly answer. What junior novels are worth reading? Everything by Jude Watson. It's all connected in a way. You can still read her separate series on their own, but it's all connected. Jude Watson is the best YA author, no question. So she wrote Jedi Apprentice series, which is about Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. She wrote Jedi Quest, which is about Obi-Wan and Anakin apprenticeship. 2 novels, Legacy of the Jedi and Secrets of the Jedi. And then she wrote The Last of the Jedi.
And The Followers.
The Followers and something.
And the special editions.
Yeah, 2 special edition novels that tie both Jedi Apprentice and Jedi Quest together. She wrote The Last of the Jedi series, which is in the dark times, right after Revenge of the Sith.
Right.
And she allegedly wrote Rebel Force, which then is Rebellion era, after New Hope with Luke Han and Leia.
Yeah.
Even though the name for Rebel Force, it's written by Alex Wheeler, but it's apparently just a pseudonym.
Also, there's it's not nearly as good, and I haven't read all of them yet. I was going to mention the Boba Fett young adult books. They start off really weak, but they get better.
Yeah, they are fun enough. And then there's, of course, Junior Jedi Knights and Young Jedi Knights. Then there's, of course, like the gold standard Jedi Prince, which we talked about on this program. And Galaxy of Fear, if you like little horror goosebumps in Star Wars.
I grew up.
Those are hard to get, though.
Yeah, and the Melita Dunn storyline is really great.
I have them illegally online.
I have them physically.
Lucky.
Holy shit, 228 Lego Star Wars sets.
That's a lot of sets.
Let me show. I had a lot of them when I was younger. I had the fucking Old Republic Lego sets. They did 2 of them. They did Darth Malgus Starfighter.
Really?
And one Jedi Starfighter with Bastila, not Bastila, Satil-Chan.
Satil, yeah.
Right, I have one. I can show you right now. Give me a second.
Okay.
Mine are all in the shed.
I had Grievous's ship with Grievous in it, and I broke it.
I broke most of mine as well.
Yeah. I was trying to fly it, and I crashed it against something.
What, on purpose?
No, it was an accident.
No, I did that though. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh my god, that's big.
That's amazing.
That's the €200 fucking gigantic.
Oh, is that Boba Fett's ship?
Let me wait.
Not Slave 1, because that's
Slave 4, according to Kevin
Racist.
Anderson.
Here it is. Fucking gigantic and heavy,
That is
and I
really-
don't want
that's
to.
really cool.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
that's
want to
amazing.
drop it.
Oh, careful.
Yeah, I am. Okay. Because it wasn't expensive, and it comes with its little.
How long did that take you?
I don't know, maybe a week at most, but I think it was just like 4 days.
Oh, nice.
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 Yeah, Luke is the worst when it comes to that. Romantic relationships.
Are we done reading this thing then? The slideshow?
We are done. I think
Yeah.
this is almost 5 hours. We've
Yeah.
done a good job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez.
That's,
Oh, let's
there
not
was
get
that
into
there
that.
was that one comic, and it got me not upset because it was stupid. I mean, it was stupid, but it made sense in the context of the comic. It was, I think it was Tales, but it was one of the few good Tales that was. It actually gave a backstory to the things you can find in the caves on Korriban in the KOTOR game. It was like this little prequel Tales comic where there was these 3 Jedi. They went on a mission to Korriban, and these 2 Jedi were like falling in love. And there's this other Jedi that was like, "You stupid idiots! You're not allowed to fall in love because Jedi say you can't." And then he's going around like having sex. He's like, "Yeah, but I'm not. I'm just sticking it in and leaving. Like, I don't care about her." I'm like, "Bro, you're gonna yell at her? You're gonna yell at these two for like genuinely caring about each other, while you're just sticking it in and leaving? Like, you piece of utter garbage." And then he died, and I was happy. But then the couple also died, and you can wear his robes. And right, that was one of the Dromas. It was a descendant of Droma.
Oh, I remember his name. What was his name?
I forget.
I can't remember his name actually.
But you can wear his robe in the cave that he dies in.
Wasn't Vrook Lamar in that?
Yes, yeah, they were there for like a couple.
Oh, that arsehole.
Yeah, the most annoying Jedi.
I want to. Oh, him and Tarchum need to be put in the Embrace of Pain in the same room. Just put them together.
I'm glad that those two come to mind first before Borsk Fela.
Okay, Borsk Fela was actually noble in his last moments.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. Like he did a lot
Tales,
of crap.
Shadows, and Light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. That was one of the few good ones.
I don't know, because they made it like. Yeah, that one.
Sorry.
Because they made it like, because in Tales, they said it during Tales of the Jedi, and then they have the KOTOR prequel rules, but it's like that wasn't established back then.
Well, that was like it took place like right before KOTOR, a little bit before.
No, I think that I looked at the timeline. It was like
I
think it was between Sith War and Redemption.
I don't remember if it was or not. I don't remember I placed it in my timeline, but I mean, ultimately that's more the video game's fault than the comic because they decided to have it look more like the prequels for some reason.
I don't even blame, because I don't think George was very well. He couldn't have been. He was doing the films. I think that was just I don't blame him for that. I blame the EU writers for that, who were just like, "Oh, we've got to make it like the films, otherwise people are too stupid to know that it takes place thousands of years before and it'd be different." But I don't know.
Josh, by the way, I want to mention, you said earlier this was the most focused stream we ever did.
Yes, I changed my mind.
Yeah,
we were focused.
It was my fault. It was my Matt's fault.
It was definitely Matt Wilkins' fault. For the first 2 hours, this stream was going well.
But then Matt showed up, and then we started talking about what were we talking about? Oh yeah, where is he, by the way, in his reading? Because he said he seems to have read quite a lot by now.
When he released his what's it called? His
Dawn of the Jedi?
Civilized Age. When he released the Civilized Age video, I don't know how long ago that was filmed, but it was uploaded recently, and he said he was currently reading Jedi Apprentice again.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay, he's quite far then.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Just why I need to start going through everything faster. I can't let him catch up to me.
I need to read.
They disappeared. Matt Wilkins is gone.
Yeah, we had a bunch of Denning.
We had the fucking what's her name? Bug Killer. We had two Troy Dennings on here. One of them might have been the real one. We don't know.
I hope it was.
Did Bug Killer make an appearance?
One day.
Yeah.
Oh,
the Bug Killer appeared, and I'm convinced the Bug Killer is probably Chris Nelson.
You think so?
One of the Dennings was definitely Papa Wedge, and the other one was probably Matt Wilkins. And we came up with this whole idea. Matt Wilkins doesn't actually have children.
That was
he uses them as an excuse. And this is all just a carefully crafted scam to trick me. Because we predicted it. Okay, Matt is gone, and suddenly Troy Denning fake account comes in, and we said, oh, Matt is gonna come back and say, oh, I had to go take care of my kids. And then he did. And then he fucking did.
Yeah.
We got him.
You got him.
In his little hobbit hole with his door that's half his size. Is that the actual door? It's so distracting.
He said it's like a crawl space, but I like to imagine he's sitting on a really tall chair.
Is that his new room from now on then, or?
Hopefully.
I don't think so.
I want to keep watching this door.
See if it shrinks as time goes on.
So we have the piss couch, and we have Matt Wilkins' hobbit door.
Hobbit door and piss couch. There you go. Now, if Matt could just take the piss couch to his little hobbit hole,
it doesn't fit through the door.
That's so true. Yeah.
No, Dylan can't give it up. He's never. He's not moved from it. No, I was really disappointed because when he did the Civilized Age, the recent one, his wall wasn't piss yellow like it normally is with his lamps and stuff. His piss yellow lamps and.
Maybe he actually opened the window for once.
He opened the blind. I'm convinced that Dylan has not seen natural light since he moved into his apartment or his closet.
Yeah. So like me, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. The reason I don't open these fucking things is because I can't. They are really cheap, and if I try to pull on the string right there, they just break. Like it's garbage quality. So.
I thought you were gonna say something about the church near you.
No. Speaking of garbage quality, this was a stream, definitely. Yeah. And I think, you know what, the first 2 hours we went in depth with Vergere and the Jason and the traitor and the philosophy and shit. And I think that's enough
progress for us.
I think that's enough. We have made our point, I guess.
Usually
we didn't go through the entire thing, but I think we read enough of it.
Yeah, but the final part basically just says, okay, you know how in the last 3 books where he's doing all this evil stuff? Well, yeah, because he's not the same character anymore. Checkmate.
Yeah, we know because Timothy Zahn established in his short story an apology. It's not Jason, it's Jason.
Imagine that becomes a canon story, though.
That would be great. That would explain a lot.
And then you actually find Jason. He's just like, he looks like how he did in what was it, Destiny's Way, except even like he's got like a Santa Claus beard. He's like
Troy Denning,
really skinny.
He's hanging out with Ken.
Yeah, with Ken Palpatine. He's like, you see, just because your dad was evil, we got this. We can be best buds.
There's this Star Wars equivalent of the Bermuda Triangle with all these like disappeared characters, like Vima Daboda is also there.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh yeah, she just disappeared as well.
Yeah,
Vima she appeared in Crimson Empire 3 and then she's gone.
Oh.
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, I said Vima Sunrider because she never shows up after.
Oh yeah.
They all disappeared.
The whole Tales of the Jedi cast.
Yeah, they just go off the face of the map.
What? All right. I don't know. Would she have been better as Bastilla if she was Bastilla, or do you? I kind of. What do you think?
If it depends on what they did. If she's having the same arc as Bastilla, she was seeming kind of rebellious in the only comic we have with her.
Yeah.
So I'd have to see some progression of her becoming more stoic, I guess, to have that shatter.
Actually, yeah. Now that you said,
I guess I think it works better that it's a separate character.
Yeah, because her and Nomi made up in Redemption pretty much at the end.
Yeah. I would have liked to see her though as like a Jedi doing stuff. And
oh yeah, me too.
Yeah. I don't know. She could have been like maybe somebody you pick up along the way in KOTOR. That could have been cool. Instead of Jolie Bindo. Nomi.
Shoo.
Yeah.
No, Jolie Bindo's irreplaceable.
That's true. He's pretty great guy.
Actually, sorry, going back to all these Kreia people.
Oh yeah.
Another reason I don't like them is because it's because they talk about Jolie Bindo and stuff, and they say, "Oh, he's a coward," and blah blah blah. I'm like, I don't think so. He just had a bad experience. He just wants to leave, and he does things on Kashyyyk. Is it Kashyyyk or Kashyyyk?
Yeah, it's Kashyyyk, I think.
Kashyyyk. Yeah, I just don't like it. I think he's because people say, "Oh yeah, Jolie Bindo is just a fantasy character that people like to cling to." I'm like, no, his character makes sense.
Yeah.
He's not like a.
If Jolie Bindo had talked to Anakin Skywalker instead of all the Jedi of the prequels, maybe things would have turned out differently.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, I don't agree with the whole Grey Jedi thing either. But Grey Jedi is literally just like Jolie Bindo's a Grey Jedi because, okay, Grey Jedi is just a Jedi who acts independently of the Order, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like a Ken Palpatine Knight Errant kind of thing.
Yeah,
like that's a Grey Jedi. But I'd rather not use the term Grey Jedi.
Because it has a lot of baggage with it.
Yeah, I just prefer the term Knight Errant.
Mm-hmm.
Like so a Jedi is a Jedi.
No. I mean, he didn't agree with everything in the Order, which is fair because it's stupid rules to begin with.
To be honest, I think Luke's Order is pretty much the best.
That's what I've always said. I said in at least in the EU that Luke's Order was the best it ever was. I think even by Legacy, I think it was already starting to deteriorate a little bit.
Actually,
I don't think it was as good as it was when Luke was alive.
Nah. Well, I asked someone about that, and he was like, "Oh well." Again, a Kreia fans. He was like, "Well, Luke's Jedi just let anyone in, so."
What?
The Kreia fans seem to have the same attitude as. Yeah, they pretty much do. Like, I don't see how Jolie Bindo is a fantasy character.
What do you mean by Vietnam?
I mean, he's fake. So, I mean, they're all fantasy characters because they don't exist.
Yeah. No, as in like within Star Wars context, and like. Because a lot of these people, I don't think they like Kyle Katarn either, or something like that. Because basically these characters destroy their view of like, I don't know, they're just annoying.
You would think that Kyle would be more alongside Jolie, or is that why? Because they're very similar.
Because Kyle's whole outlook on the Force, and
I mean, at least by the video games themselves, he just kind of uses whatever. And it never seems to
to me, it makes sense of Kyle because he's like a hardened soldier / mercenary. He has a lot of discipline.
Yeah, there's only one time where he was affected by the dark side, and I don't know if it was entirely because of his doing or because he was like in an ancient Sith temple where it was affecting him. Because that was like a DLC.
It was probably Vitiate who's alive again. And
I think he's completely dead by the end of the MMO.
God,
I do like that guy though. I mean, I didn't like Vitiate. I like him as Valkorion. I like the actor who got to portray him, and I think
I'm the opposite.
You prefer Vitiate over Valkorion?
I just like his line. What was it? He was like, "There is no death, there is the Force, and I am its master." I was just like, "Oh, that's a cool line." And
he says a lot of cool lines as both.
No, I prefer Vitiate's voice actor. He just sounds a lot more menacing.
I thought it was the same. Oh, I guess it is.
Valkorion just sounds like some wannabe philosopher, but I'm like, mate, you're just talking garbage.
I don't know. Vitiate, my problem is that he just looks too much like Palpatine.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Valkorion, like he has like I dig this with any character, so this is my flaw. If somebody has like a really cool beard, it'd be like attracts me toward them. Kyle Katarn. And I'm still, I don't know. I enjoyed that whole arc with Valkorion.
So to answer this question, I would also probably say the Malevolence set, which I didn't destroy it. My little brother did. I don't think it's completely destroyed right now, but it's gonna take some time to build it back together.
That must have been a good bonding moment for you.
When I was in middle school, we were learning about the Roman Empire and everything, and the Spartans and the Athens, right? And like the Spartans, if they thought their babies were going to be weak or deformed or something, they would like drown their baby, put a pillow over their baby, or like leave it on the side of a hill to die. That's like something they would do. Yeah. So I had this idea for a fictional like story, like historical fiction, where there's this like Athens couple like in Sparta at the time, and they find one of those babies that's left on the side. It was a really stupid title, just a Spartan raised in Athens. How on the nose. But I was in middle school, and I like no TV, no video games, no books. I just spent like a year writing. It was probably really bad. I don't remember, but I spent a year writing that book because I was so like into the concept. And then my brother is upset with me about something one day. He's like 9.5 years younger than me, though, mind you. And he comes in one day. I have all the papers like stapled together. Yeah. And he grabs them and he starts ripping them. Ooh. And I for some reason didn't save it on my computer because I printed it all out. So I didn't save it on the computer, so I didn't have a backup. So it was just gone forever. And I was like, so that's why that reminded me of that when you said your brother or your brother or whatever broke it. So it was a whole thing.
Wait, what?
What?
Are you muted?
Yeah, you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm a fucking retard. Okay, so quick before we end it. Question: Did we talk about Fistful at the beginning? Right?
Before we came on, we did.
Okay, because this is also called a Fistful of Denning, which technically it was. Yeah, but Josh finally watched a motion picture. He watched his first movie ever. A Fistful
I watch movies.
You don't watch good movies. You watch Hollywood trash.
Wait, what'd you say? Hollywood or Bollywood?
Hollywood.
Bollywood. You only watch Bollywood movies.
To be fair, I have seen some. My nan's Indian, so. Fight Club.
Okay,
that's good.
That's good.
Let me think of some obscure.
Now he's gonna list a bunch of movies he
Apocalypse
knows.
Now.
I watched Citizen Kane. I watched Schindler's List. I watched E.T.
I haven't seen not E.T. I've seen Citizen Kane though.
Of course you did.
Let's see what else. Bridge on the River Kwai. Take that. With Alec Guinness. Yes, once fought in the Clone Wars, I helped to build a bridge in Japan.
But he watched finally a fucking Western, and not just a shitty garbage American Western. He watched the best Western. The fucking spaghetti Western.
Yes, I did.
Yeah?
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else.
No, not really.
Yeah, no, I really liked it. It was good.
Glowing praise.
Huh?
No, nothing. But that's good. So you watched the first in the Dollars trilogy, finally.
I have other things to watch, you know.
Yes, but I want you to watch these. Like, okay, if you liked Fistful, you will like For a Few Dollars More even more. And then Good, Bad, and the Ugly, even more.
Good, Bad, and Ugly, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then we get Once Upon a Time in the West and Duck, You Sucker. And then that's only the Sergio Leone movies. There's so much more going on. You can watch the fucking original Django. That's the backstory for Django Fett, obviously.
Tamira Morrison.
I inspired you?
He's about to watch all the Leone movies, he said.
Oh, fuck, yes. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God, yes.
Oh, my God. So excited.
I am excited. Okay, do you have Amazon Prime? I know they are on there. Some of them for free, like Once Upon a Time in America. Yeah, some of them are on YouTube. Some of them don't work depending on your country. Like, I can't watch For a Few Dollars More on YouTube for free. Josh can. But he can't watch A Fistful of Dollars on YouTube, but I can. For free, like the ones that are just uploaded by random Joe Schmoes. Are you gonna watch all of Sergio Leone movies? Because he did, and not just westerns. So his first one is The Last Days of Pompeii. His next one would be The Colossus of Rhodes or whatever. Next one would be, like I said, Fistful of Dollars for a few dollars more. Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Where the fuck is it? Once Upon a Time in the West. Duck You Sucker, aka A Fistful of Dynamite, aka Once Upon a Time the Revolution. And then Once Upon a Time in America, which is 4 hours long. But if you want to go the extra mile, you also have the Western comedies. My Name is Nobody. And for this one, you have to search because Nobody is the Greatest is the German title and sometimes the English title, but it has like 15 different titles in English alone. So good luck finding it. It has Terence Hill and Klaus Kinski in it. Just look it up. But yes, fucking watch all of them.
So big Western fan, huh?
Yes, especially Sergio Leone fan, because his movies are fucking brilliant. I'm not sure about these two, his first two. I still have to watch them, but I'm excited. I didn't watch A-Team.
No, me neither.
Regular show was my thing.
God damn it, he's stuck in 2010.
I wish I could be stuck in 2010.
Then find the DVDs, I recommend.
I'd be bored again in 2010.
Oh, here's the thing. Are we going back to 2010 as we are now, or we have to be like the age we were at 10?
Oh, if are we going back now? Do we still have all our friends and stuff that we have now?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. I'll go back to 2010. I know, otherwise I get kind of bored because I didn't read it. I mean, I used to hate reading, actually, to be honest.
Yeah.
It wasn't until Star Wars where I got into it.
I loved reading in elementary school, middle school. I dropped off during pretty much all of high school, and it was only it was all of Matt Wilkins' videos and the fact that I had nothing to do during the lockdowns during the year of COVID, even though it's still the year of COVID after the fact. But so I just started reading. Now I have an entire YouTube channel that just non-stop Star Wars.
But Sivert, with dollars, I hope you mean the entire trilogy, definitely. And Once Upon a Time in the West or Once Upon a Time in America, the gangster one. I recommend both, and I recommend Duck You Sucker because that's an extremely underrated gem. Also, Clint Eastwood, his other westerns, Unforgiven.
Did you end up watching Cry Macho?
Cry Macho, not yet. The DVD comes out in January, I think.
I have HBO Max. I saw like 10 minutes of it, and I didn't know how I felt, and I didn't continue. So
yeah, I heard it's a weaker one. It's a neo-western drama, so which is a shame because this would have been great as his final western ever.
Yeah,
but at least, hey, so 90-year-old Clint, at least.
Yeah, he's so skinny and old, and like I just don't know how.
But he's still pretty cool somehow.
Yeah, he never loses his cool factor. Also,
like
that one though.
I was about to mention that literally.
Yeah, that's the best one because there's a great scene in it where he tells some random fuck on the street like, "Shut the fuck up, you pussy," and that guy was his own kid, Scott Eastwood.
That was funny. I saw that clip on YouTube. Was it where he like goes up to those 3 black kids and he's like pulls out and then they have like an Asian guy. He's like, "Get in the car."
Oh yeah, and that's the scene.
He's like, but he pretends to pull out a gun. He goes like that.
Yeah.
And then he pulls out a real gun.
Yeah.
And then he points it at the white guy, his own kid. He's like, "You pussy."
Mm-hmm. He says something like he doesn't want to be your homie.
Yeah. Only Clint Eastwood can call his own son a pussy in film.
Yeah, it's even better because he fucking like directed it, starred in it, pretty much casted it. So I like to think he specifically put his own kid there.
No, actually, he didn't, because my friend told me about this. One time, his son asked him about, I don't know if it was this film or another film, about being in a film, and he said, "Yeah, you can audition for it like everyone else. If you fit the part, we'll cast you." Because you know, some people just can't, like, oh yeah, you they said to their cousin, "Oh, yeah, you can be in my film." Oh yeah, ask your friend. Or does your friend have an uncle or a grandma who wants to be in the film? Yeah, bring them along too. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I like that Clint Eastwood's more professional about it.
Okay, both trilogies. That's good. That's good. But like I said, if you want to go the extra mile, you can watch his first two, and then the two Nobody movies, which he partially directed. He wrote them, he produced them, and he partially directed them.
To be honest, I need to get a region 3 Blu-ray player. That's what I need for now.
Mm-hmm.
Then I can just watch anything pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
I actually...
and you need to watch, Josh, you need to watch the fucking Dirty Harry movies.
I've heard of them. You told me about those.
Yeah. Clint Eastwood being awesome. Dirty Harry.
Oh.
We are getting Josh to finally watch some actual movies. That's his first experience with cinema. And
shut your face.
But really, I'm sure it's going to be interesting for you.
What's your opinion on the Godfather movies?
I haven't seen them.
I was asking Noah.
I have seen the first two. I own the third one. I haven't seen it. Not because I heard they are terrible. It's terrible, but I will watch it at some point.
Okay.
My opinion about the first two. Oh yeah, they are great, but personally, I prefer fucking Once Upon a Time in America as far as gangster movies go.
Fair enough. I hear a lot of people say it's boring, so I just wanted to know your take on that. So
yeah, it's definitely very, very long. I can tell you that.
That's true.
I know how you feel, Noah, but Alex, how do you feel about all the new Spider-Man and like Spider-Man movies in general?
They're fine. Like, they're fun, but the thing about even the Amazing Spider-Man movies, which were flawed, very flawed, was that they all had something they were trying to say, I felt. And I don't feel like these new ones have anything to say other than have fun. And that's my biggest gripe. Tom Holland, I think he portrays it. He portrays it fine, but he doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't feel like he's grown up, which I guess makes sense. He's only in high school, but I feel like every other Spider-Man actually takes that quote, "With great power comes great responsibility," and actually applies it to their role. And so that's my biggest issue with Tom Holland. But I am a Tobey Maguire fanboy. I do. The third one has its problems, which are not even really Sam Raimi's fault. He didn't want to do freaking Venom. Yeah. They forced him to do Venom. And I think with what he had, he did okay. I mean, yeah, it's kind of jumbled. I think the biggest thing they could have done was just if they just took out, but of course they were leading up to it. So how could you? Was Harry turning into a bad guy? But that was so rushed. And that was probably the weakest portion of it. And then they just made him lose his memory. But other than that, I think overall the film is still good. It just pales in comparison to the previous two.
Yeah.
And it has its memeable moments. But if there's the director's cut where like it's supposed to be like the second movie where either the juxtaposition where he's like raindrops are falling on my after having the saddest scene, you have one of the funniest scenes. And so it's supposed to be the same similar thing where you have Spider-Man shuck that bomb at his best friend and walk away like he just doesn't care. And then the very next scene would be that scene. But I don't think that was how it was in the final cut. But that was how it was supposed to be intended. It was immediately right after just making half of his friend's face get exploded. That scene. It was meant to be like, oh, this is like silly. But that's also because he's a nerd. And a nerd isn't cool, but that's what he thinks is cool.
Did you watch High Top Films review?
Yeah. What?
Did you watch High Top Films review?
I have, yes.
Because he said the exact same thing. I was like,
yeah. Well, I thought that before, but he articulated it better.
Have you guys seen the on YouTube, the video, there's a part, the video, it's the audio commentary for Spider-Man 3 with Sam Raimi and Tobey Maguire and the other actors, and they are reacting to the scene in question.
Oh, I think I remember that.
No, I haven't seen it.
You need to watch it. It's amazing.
Have you seen that scene without the music?
Yeah, that's also amazing.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
Mm-hmm. And as Tobey Maguire recalls, Sam Raimi, he just kept telling him Tobey had to bring the cool down to really portray a nerd in that scene. He was just too irresistible cool. And charming. Too cool.
So he's like, you have to dumb it down. Come on, stop being so cool, Toby.
Yeah, the best part of that commentary, like this clip on YouTube, is like James Franco comes in. It's the greatest James Franco moment in his entire life, where he just comes in and basically says, you still got the moves. He very much just says the meme. That was amazing.
Oh, man.
Wasn't that Toby's line?
Yeah, but Franco then comes in the commentary.
Yeah.
You'll enjoy Danny when they fix the damn door.
Oh, man. 5 hours.
Yeah.
Longest one.
Yeah. This was more than just a fistful.
It's 10 o'clock here and I still haven't had dinner.
Oh, no.
And I had to go to the toilet for the last half hour. But, you know.
You're doing the Ryan Kendall thing, where if you just sit down and don't think about it, you just don't have to go pee.
Yeah. I mean, Josh finally watched a movie, so that's an accomplishment. I got to talk to him about Westerns. He will watch more soon.
You're this close.
Oh, man. See, but this is what we call cinema.
I've seen films. I mean, I know you don't like him, but I saw One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest of Jack Nicholson.
I don't hate Jack Nicholson, okay?
You just don't like The Shining?
No, I don't. Yeah, because The Shining movie sucks.
That was really funny, though, when he's frozen. And he's got that, like, big smile thing that he's got.
Yeah, that's a good.
That's really funny.
Okay. 5 hours in, we talked about Vergere, we talked about Jason, we talked about Denning's stupidity. I think that was all good enough. We had a bunch of trolls on here. Most of them were Matt Wilkins. And then Matt Wilkins actually came on.
And the trolls
Chris Nelson is somewhere out there. Who knows what he's doing? He's living the dream. Who knows what he's doing? Bug Killer, I don't know. One of them was probably Papa Wedge.
Mm-hmm.
It was a wild ride, a wild night. And I'm done.
But we stayed on topic for 2 hours.
That's a new record.
That's a new record for us. Usually here's what we usually do. For 40 minutes we talk about
No.
For 40 minutes, we'll talk about something completely random, and then we'll talk about the actual subject for like half an hour, and then we'll derail again for the rest of the stream.
Yeah.
I think that just happens to everybody if they stream for longer than like an hour.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I'm so tired right now. I'm not. No.
I need to go eat food.
Yeah. You need to get sustenance.
Yeah.
All right, and then you will watch some more movies. You will watch for a few dollars more. I mean, come on. You enjoyed Fistful anyway.
Oh, no, I did. Yeah, it was really good.
And it just keeps getting better.
I just, like I said, I have a job interview tomorrow. So if I get that, I hope I can buy more stuff. And then, because you know me, I like to buy because, I've said that, I probably explained this before, but I don't like English, like British English Blu-rays, because they're just.
Oh, I thought you meant you don't like British English, like the language.
That's all right. But no, I'm joking. I like English, but even though it gets confusing when you talk to Americans, like put it in the trunk. What? The boot. We call it boots. Yeah, different word. We have different words.
But both suck in comparison to German because you can't actually scream.
True, Germans can shout really nicely.
Yeah.
German's such a nice language, so aggressive and
so poetic. And once you realize, once you speak German, you never want to speak English again. Because you realize what a pussy language English really is.
Says the guys who lost to us in World War II.
Yeah. You didn't win with your language.
Well, we called you know what's funny? My media teacher told us this. He said after World War II, the English called the French cheese-eating surrender monkeys. But that was their name. And you know what else? So do you know where this comes from? Like, so you know how some places this is like just a random sign, but then for other places it's like a curse word kind of thing. So do you know where this came from? So originally, when the English and the French used to battle and stuff, like with swords and stuff, the French would always have their archers and stuff, and their archers would be a real big problem. So what the English did was they kidnapped all the archers and chopped their 2 fingers off, just so they couldn't fire their bow. And they used to go like, "Hey, you got no fingers." So that's where it came from.
Oh man. Okay, quick this. Is there a way to give me more subscribers?
Yeah, make fake accounts and then just start subbing to his YouTube channel.
Yeah. I don't care if you are real. I only care about the numbers.
Or Chris or Papa Wedge, whoever.
Yeah.
He does earn every single one of them. What are you insinuating?
Don't you have more English people than German people?
I think when I last looked at it, it was more German people again.
Oh.
Because I know I have some Brazilians in here, some Italians, some all over the world I have here. For some reason. And like, still half of them can't understand
Papa Wedge is going to have a blast doing the timestamps of this video.
Oh, he's going to hate us.
I just like your German videos, and then I leave because I can't understand what's being said.
Did you watch his Order 66 review?
His Order 66?
Yeah.
I mean, I clicked on it, can't understand it, and then I pressed the like button and left.
He said, I asked him this. I said, "Did you just say Order 66 is the biggest piece of shit I've ever read?" He was like, "Yes, that's what I said."
Oh,
I got it right.
General Kenobi. Yeah.
Oh.
At least I have some German viewers. I mean,
I'm technically, I have a percentage of German, so if that counts.
Oh, you're not one of those.
If that counts, then you have another German viewer.
I need to do an ancestry test to see what DNA I have.
I just know that
turns out all of my viewers are actually German.
Yeah. My grandma on my mom's side, super white. Her family, super white. Grandpa's side, that's where all the brown comes in. So, Irish and German.
You just mix the colors.
Just you taste the rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm all like yellowy brown.
Josh, you with your racist comments every single time. We talked about this. What we are waiting for is some actual fucking idiot coming in here and being like, obviously, look at this fucking Noah, obvious biggest fucking racist. And then
but I make fun of myself.
I have you two on here. That would be amazing.
You must hate brown people so much.
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I really.
I hate half my family. I really do. I'm disgusted by them.
Oh.
you obviously
for
can't
their skin color.
They're like, the only reason you can go on living is because you're seeing the world through the first person. If you can see yourself every day, you just get rid of yourself.
Josh can't believe he was born like this.
Well, everybody thinks I'm Persian for some reason. Oh, it's just whenever I'm at work.
This is actually perfect, by the way.
Everybody thinks I'm Persian because of the eyebrows.
Oh yeah.
But I'm Hispanic. But I always get Persian every time.
Yeah. I mean, in all seriousness, like I generally, I don't really think about race too much because to me it's not really important.
Yeah, only these Hollywood weirdos do.
Yeah, God.
But there was one video I saw on YouTube a while ago. I don't remember by who or what exactly it was. It was like a black guy from America who lived in like Germany for some time, and the video was titled "How Germany Ruined America for Me."
What?
And it was like, he explained he was in Germany and he just thought, this place is so awesome, it makes me realize how fucking terrible America really is. Like, I could go. Yeah. I don't know what exactly he said. Something like, I could walk down the street and go to the supermarket. No one looked at me funny. No one called me a nigger. It was amazing. And now I'm getting cancelled.
No.
Why?
Because he said the word.
Yeah, but context.
Context
doesn't matter. It's 2021. Almost.
Oh yeah. But that's always been my view. Like, because I think you can say what you want, just as long as the context. You know what I mean?
I agree, but that's unfortunately.
But that was a really funny video.
But you live with we live in a world with lefties.
Yeah, where opinions can't be had and like genuine discussion can't be had.
Well, no, you just must be a Nazi.
Yeah, my grandpa has called me a Nazi before, actually, and then I just went.
Really? What your grandma?
My grandfather. He's very left leaning.
Oh.
I lean more in the middle toward right. And so
I think we're the same. Yeah.
Yeah. So he said, you know, he didn't exactly. He said you probably support Nazis, is what he said. He didn't call me a Nazi, and I didn't. All I did was go, and then I walked away.
You have a good sense of humor.
Yeah. So, but
actually, well, to be fair, me and Noah, I think we kind of intended / expected to piss people off with our videos anyway. So we don't care. If people get pissed off, we'll find it funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that one guy who commented under one of my X-Wing reviews that I did in German?
Yeah.
And he was like, you fucking German Nazi scum. Can't even upload the entire audiobook. Fucking retards. That was the actual comment. This guy was thinking, oh, it was like a 10-minute German review I did for Starfighters of Aduma, and he clicked on it, and he must have been like, apparently my production value is so high. He legitimately thought this was an audiobook. Which is the funniest thing to me.
That's the thing. We just make haters are good because they're fun to make fun of.
Yeah.
And the word Nazi is just, it means nothing anymore because people use it on the day. They'll call Jewish people Nazis if you don't agree with them. So.
My dog can do it. Yeah. She does it when she sleeps.
Oh yeah, the guy who told Josh he needs to find Jesus because he told him Legacy of the Force fucking sucks.
No, because I asked him.
I would say that regardless of whether Legacy of the Force is good.
No, but he was.
I wouldn't force it on you.
Do you know what he said to me? He said it was foreshadowed because it happened. I was like, yeah, but the authors. And then he was like, oh, but Jason used Force lightning. I was like, so did Jaina. And then I kept questioning him. He was like, you're everything that's wrong with the fandom. You need Jesus. I was like,
oh my goodness.
I wasn't going to say
he's
to
probably
him,
joking, but
no, he was dead serious. He was.
Yeah.
I was going to say that I was like, you know, I'm a Christian. Technically, but
but I came in and I said, yeah, and you need a therapist.
Yeah.
Getting that emotionally affected by having people that disagree with you is there's something wrong with you, buddy. Like you said with the therapist thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like I could joke around with you. I know you guys disagree with me. Who cares?
Oh, no,
it's not real. Who cares? So
it's real to me.
It's real to me.
They're real to me.
Kenobi.
That's the stalker meme.
That's what that guy's good for, screaming really loud. Like his best acting quality.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. See, I mean, I like you guys. I mean, if I met you guys in real life, I reckon we could probably just go out for a drink or something, have a good time. Yeah. Even though I don't actually drink. But...
By January, once I turn the rightful age, then yeah.
Wait, that's 21 over there.
Yeah, 21 over in the US. And that's what
fucking suckers. It's 18 here. Sometimes even 16.
It's 18 here as well.
So by January, I can go buy you guys a drink if I'm ever in your corner of the world.
No, I don't actually drink alcohol though.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm a good boy. I'm a good Christian boy.
I haven't drank alcohol either.
Good man.
He changed his profile bio.
Now his bio is a long rant complaining about Star Wars fans. Oh my god, please tell me this is true. Josh, you ruined this man's entire fucking life.
No. I was going to say, apparently I have more of an influence on him than Jesus does.
Oh, yeah.
No, you should take example from Jesus. Yeah. Oh, that was another thing, actually. I know a lot of people like to bash Christianity, but like, a lot of their stuff, I mean, I know it's the same as a lot of other religions anyway, but isn't the whole thing of like you should like love people, like love thy neighbor and stuff, but isn't it like love your enemy too? Doesn't that come from Christianity?
It's turn the other cheek.
Yeah.
Somebody slaps your cheek, turn the other. Let them have the other, So it's like it's really easy to like you have a family member or a friend that is nice to you all the time and does stuff, and it's easy to be like, oh well, I'll defend that person. It's a lot hard to be like, oh, here's a person that's antagonistic to me, and I'm still gonna protect that person.
Sorry, I think someone's calling you.
I can hear that. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Matt's still there.
At least we got Matt Wilkins again. Oh man, but yeah, so this is the discussions we have 5 hours into a stream. Where I get cancelled, where everyone gets cancelled.
Okay. Did he actually change his profile? Hang on, I'm gonna try and look for that.
Oh Jesus!
Let me
Okay.
look up Matt's ballot.
Do it quick, and when Alex comes back.
That was my brother being annoying.
I thought, yeah. What was I saying?
What video was it on?
Oh, Grumpy's there. That was the balance point review.
This is where you come in during this.
How can Hitler be kawaii?
Grumpy.
Damn, worst timing. we talked about everything. We had Matt Wilkins on here. We had 2 or 3 Troy Denning imposters. We had the Bug Killer returned. What else? We had Matt Wilkins on stream. We talked about the Fistful of Dollars. Josh finally has seen a movie. Then I said nigger, and then we did a bunch of other stuff. I now said it twice. I'm double cancelled.
And the best one. Noah has a theory that Matt's children are not real.
Yeah, okay, here's the theory. Every time Matt Wilkins leaves, like in this stream especially, the fake Troy Denning account came in. And then we said, okay, Matt is going to come back. No, first the Troy Denning fake account is going to disappear. Matt is going to come back. And he's going to say, oh yeah, sorry, I was gone for a few minutes. I had to look after my children. And then Matt actually did it. And then it became obvious, okay, this was all just a scheme. His children aren't real. His wife isn't pregnant. I doubt he actually has a wife. There's something sinister going on with Mr. Wilkins.
Yeah, he definitely just bought somebody to act in those videos where he has his wife there.
Yeah. Oh boy. Diamonds are forever. Was it worth it? Like, tell me after you've seen this entire thing, like the entire Vergere and Jason and Darkseid discussion we had with all the Force philosophy, what was better, Diamonds or this stream? That's gonna be a good.
Matt literally was Clark Kent in his like very first video.
Oh my gosh, yes. That was wonderful. I also like the I love English. That was a good video. Where he just starts singing in class.
Wait,
his best video is still the wife hunter.
He has a video where he talked to a teacher about it at this school, and he and his brother were sitting in the desk in the classroom. I think it was supposed to be like the first day of school or something. I don't know, because they were just sitting in there. And then it was basically like, what if it was a musical but in real life? And so Matt gets up and starts singing, I love English. And then his brother comes in and they start going, and you will too, or something like that. And they just bolt out of the classroom. And it is
Noah,
really funny.
Are you coming with video ideas?
Maybe. Maybe.
Have you seen? I remember seeing his wedding video.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one you're talking about, Alex. Yeah. Oh man. His old stuff was amazing. Like we said, he should make Wife Hunter episode 2. He should bring in Dylan because the ladies can't resist the piss couch.
Exactly.
I will watch it. I will make fake accounts just to like it and watch it, give it more views.
Oh god, the piss couch is actually a casting couch.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to end it here. I think we've gone too far. This
I might have gone too far in a few places.
Not just a few places. We have gone too far in all places. Okay, thanks for watching.
That explains why there's no natural light in there. You just want people looking through the windows.
Yeah. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. It's 5 hours, 20 minutes. We have to end it.
I need to have dinner.
Yeah, and I had to piss for the last 45 minutes, and I don't think it's very healthy to just sit here.
Yeah.
I'm no, Alex, you said I'm no Ryan Kinnell. I'm no.
Yeah.
See, I've had to hold
He's
it in.
just a stronger man than I am, apparently.
No, I'm stronger. I've had to hold it in. Like, I'm waiting at the station. I have to go. I need to pee. I have to go to another station, and then to another one, and then all the way back, and then to another one, and then I have to walk home for like half an hour.
Because I want to talk with you guys. Okay,
Wants
this
to torture himself.
This is all about. Yeah.
Every time he says
now
we're going to go, it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Okay. Now, goodbye.
Should we wait till 5 hours 20?
Oh,
30 seconds.
I don't know.
I mean, we're almost there.
Yeah,
I've
you
suffered with you. Thank you, Siva.
Yeah, but it's great that you're going to watch all the Sergio Leone movies. Remember.
Where is Papa Wedge? Where are you?
He's going to come in the last second.
Oh, yeah. What did I miss, guys?
What I miss, yeah.
Goodbye.
He's going to hate us. He's going to make the fucking timestamps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.